Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Looked ridiculous, but Gohan couldn't deny it. His power had just skyrocketed tenfold. Still, staring down at the two tails swaying from his lower back, he couldn't help feeling a chill run up his spine. Thank Kami it was midnight on Bayazi Mountain. If anyone saw him like this, he'd never live it down. Ho, ho, tilde. He pounded his chest like King Kong, his booming roars echoing through the forest. But the laughter faded quickly. His grin hardened into focus. He hadn't turned into a black-haired giant ape for fun. There was a reason for this. The monstrous figure tilted his head back toward the full moon, fists tightening. Then came the roar. A shockwave burst outward from his body, flattening trees and shaking the earth. The air rippled, clouds twisted, and the night itself seemed to tremble. His aura flared wildly, black fur shimmering, shifting, until it flashed with a metallic glint. Gold began to burn across his massive form. Far away West City, Capsule Corporation. Trunks jolted awake, eyes wide. That energy, Gohan Niai, the pressure in the air made his heart race. This is insane. What happened to him? He threw on his clothes and bolted out into the night. South Mountains. Android 16 paused mid-swing with his shovel, glancing toward Bayazi Mountain. Son Gohan, what powerful energy, he said quietly before turning back to plant another tree as if nothing had happened. Kaioshin realm, King Kaioshin suddenly froze, sweat trickled down his forehead. Such immense Kai, he murmured. Jebet's face turned pale. Lord Kai, you feel it too. The ground beneath them pulsed faintly from the force of the aura reaching even this sacred dimension. This can't be, Jebet stammered. No mortal should have energy that reaches the Holy Land. Who could it be? Both gods exchanged a grave look. Could it be Majin Buu? No, King Kai said firmly. Buu's energy isn't like this, and this power is even stronger. He straightened. Jebet, we're going to the moral world. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. A flash of light, and they vanished. Bayazi Mountain, a blinding golden light lit up the forest. Son Gohan stood transformed, a towering Super Saiyan great ape, his fur shining like molten gold, his aura blazing through the galaxies themselves. A Saiyan's power amplified 10 times in the great ape form, now fused with Super Saiyan strength at 10 times 50, a 500-fold increase. Even Gohan's own heartbeat thundered in disbelief. Super Saiyan 3 only granted 400 times power. This was a full 100 times stronger. He flexed his massive hands. Ugly or not, this is unbelievable. Then a thought crossed his mind. What if I go further? Super Saiyan 1000. He shivered, terrifying. Without overthinking, he started gathering energy again. Electric currents crackled across his fur. His golden tail snapped like a whip. His body trembled under the pressure, but the power didn't rise any higher. What's going on? Before he could figure it out, a familiar Kai dropped from above. Trunks landed on the ground, eyes wide. Gee, Gohan Niai, what happened to you? He could barely believe what he was seeing, a golden-furred giant ape towering over the trees. Before Gohan could explain, Trunks looked up at the glowing moon. Oh, right, the moon. Gohan sighed. Yeah, 2 flashes of light appeared nearby. Kaioshin and Jebet materialized, staring up in horror at the golden monster before them. The great ape's red eyes locked onto them, glowing like twin suns. The two gods instinctively stepped back. Realizing how that looked, they froze, pretending to stand their ground. Jebet tensed in front of his master. Lord Kai, what kind of creature is this? King Kai's face darkened. A Saiyan. Before they could say more, another roar cut through the night. Trunks' body exploded in size, fur sprouting across his skin as he transformed into a black-haired great ape. Now, before the gods stood 2 colossal beasts, one gold, one black, both divine beings swallowed hard. Jebet's hand hovered over Kaioshin's shoulder, ready to teleport at the first sign of trouble. Gohan glanced warily at Trunks. If he lost control, Gohan was ready to knock him out cold. Then the black-haired ape blinked and spoke, his voice low but clear. Gohan Niai, I turned into a monster too, but why is mine a different color? Gohan exhaled in relief. You're fine then. A grin spread across his massive face. Ha ha ha, not bad. Keeping your mind in this form, that's Royal Saiyan blood for you, Trunks. You've got some potential there. He gave a teasing glance downward. Though you might be missing some size. Trunks yelped and covered himself. Yours is twice as big. Ha 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 ha. Gohan's laughter shook the mountains. Let's get out of here before those 2 creeps over there keep watching us. Trunks groaned. Gohan Niai, we're literally covered in fur right now. Gohan went silent. Point taken. What you said makes sense, Gohan replied, rubbing his chin. But the Mao I'm talking about isn't that kind of Mao. Trunks blinked. Then what kind of hair are you even? Shut up. Thud, Gohan smacked him on the head. The 2 massive apes, one gold and one black, vanished into the night sky, leaving Kaioshin and Jebet standing in the gust of wind, their robes flapping wildly. Jebbet coughed, trying to regain composure. Lord Kaioshin, what now? Kaioshin's gaze followed the disappearing figures. I've heard that Saiyans lose their sanity after transforming into great apes, yet those two could still talk. That means they're not ordinary Saiyans. Then what are they? Jebbet asked. Kaioshin folded his arms. Most likely Saiyans with royal blood. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza decades ago, but a few Saiyans survived, those who were off-world. Among them was Prince Vegeta. These two must be his descendants. Jebbet frowned, but their power, that golden ape's aura, felt like it could crush me with a flick of its finger. Kaioshin nodded slowly. Saiyans are a fighting race. Frieza wiped out their planet out of fear of the Super Saiyan legend. 15 years ago, that legend came true when Frieza was killed by a Saiyan named Son Goku. He glanced toward Earth, and this world is his home. Even if those two weren't Goku or Vegeta, they must be tied to them by blood. A tired sigh escaped him. To think Saiyans have grown this powerful, Kaioshin truly knows so little. Don't say that, Lord Kaioshin, Jebbet protested. You're the highest god in the universe. No mortal, no matter how strong, can compare to you. Kaioshin shook his head. A god who can't even keep up with mortals is useless. Jebbet cleared his throat, changing the subject. Then what should we do? Follow them? Kaioshin thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, they left on purpose. Following them would only offend them. I can feel they mean no harm. They're not our enemies. He straightened. Let's check Majin Buu's seal instead. It's been ages since anyone inspected it. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. A glow surrounded them, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone. A hidden valley under the moonlight, Gohan and Trunks had reverted to their human forms. They splashed around in a cold river, washing off the dust and sweat from battle. After a quick swim, they dressed in their flexible combat suits and dragged two massive crocodiles from the riverbank. Moments later, the smell of roasted meat filled the air. By the time they'd finished eating, they were leaning back on a boulder, patting full stomachs. Ah, Trunks sighed contentedly. Nothing beats eating when you're starving. I don't think there's a better feeling. Gohan stood, dusting his hands. Good, then let's get back to work. Trunks groaned but nodded. Yeah, round two. They lifted off into the night, heading for a wide stretch of open plains. The experiment in perfect sync, both men powered up. Golden lightning danced around them as they entered their Super Saiyan forms. Then they turned their eyes toward the glowing full moon. Thump, thump, their hearts pounded like war drums. Their bodies swelled, bones expanding, fur spreading. In moments, two colossal golden apes stood roaring against the night sky. This time, their battle suits held perfectly. Bulma's design was flawless. Even at 25 meters tall, the material stretched and moved comfortably. Bulma's the real MVP, Trunks said, flexing an enormous arm. Don't get cocky, Gohan grinned. Let's test it. They clashed. Blasts split the ground, shockwaves tore through the grasslands, and the earth itself quaked beneath their strikes. After a fierce exchange, they pulled back, panting. Gohan analyzed calmly. As I thought, doesn't matter if you go Great Ape first or Super Saiyan first. The end result's the same power level multiplied 500-fold. He glanced at his hands, and the speed's not affected. Faster than Super Saiyan 2 for sure. He thought of comparisons. Super Saiyan 3, 400 times base power. Great Ape Super Saiyan 500, clear advantage. Super 3 was faster, but the cost was insane. The ape form burned energy far more efficiently, like a perfect balance of power and stamina. Gohan chuckled. Sorry, Dad, your Super Saiyan 3 got style, but this form's better on fuel. Still, it wasn't perfect. The downsides were obvious, slower reflexes, and uglier. And the biggest issue, dependence on the moon. Bulma could probably build an artificial Blutzwave generator someday, like in the GT timeline. Until then, transformations like this would always rely on lunar conditions. Unless, of course, they learned Vegeta's secret technique, the artificial full moon. It created the same radiation using one's own energy, but neither Gohan nor Trunks had mastered it. Another gap to fill. Trunks suddenly asked, Hey Gohan, think you could go Super Saiyan 2 on top of the Great Ape? Gohan scratched his head. I tried, didn't work. Maybe I'm not ready yet. Then what if you become Super Saiyan 2 first, then go Great Ape? Worth a shot. He reverted, powered into Super Saiyan 2, then stared up at the moon again. The familiar surge hit instantly, the twitch in his tail, the buzzing in his body, but no transformation followed. His energy spiked, then flattened. He exhaled, frustrated. No good, still can't combine them. The golden light faded as he looked down at Trunks. Well, Gohan said with a shrug, back to the drawing board. There's a saying in the memories of previous lives. When the golden giant ape regains his sanity and takes on the giant ape's power in a human body, that will be the day when Super Saiyan 4 appears. But now Son Gohan was born as a monkey, and he felt very sorry. It is true that he remained sober. However, he was unable to return to his human form from the golden giant ape state and transform into Super Saiyan 4. I always feel like something is missing. Hence the transformation failed. Son Gohan was not discouraged and thought this was normal. It has only been a short time since he was reborn, and he still has a long way to go in the future. Nothing can be accomplished overnight, and no one can reach the top of the universe in one day. The template of the male protagonist in the previous life who signed in the womb punched the Omni King, and kicked the high priest at birth is destined to have no chance to meet him in this life. All he could rely on was his foresight and unremitting efforts. After an hour, Son Gohan and Trunks regained their human form again. They restrained themselves from looking at the full moon in the sky, otherwise they would go through a new round of transformation and would not be able to sleep tonight. After tossing and turning for half the night, both of them were exhausted. Trunks simply didn't want to go back and planned to stay at Son Gohan's house for one night. The two brothers rubbed their eyes and returned to their doorstep. At this time, King God and Jupiter, who had just disappeared, appeared out of nowhere. Trunks looked at the two strange guys warily and quietly clenched his fists. I was prepared to beat up the two of them. Apart from yawning, Son Gohan did not show any surprise, because he had already expected that King Kai and Jupiter would come back. King God was afraid that Son Gohan would drive them away as soon as they met, so he spoke hurriedly as soon as he appeared. "I'm sorry to bother you two. I'm the Kaioshin of this universe. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to make friends with you. Is that okay?" Seeing that the dignified King of Kings was so humble, Jupiter felt unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Of course, Son Gohan knew that he was Kingshin. God Kai's appearance and clothing are so recognizable that it is difficult not to recognize him. Son Gohan glanced at him and yawned. "Oh, I see. But I'm too sleepy today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Sending him away now, Jebber felt incredulous. Even Lord Kai has revealed his identity. King Kai quickly stopped Jebbet and said with a smile, "Well, you guys take a rest first. We will come back tomorrow. Don't come too early. Come back in the afternoon." Son Gohan said, "Okay." King God pulled Jebito away quickly, watching the two people disappear in an instant. Trunks, who still didn't understand the situation, asked Son Gohan, "Brother Gohan, who are these two people? Didn't he just say that God Kai?" Son Gohan said, "God, is it the same God as Dendinii?" Trunks asked, "Trunks, I'm really sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow. Bye." Son Gohan said, no longer paying attention to him, walked into the bedroom, and without taking off his clothes, he fell asleep. OZZ. Whose throne is bigger? Trunks is still wondering whether the God is bigger or the King of the Gods is bigger. Kaioshin realm. King God sat in silence for a while, then said to Jepril, "Jabbet, go check what happened on Earth in these years. Also, find out who those two Saiyans are." "Yes, Lord Kaioshin." Jepril took the order and left. The next day, Son Gohan didn't wake up until 8 o'clock in the morning. When he woke up, he found Trunks still sleeping on the sofa. Son Gohan walked out and kicked him awake. "Why don't you sleep in the bedroom? Would it be more comfortable to sleep on the sofa?" Trunks rubbed his sleepy eyes and was stunned for several seconds before saying, "I was thinking about something last night and fell asleep here." "Thinking about something? What?" Son Gohan asked curiously. "I've been wondering who is greater, the God or the King of the Gods. I've been thinking about it all night. Trunks still hasn't figured out whose position of God is greater. Kaioshin is greater than the gods." Son Gohan gave him the answer. "Really? I thought Brother Danny was more powerful. Don't think about it, just go wash up." Son Gohan urged him to go wash up. Then the two of them found something to eat and flew to Zidu. After arriving at the Universal Capsule Company, the first thing Son Gohan did was to ask Bulma to make a device that could emit Blue's wave rays. Bulma had no idea what the Blue's wave ray was and was completely confused. Son Gohan had no choice but to explain to her the principle of how Saiyans transform into giant apes. Bulma then suddenly realized and promised him that she would take some time to make the Bruce wave beam launcher. Son Gohan asked, "Aunt Bulma, is the energy of that spaceship full?" Bulma said, "Not yet, but it has reached 80%, almost there." Son Gohan said, "Let's put the charging of the spacecraft aside for now and study the Bruce wave beam emitter first." Bulma was stunned. Why?" Son Gohan smiled and said, 80% of the energy is enough, and I have found a better way now. You can focus on researching the transmitter and the time machine." Found a better way. "Is there any way to replace spacecraft?" Bulma didn't understand, but she didn't ask any more questions. Not long after lunch, Baidili came again. This time, Son Gohan did not teach her anything, but let her practice the air dance technique on the grass by herself. Videl didn't say anything. She looked at Son Gohan with a smile and went to practice happily. Son Gohan wasted no time. He went into the gravity room, adjusted the gravity to 500 times, and did 1,000 push-ups with one finger to warm up. Then I started practicing for more than 2 hours every day. 2 hours passed quickly, and when he came out of the gravity room, Baidili was gone. The people waiting for him were King Kai and Jeppet. As soon as they met, King Kai smiled and said, "Mr. Gohan, we meet again." "Well, hello." Son Gohan greeted with a smile. Then he took Kaioshin and Jeppet to a dessert shop and had the robots serve some desserts and iced drinks. Eat and chat. Originally, King Kai and Jeppetu didn't want to eat the food that mortals eat, but they couldn't resist Son Gohan's enthusiasm, so they took a small bite and couldn't stop. Son Gohan looked at their ignorant looks and nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that the food on Earth is the best in the universe. "Do you think it's just a reputation for nothing? Just take it as it comes." Looking at them, Son Gohan smiled and said, "Lord Kaioshin, what do you want to talk to me about?" King God hurriedly wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth and quickly regained his composure. Then he said, "I told you last night that I want to make friends with Mr. Gohan." Son Gohan gave him a meaningful look and then said, Lord Kaioshin, do your homework after you go back. Ah, what do you mean? King God asked in surprise. It's simple. Lord Kaioshin didn't even know my name last night. There was an awkward smile on the face of King God, and there was no trace of the majesty of a god left. Seeing King Kai's embarrassment, Son Gohan did not continue to expose him. He smiled and said, It is my honor to be friends with Lord King Kai. I was too sleepy last night. I'm sorry. King God was immediately flattered. Son Gohan was not like this last night. He looked so aloof that he scared him a little. I didn't expect you to be so kind today. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Rest is of course important. Ha ha ha. Well, since we're friends and I've treated you to such delicious food, why don't you show some appreciation? Like give me a gift or something just to show your appreciation. Son Gohan laughed. Ah, King God and Geppetto were confused for a moment. Meeting gift, what is that? Do mortals have to exchange gifts when they meet? Well, but when you think about it, it seems to be right. There is a term in the world called reciprocity, which is probably what it means. But what to give? King of the Worlds was in a dilemma. As the King of Kings, he has too many things in his hands. Cough, cough. Son Gohan coughed and said, Lord Kaioshin, to be honest, I want to learn Geppetto's teleportation. Kaioshin and Geppetto were stunned and then shocked at the same time. They didn't expect that Son Gohan actually knew Geppetto's name and called out his signature move. He had only seen Jabbit use teleportation twice. How can this be? Besides, they didn't remember introducing the name of Jabbit. Therefore, there's only one truth. The Son Gohan in front of him actually knew of their existence a long time ago. It's really scary. Who is the real god? But despite being shocked, King Kai quickly recovered and said, Mr. Gohan, I'm afraid that won't work. It's not that Geppetto doesn't want to teach you, but his teleportation has limitations. Only those who are not King Kai's servants can learn it. Is there such a thing? Son Gohan asked in surprise. In fact, he had long coveted the skill of Jabbit. Jabbit's teleportation and Yadrat's teleportation are not at the same level of ability at all. Yadrat's teleportation requires locking onto the target's aura in order to be performed. However, Jabbit's teleportation has no such limitation at all. Jabbit's teleportation does not require locking onto a target's aura. As long as there is a destination, he can teleport there. In other words, Geppetto's teleportation can instantly take him to any planet or any place under the jurisdiction of King Kai, which can be said to be a true divine skill. But I can't learn. That's bullshit. Son Gohan suddenly felt like he had missed out on $10 trillion in an instant. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. King Kai said, yes, this is the divine control technique. It cannot be performed without the divine aura. Okay, the breath of God. Son Gohan's eyes lit up and he asked, are you saying that if you have the aura of God, you can learn? He did know a way to possess the aura of God, but it was too difficult for him now. King Kai said, this is just one of the requests. There are others. Got a straw? Son Gohan said helplessly. Well, forget it. It seems that our fate is too shallow. Let's see if there is another chance in the future. King Kai continued, if Mr. Gohan wants to learn teleportation, I know a planet that knows this skill. Although it's not as powerful as Jabbit's teleportation, it's still pretty good. Son Gohan said, you are talking about the skill of the planet Yadrat, right? I know that one. King Kai said, I didn't expect that Mr. Gohan actually knew about the existence of planet Yadrat. I was too nosy. Haha, to be honest with you, Lord Kaioshin, my deceased father knew this move, so I know that it is normal on the planet Yadrat. King Kai suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is, that's no wonder. Then Son Gohan asked the robot to serve some new food, and while shouting at King Kai to eat quickly, he continued to ask, Lord Kaioshin, what do you think is the hardest metal in the world? Kaioshin said, the hardest metal. Well, it should be Thunderbolt Steel. This metal should be the hardest in the universe. Oh, can you show it to me? Well, of course. As Kaioshin said this, he stretched out his hand and swiped it in the air, and a fist-sized black Rubik's Cube appeared in his palm. Here, he handed the Thunderbolt Steel to Son Gohan. Son Gohan reached out to take it and found that this piece of thunder steel as big as his fist actually weighed several hundred kilograms. This density is too outrageous. He flicked it with his fingers and heard a dull sound. It was indeed very hard. I don't know if this metal will be useful to Bulma. Well, it looks good. Lord Kaioshin, can you give me some more? I want to study this metal. Son Gohan said, of course you can. I'll give it to you later. If you take it out now, I'm afraid the house will collapse. Yes, all right. Thank you, Lord Kaioshin. No, it's only natural for us to do this as friends. It's just a small favor for me. Lord Kaioshin, what is the sharpest sword in the world? Do you know? King Kai thought for a moment and replied, well, the sharpest sword in the world should be the King Kai sword in the Holy Land. Mr. Gohan doesn't want this sword too, does he? Son Gohan laughed and said, ha ha ha, you figured it out. You have a keen eye. I admire you, King Kai said. To be honest with you, Mr. Gohan, even if I wanted to give you this sword, I am powerless. Son Gohan asked knowingly, how do you say that? King Kai smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, although this sword is now on King Kai's planet, it has been sealed for more than 70 million years. No one can pull it out. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Son Gohan said directly. King Kai said, Mr. Gohan, I really didn't lie to you. All of our successive King Kais have tried to pull out this sealed sword, but no King Kai has succeeded. Jebbet on the side also chimed in, yes, I can prove this, because I also tried to pull out the Kaioshin sword, but I couldn't pull it out. Lord Kaioshin also tried to pull it out, but there was no movement at all, so it's impossible for anyone to pull that sword out. Son Gohan smiled and said, have you ever thought about a question? What's the problem? Asked Jebbet. You are too weak to pull out this Kaioshin sword. Kaioshin, Jebbet. The two were speechless. Can you please not be so direct? They felt like they were suffocating. Son Gohan said confidently, well, I'm willing to help you. I can definitely pull out this sword. Jebbet immediately became anxious. I don't believe it. This is impossible. Not only does he not believe it, even King Kai doesn't believe it. You can say he is weak, but there's no shortage of strong Kais among the successive kings of the Kai family, and those gods have drawn the sword of Kaioshin before. East Kaioshin, West Kaioshin, South Kaioshin, North Kaioshin. One term after another. I don't know how many Kaioshin have tried to pull out this sword, but none of them succeeded, so it definitely has nothing to do with strength. Son Gohan twisted his mouth, and the crooked-mouthed Dragon King smiled and said, how about we make a bet? If I can pull out the Kaioshin sword, it will be mine. Okay. King Kai raised his eyebrows and said seriously, what if it can't be pulled out? If you can't pull it out, you can do whatever you want with it. Son Gohan said firmly, okay, that's fine, then it's settled. King God said with a smile, his heart beaming with joy. He firmly believed that there was no way that Son Gohan could pull out the sword of King Kai. In other words, Son Gohan will have to listen to him from now on. If he could drive such a strong man like this, he could have a sweet dream just thinking about it. Why are you afraid of Majin Buu? Come on, Majin Buu. Haha, so what even if Son Gohan really pulled out the sword? Just give it to him as a gift. Anyway, this Kaioshin sword has been sealed in the Holy Land for more than 70 million years, so it makes no difference whether it exists or not. The key point is that he really wants to see what this sword looks like. Is it really the world's #1 sword? However, until now, King Kai and Jepitu still don't believe that Son Gohan can pull out the holy sword. I bet both parties are happy. How can I not be able to pull out the Kaioshin sword? Son Gohan thought confidently. With his current strength, he is much stronger than Son Gohan, who has never practiced and has a hard time transforming into Super Saiyan 2. There's no reason why that guy can pull it out, but he can't. If that were the case, then why was he working so hard to cultivate? It's better to just give up. Son Gohan smiled and said, it's a deal. King God and Jepitu also ate their food happily. The abacus in my mind was clattering. After a while, King Kai said, when do you plan to pull out the sword of King Kai, Mr. Gohan? Why are these two guys so anxious? Son Gohan looked at them and said with a little amusement, I'll go in a minute. Then he said, Lord Kai, besides the Kaio sword, do you have any other swords? My brother also wants a sword. King Kai thought of Trunks and then said, of course, I have another sword here. It's called the Sword of the Brave. This sword can bring strong confidence and courage to the user. It is also a rare and good sword. He will definitely like it. King God said as he spread out his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Here, he handed it to Son Gohan. Son Gohan took the sword and pulled it out of the scabbard with a clang. Good sword, it is indeed a good sword. The sword was very sharp and shining with a cold light. Son Gohan liked it at first sight. I guess Trunks also liked it. Although I have asked for a sword from King Kai of the North before, I still haven't received it yet. And what King Kai brings out must be more advanced than what King Kai brings out, right? There's no need to wait for the sword. Clang, the long sword returned to the sheath. Son Gohan smiled and said, thank you, Lord Kaioshin. As he said this, he put away the sword of the brave. A moment later, King Kai gave him another large piece of thunderbolt steel, which weighed several tons. Son Gohan asked King Kai and Jepitu to wait for him in the dessert shop for a while, and he went to find Bulma with his sword and thunderbolt. Bulma asked curiously as she saw Son Gohan carrying back a large piece of metal. Gohan, what is this? Son Gohan answered truthfully, this is what I asked for from King Kai. It is said to be the hardest metal in the universe, he said as he put the thunderbolt steel down in the yard. The ground suddenly sank a great distance, leaving Bulma stunned. The strongest metal. Bulma walked up curiously and knocked on it, causing her hand to feel a sharp pain. Hiss, she gasped and said, I have never seen such material before. There should be no such thing on Earth. Son Gohan said, this metal is not only hard but also very dense. A piece the size of a fist would weigh 500 to 600 kilograms. Bulma's eyes lit up and she looked like she had discovered a new world. New things always arouse her interest. After entering the house, Son Gohan placed the sword on the table and said, Aunt Bulma, where is Trunks? This sword is for him. Bulma couldn't hold back her curiosity and tried to pick up the sword on the table, but after trying for a long time, the sword of the brave didn't move at all. She panted. Trunks went to the East City to help. Going to Dondu? Why is he going to Dondu? Son Gohan asked curiously. Bulma explained, it's like this. Videl called just now and said that a terrible incident happened in a town in the East capital. She's having a hard time dealing with it and she wants to ask you for help. But you have guests here, so I let Trunks go. Son Gohan, what's going on? Do you have contact information? Why don't I have any? Oh, by the way, I don't have a cell phone. That's okay. I case that Vittel can't handle. What happened? Son Gohan frowned. Among ordinary people, Baidili's fighting power is already at the ceiling. Even she can't handle it. Could it be that some aliens are coming to cause trouble again? Bulma said, it is said that the mayor's daughter was kidnapped by a 100-meter-tall gorilla. The gorilla grabbed the mayor's daughter and climbed to the top of a building, confronting the kingdom's power. Son Gohan, what kind of familiar plot is this? You're shooting King Kong from across here, right? Son Gohan rolled his eyes and said, now that Trunks is gone, this little gorilla can't cause any trouble. Aunt Bulma, please hand this sword over to him. I am going to the Kaijin planet with the Kaijin now. Bulma was stunned for a moment and said, going to Kaioshin planet, when will you come back? It can be as short as 1 day or as long as 2 or 3 days. It's very quick. Well, that's fine. So Son Gohan took a ride with Geppetto and went directly to King Kai's realm. As a result, Son Gohan became the first mortal to set foot on the holy land of King Kai's realm in tens of millions of years. In the Kaioshin realm, the sky is as clear as azure blue, the spiritual plants are lush and green, and the breeze blowing towards you is filled with rich spiritual energy. Son Gohan felt that all the pores in his body opened up and greedily absorbed the fresh air. With such rich spiritual energy, even mortals living here can prolong their lives, and practitioners here can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is worthy of being called God's holy land. A town in the eastern capital. A gorilla hundreds of meters tall was squatting on the roof of a building, holding a little girl in his hand and staring at the helicopters flying in the sky with fierce eyes. In his eyes, these helicopters were like flies that annoyed him. Snort, what's going on? It just fell in love with a little human girl and wanted to make her its wife. Is there anything wrong with that? Hasn't freedom of love been advocated for a long time? The pedantic human beings are so pissed off that the gorilla is dying. I don't understand at all. The little girl in the gorilla's arms looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, with black shoulder-length hair and 2 big, twinkling eyes. She was very pretty. At this time, the little girl was crying with tears in her eyes, looking very pitiful, but she's still trying to communicate with the gorillas. Woo-woo gorilla, please let me go back, okay? You see, there's such a big difference in our sizes. It really is not suitable, I beg you. The gorilla spoke in human language, and the fishy smell coming out of its mouth almost made the little girl faint. No, my father said that we must bravely pursue true love. I will not give up. I fell in love with you at first sight and want you to be my wife. I will love you well, I understand. You are testing me now, right? Woo, is it possible that your father wants you to pursue the female gorilla? I am a human. We are not even of the same species. How can we be together? Please let me go. We really have no future. Although the little girl is young, she speaks clearly, and even though she is crying, she is unusually calm. But the gorilla still shook his head and said, my father also said that true love can transcend age boundaries and species. I believe you will be moved by me in the future. The little girl rolled her eyes and cursed the stupid gorilla in her heart, but she said, you are so old and I am so small, we can't have children. Why, you are lying to me, said the gorilla in surprise. Why would I lie to you? As for why she couldn't have children, she actually didn't know, but she remembered something that happened a long time ago. Her boss had told her about it. In order to have a child, a man and a woman must sleep in the same bed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have a child. The gorilla is so big and she's so small, how could they sleep in the same bed? So it is impossible to have children. Your Majesty, thinking of some past events, the girl's face couldn't help but look a little gloomy. At this time, there was a shouting voice coming from the helicopter. Zio Wu, can you hear me? Zio Wu, it's Daddy. Daddy is here to save you. Don't be afraid. Daddy will get you out. A gray-haired man was shouting into a loudspeaker with an anxious look on his face. Dad, the girl looked up at the helicopter in the sky. Although she didn't know which helicopter the sound came from, a warm current instantly spread throughout her body and she felt less scared. Although this man was not her biological father, he treated her as his own daughter and loved her very much. Yes, this is her adoptive father, the mayor. Did you hear that? My father is here to save me. Zio Wu said to the gorilla. The gorilla answered irrelevantly with a look of persistence on his face. Are you really unwilling to be my wife? Zio Wu shook her head very firmly. I don't want to. Please let me go, okay? If you let me go, I will beg them to let you leave here safely. No, that won't work. I will take you away even if you don't want to. You don't have the final say, the gorilla said as he grabbed Zio Wu and stood up. It is huge and as tall as an entire building. As it stood up, the whole building creaked and shook. The gorilla looked at the helicopter flying in the sky with an unhappy look on his face. What annoying flies. It held Zio Wu in one hand and slapped the plane in the sky with the other hand. The huge palm came over like a sky curtain, and the helicopters saw the bad situation and quickly fled. Then the gorilla jumped down from the roof and strode away. Boom, 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 wherever it passed, it left behind deep footprints, and the sound of dong, dong, dong shook the earth. It even trampled several humans to death. How could the helicopters in the sky just let it take away the hostages? They all chased after it immediately. Seeing that these humans were so ungrateful, the gorilla became furious. Roar tilde, it roared loudly and flapped the planes frantically. Unfortunately, one plane was hit on the tail and fell from the sky with thick smoke. Oops, seeing this, Bidilli, who was standing on the top of a building, paced back and forth anxiously. Although she had learned the art of flying, her flying speed was not fast and there was a huge disparity in strength. Even if she caught up with the giant gorilla, she could not defeat it. Strange, why has it taken so long for Trunks to arrive? Did something happen on the way that delayed him? Watching the smoke-filled plane falling, Bidilli became more and more anxious. At this moment, a figure with a shrouded aura pierced into the battlefield from the distant sky. Trunks finally arrived. You're finally here. Bidilli breathed a sigh of relief. Trunks' figure flashed and he appeared under the accident plane. He held the plane with both hands, helped it land safely, then tore the plane's door off with one hand before disappearing again. The pilot jumped out of the plane and stared in amazement at the direction Trunks left, shocked beyond words. Is this person a human or a god? At this time, Bidilli held the microphone in her hand and gave a loud order. Attention, all action teams. Attention, all action teams. Our reinforcements have arrived. Please stop the rescue operation. Please stop the rescue operation and let him handle it. Videl knew that Son Gohan and Trunks were both super warriors with incredibly powerful abilities. Don't think about helping them, just don't cause trouble. Otherwise, it will only affect the difficulty of rescue and increase casualties. The rescue team obeyed the order and moved to the side, no longer following the gorilla closely. Their original mission was just to delay time. Looking at such a huge gorilla, they were also frightened. Trunks almost turned into a streak of white light and instantly blocked the gorilla's way. Seeing that a human as small as a mouse dared to stand in front of it, the running gorilla's eyes flashed with ferocity and it slapped the human with its huge palm like it was slapping a fly. No, Xiao Wu shouted, but how could the gorilla listen to her? He attacked without mercy. Attack with all your strength, kill anyone who stands in your way. Boom, a shocking scene happened. The one that flew backwards was a gigantic gorilla, its butt turned upside down into the sky and it rolled on the ground like a gourd. How could this happen? The gorilla, which was hundreds of meters tall, turned over and sat up, looking at Trunks, who was standing motionless in the sky with a shocked look on his face. This kid was not killed by it with one palm. Instead, his arm bones were shattered. How is this possible? Its palm alone is several times larger than that boy's. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Its father has never told it about this. Roar tilde, beasts are beasts after all, and their intelligence is limited. The intense pain in its arm aroused its ferocity, and it roared loudly at Trunks. Xiao Wu, who was dizzy from the operation and almost fainted, looked at Trunks in amazement. The boy was actually fine, but the gorilla was the one that was injured. It's incredible. The scene before her couldn't help but remind her of Sun Wukong many years ago. That's right, Sun Wukong. This boy also has a tail. Isn't this the same master? Suddenly, hope lit up in Xiao Wu's eyes. Trunks stood high in the sky, looking at the crazy gorilla, and said coldly, "Big guy, it's useless for you to yell. You smell of blood. You killed someone, so I will kill you too." Roar, die, die. The gorilla had gone crazy and didn't care about anything else. He rushed towards Trunks again, but even so, it still held Xiao Wu tightly in its hands and refused to let go. No one knew where it got such a strong obsession from. The huge gorilla came running towards them, shaking the earth with every step it took and raising dust in its wake. Trunks combined his middle finger and index finger, condensed the energy, and instantly pointed it out. A beam of energy shot out from his fingertips and instantly blew up the gorilla's head. The gorilla's head exploded, his legs went limp, and his body fell forward. Because it was running due to inertia, it grabbed Xiao's hand tightly and swung it forward suddenly, as if it was throwing Xiao out with force. Xiao Wu was so scared that she closed her eyes and let out a terrible scream. Trunks rushed out and intercepted Xiao Wu in an instant. "Stop yelling." Xiao Wu opened her closed eyes and found herself lying in Trunks' arms. Her face suddenly turned red. "You are safe now." "I have killed the gorilla," Trunks said. Thank you, Xiao Wu said, secretly looking up at Trunks' face. "No need to thank me, I'm just here to help my sister." After saying that, Trunks flew towards Videl with Xiao Wu in his arms. Soon, Trunks found Videl and put Xiao down. "Sister Videl, you've lived up to my expectations and completed the mission," Trunks said with a smile. Videl glanced at Xiao Wu, who was intact, and then smiled and said, "Thank you, Trunks. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. It's a small matter. How about this? I'll treat you to a nice meal, then I'll apply for bonus from the police station for you. Although I know you definitely don't need this little money, this is the only thing I can do. What's more, this is money you earned yourself." "Okay, then I'm going to have a big meal," Trunks said with a smile. "Well, can I go to dinner with you?" "I'll pay," Xiao Wu at the side said hesitantly. Kaishin Realm. Son Gohan, King Kai, and Jepitu flew side by side to the place where King Kai's sword was sealed. Jebet flew in the middle with his hands behind his back and said with a somewhat arrogant expression, "The King of the Gods is the holy land of the gods. Even the kings of the gods and the great kings of the gods have never been here, let alone humans, Mr. Gohan is the first human to come here." Son Gohan smiled without saying anything and asked Jepital to finish pretending, otherwise he would feel very uncomfortable. Besides, doesn't this better reflect his awesomeness? King Kai, who was flying to the right of Jepet, said, "What Jepet said is correct, but Gohan is not an ordinary human." Son Gohan flew to the left of Jebet. He smiled and said, "Ha ha, the Kaioshin realm is indeed the holy land of God. The scenery is very beautiful, the spiritual energy is very abundant, and the area is vast and boundless. It's just a pity." Pity? What's a pity? Jepital and Kingshin were confused. King of the Kai asked the question, "What's the pity?" Son Gohan smiled and said, "Such a vast area with so much spiritual energy, but it's all wasteland. It would be great if we could plant some crops with such abundant spiritual energy. The food grown here would definitely be very delicious. Even farmed animals would have a more delicious meat. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Lord Kaioshin, would you please consider this?" Kaioshin, Jabet. From what Son Gohan said, he's planning to persuade the two of them to change their careers to farming and become breeders. Come on, they are the dignified King Kai and his servants. He is the noblest and greatest god in the universe. Asking them to farm, this joke is not funny at all. King Kai responded awkwardly, forget it. Oh, I knew it. That's why I said it's a pity such a good place is wasted. Mr. Gohan, farming in a holy place is a blasphemy against the gods, said Jepital. No, this is called developing new business and making perfect use of resources. The three of them flew for a while, and a huge lake appeared in front of them. There is a mountain in the middle of the lake, with the top of the mountain dozens of meters above the water. 3 people fell from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is not wide, only about 5 or 6 square meters in area, but it is very flat and covered with green grass. Looking up, Son Gohan found the sealed Kaioshin sword in the middle of the mountain top. Although it is called the Sword of King of Swords, in fact only the hilt is exposed. Because the sword was completely embedded in the soil, no part of it could be seen. Several people walked on the soft grass and came to the side of the king's sword. King Kai pointed at the hilt and said something nonsense. Mr. Gohan, this is the King Kai sword. Son Gohan squatted down, pulled through the grass, and observed carefully. King God continued, this sword has been sealed here for more than 7,500 million years. As far as I know, no one has been able to pull it out. Since Mr. Gohan wants this sword, let's try to see if we can pull it out. It is rumored that whoever pulls out the Kaioshin sword will gain immense power and become the most powerful warrior in the universe. If Mr. Gohan can't pull it out, then you have to abide by the agreement. Son Gohan made an okay sign, stared at the King Kai sword and sighed. It's been 7,500 million years and the hilt is still as good as new. It seems that old King Kai is also a clean person. What? King God said he didn't understand what this meant. Okay, please stand aside and let me try. Son Gohan said, standing up. Okay, all right. King Kai and Jepitu tactfully stepped aside, looking like they were going to enjoy the show. Son Gohan knew that he probably wouldn't be able to pull out the sword in his normal state, so he didn't say anything and directly turned into a Super Saiyan. With a loud boom, in an instant, the blonde and blue-eyed man appeared with surging aura, and a whirlwind rose from the ground. Is this a Super Saiyan? What a powerful energy. Although not as strong as last night's giant ape transformation, it's still very powerful. The two people were amazed. This was also the first time they saw the appearance of a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, I felt very novel. Son Gohan grinned and positioned himself in front of the hilt. He stretched his muscles casually, then bent down, grasped the hilt of the sword firmly, and exerted force with both arms. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the ground cracked and the sword of King of Swords was pulled up more than 20 centimeters in length. King God was shocked. How is this possible? Jebet was stunned. The Kaioshin sword that no one had pulled out for tens of millions of years was pulled out so easily. Damn, don't they have any dignity? It was as if Kaioshin and Jepitu were in a dream. It was so unreal. Son Gohan exerted all his strength and pulled his arms upwards with all his strength, and the entire sword of Kai was pulled out. It's a lot easier than I thought, but he had to admit that the sword was too heavy. If the sword that King Kai gave to Trunks weighs 1, then the weight of this King Kai sword is estimated to be more than 1. Even with Son Gohan's amazing arm strength, it's not that easy to do. It was actually pulled out. Incredible. King God said in a daze, doubting his life in his heart. Jepital quickly asked, Mr. Gohan, how is it? Did you feel that powerful force? No, but I think this sword is really heavy. Son Gohan said honestly, how heavy can a sword be? Asked Jebet. Don't believe it. Why don't you try it? Son Gohan said as he grabbed the blade with one hand and handed it to Jepet with a playful smile on his face. Okay, I'll try. Jepital didn't care and reached out to grasp the hilt of the Kaioshin sword. Seeing him gripping the hilt of the sword, Son Gohan loosened his hand. The huge weight of the Kaioshin sword suddenly fell into Jepitor's hands. Jebito let out a scream. The King of Kai's sword smashed to the ground with a loud bang. The ground sank deeply, and the whole mountain began to tremble, looking like it would collapse at any time. Jabet's face turned pale because his arm was dislocated. King God was completely stunned. What kind of insane weight is this? It's too outrageous. Jebet quickly cast a recovery spell on himself, straightened the bones in his arm, and restored it to normal. Looking at the Kaioshin sword stuck in the ground, Jepital was filled with fear and didn't dare to pick up the sword again. Is this a bit of a heavy question? His eyes were moist. Son Gohan laughed and said, I told you it was a bit heavy, but you didn't believe me. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up the sword, otherwise the mountain would be crushed in a short time. Lord Kaishin, do you want to try it too? Son Gohan looked at Lord Kai and asked. King Kai shook his head like a rattle. Forget it, I won't try it anymore. What a joke, his strength is only comparable to that of Jupiter. It's not like he didn't see what happened to Jebber and he didn't want to be the next clown. Haha, all right. Son Gohan laughed, put the sword on his shoulder and continued. Lord Kaioshin, I want to ask you a question. What is the problem? Son Gohan pointed at the mountain below and said, you can't pull out the sword, why don't you try to blow up the mountain? If you blow up the mountain, won't the sword come out? King Kai shook his head and said, no, Mr. Gohan, a senior had thought of this method before, but this lake was planted with a magic circle to protect the Kaioshin sword. If anyone wants to violently destroy the mountain, the lake will attack. Oh, I see, Son Gohan said in surprise. He looked at the huge lake at his feet in surprise. He didn't expect that such a secret was hidden in it, but this makes sense. Otherwise, after so many years, it is impossible that so many Kaioshin are all fools. Let's leave here first, Son Gohan said, floating up. Yeah, okay, King God responded and flew up as well. Jabbit followed closely behind. The three of them flew high into the sky. Driven by curiosity, Son Gohan condensed an energy bomb and smashed it into the sealed area. Before King Kai and Jeppetu could react, the energy bomb was bounced back in a very strange way. Wow, that's interesting. Son Gohan smiled and slapped the energy ball away. The energy ball whizzed away, exploded with a bang in the distance, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. Kaioshin, Jebbet, the two of them thought at the same time that the Saiyans were indeed terrifying saboteurs. It won't be long before we have to reorganize the Kaioshin realm. Mr. Gohan, please try to be more careful. The Holy Land cannot withstand such destruction, King Kai said with some pain. Haha, okay. After the three of them flew to an open space, King Kai and Jeppetu were particularly curious about how powerful the holy sword that was known as the best in the universe was. At this time, Son Gohan was dancing with his sword with great vigor, which made King Kai and Jeppeter tremble with fear, because they had just witnessed the incredible weight of King Kai's sword. Now seeing Son Gohan dancing with the sword so easily, I couldn't help but think that Saiyans are really perverted. After playing with the sword for a while, Son Gohan suddenly felt bored. He suddenly turned into a Super Saiyan. Then he grasped the hilt of the sword with one hand and the blade with the other and twisted it with both hands. Seeing his bared teeth, King Kai asked curiously, Mr. Gohan, what are you doing? Son Gohan stopped what he was doing, turned around and said, I want to try to see if I can twist it off. Hearing his words, Kingshin and Jeppetal were frightened. Sure enough, the judgment just now was correct. Saiyans are terrible, destructive beings. It had not been long since he had acquired the greatest sword in the universe, and he was already thinking about how to break it. Sin-ah. I don't believe it, Son Gohan muttered, clenched his fists, and suddenly turned into Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly his aura soared to the sky, his golden hair stood up, a fringe hung in front of his forehead, and lightning surrounded his body, making a puffing sound. He instantly became more cold and domineering, and his aura changed drastically. King Kai and Jeppeter wanted to say something, but when they saw Son Gohan transform, they swallowed their saliva and swallowed back what they were about to say. Son Gohan picked up the sword Kai again, veins bulged on his hands, and then he twisted it hard. There was a clang sound, and King God and Jeppetu almost jumped up when they heard the sound. Broken, really broken. Are you crazy? How could the most powerful sword in the universe break just like that? How is this possible? Isn't this the most powerful sword in the Holy Land? Oh my God, King Kai and Jeppetu stared in amazement at the long sword in Son Gohan's hand that was broken into two sections, their mouths opened so wide that a whole egg could fit in them. Oh wow, perfect, Son Gohan said happily and threw the two broken swords to the ground. Lord Kaishin, the quality of this Kaishin sword is really not that good, and you still brag that it is the strongest sword in the universe. No, I didn't. King Kai stuttered as his words came to his mind with only the image of the broken sword. Is it the sword that is broken? No, it is the faith that is broken. At this moment, Son Gohan had already caught a glimpse of old Kai appearing behind Kai and Jeppetu. Son Gohan couldn't help but twist his mouth. Here it comes, the legendary opportunity and plugin have finally arrived as promised. Old Kai said slowly, it's not like that, Tilda. The voice was light, like a ghost whispering. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind them. King Kai and Jeppetu felt a chill behind them. They screamed in fear and froze in place. Kaioshin and Jeppetal turned around and saw the old Kaioshin who looked like a skeleton. Staring at the old King Kai's uniform, King Kai and Jeppeter were somewhat confused. King Kai asked anxiously, Old man, who are you? The old Kai clapped his hands, stretched his body, and then panted, As for me, I am the Kai from 15 generations ago. The Kaioshin from 10 or 15 generations ago. The Kaioshin and Jeppetu were stunned. The 15th generation of Kaioshin existed 2 million years ago if we trace back in time. How long of a history is this? They are totally unaware of these things. And where did this person who claims to be the old Kai from 15 generations ago come from? It's still a mystery now. Old Kai continued. A long, long time ago, there was a very evil and powerful guy. He was afraid of my ability and sealed me inside the Kaioshin sword. King Kai asked, Old ancestor, is it Majin Buu? Old Kai recalled the past and continued, it wasn't Majin Buu, that was an evil guy who was countless times more terrifying than Majin Buu. There's actually a villain more terrifying than Majin Buu? Well, what happened later, ancestor? Said King Kai in surprise. Old Kai coughed and said, then he sealed me in the sword. I don't know what happened after that. After listening to the conversation between the two Kaioshin, Jepital became excited. So the ancestor is a very powerful Kaioshin, and the bad guys are afraid of you, so they sealed you up. Doesn't that mean that the ancestor is much more powerful than Majin Buu? Old Kai put his hands behind his back and said in a boastful manner, he's not afraid of my power, but my ability. I have a very scary ability. What is it? What kind of terrifying power? Kingshin and Jepitor's eyes sparkled. Their ancestor was so powerful that they also felt proud of it. The old Kai snorted coldly, looked at them with some displeasure and said, HMPH, I won't tell you. You guys really disappoint me. You kept me sealed in the sword for more than 70 million years and still couldn't save me. In the end, it was a human who released me. This is outrageous. King God and Jepital stood like good children and lowered their heads in shame. Our ancestors were right. They were too useless and could not save us. The old Kai tilted his head, looked at Son Gohan, who was having fun, waved his hand and said, you were the one who let me out, right? Come here. Son Gohan walked over with a smile and said, it's me. I accidentally broke the sword. Were you careless? King Kai and Jepital glanced at him, then hurriedly lowered their heads when they saw the old King Kai looking over. Old Kai looked at Son Gohan and exclaimed, that's amazing. I never thought that after tens of millions of years, humans would become so powerful. Not bad, really not bad. Son Gohan asked knowingly, old man, what is this terrifying ability you just mentioned? Old Kai said, if those two unfilial descendants asked me, I wouldn't tell them, but since you are my savior, it's okay for me to tell you. My terrifying ability is that no matter how powerful a person is, I can bring out his potential, allowing him to surpass his limits and become the most powerful warrior in the universe. Son Gohan said, wow. Can that help me unleash my potential? Sounds like it's very powerful, but I don't know if it's true. Old Kai looked Son Gohan up and down, then said, how could that be false? You actually doubt my ability? Well, since you saved me, I will help you out of reluctance. Okay, just stand here and don't move. You two get out of here right now. He looked at Kingshin and Jepitor and scolded. Yes, my ancestor. King God and Jepitu walked aside dejectedly and started talking to each other. And old Kai began to perform strange and bizarre rituals around Son Gohan. The awakening ceremony is a carnival for old Kai alone, a full 5 hours. Son Gohan felt numb watching old Kai jumping around him. He was a little worried that old Kai would fall apart after dancing for 5 hours. This doesn't look like an easy job. Old Kai's body gets out of breath after just one move. So it is indeed a huge challenge for him to jump for 5 hours straight. Kaioshin and Jepital, who had been watching for 5 hours, were completely stunned, but they felt it would be rude to just run away. After all, this is our ancestor from 15 generations ago. Afterwards, Kaioshin finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked, Grandfather, how long will the ceremony take? The old Kai King God circled Son Gohan to beat a deadly beat and responded unhappily, shut up, this is an important ceremony, don't interrupt. The whole process takes 5 hours and it takes 20 hours to increase the power. Grandpa, if it's 5 hours, I think it's exceeded, King of the Gods said with some trepidation. The old Kai paused, is it 5 hours already? We're here, ancestor. King God wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. Jebit on the side also echoed, yes, old man, it has been more than 5 hours. Old Kai scratched his head and laughed, ha ha ha, it turns out that time has already passed. I'm old and can't remember the time anymore. Son Gohan, if old Kai wasn't old, he would be quite young. Young man, sit down. Grandpa, my name is Son Gohan, you can just call me Gohan. Son Gohan said a little dry-mouthed. He shook his numb legs and sat down on the spot. He hadn't spoken for 5 hours and his mouth was very dry because he was afraid of disturbing the awakening ceremony. Torment even felt like peeing. Just sit still and don't talk. Old Kai said as he also sat down cross-legged opposite him and muttered some completely incomprehensible spell. At this time, Son Gohan particularly missed the way the great elder of Namek stimulated his potential. That's really easy, just press your hands on your head. Compared to now, it is the difference between simple difficulty and hell difficulty. King Kai and Jepitu didn't dare to speak either. They stood by like two javelins, unable to sit or walk. They were even more tormented than Son Gohan. And so, I don't know how many hours passed. Son Gohan felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep with his eyes closed. Old Kai's magical spell seemed to have turned into a wonderful lullaby, making him sleep especially soundly. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water drops falling into a lake rang in my mind. Ripples began to spread in my heart. Son Gohan opened his eyes and woke up from his deep sleep. He felt his body was more comfortable than ever before, and his mood was more relaxed and peaceful than ever before. He looked at the old Kai, who was still sleeping soundly in front of him, smiled and stood up. He turned his head and saw Kaioshin and Jepital, who were also looking at him. Son Gohan walked towards the two of them. Seeing Son Gohan approaching, King Kai asked in a low voice, "Mr. Gohan, how do you feel? Is there any difference?" Difference? Son Gohan clenched his fist. In fact, Son Gohan didn't feel any difference, but now he felt relaxed all over, as if his soul had been cleansed and his whole being was sublimated. Son Gohan said, "I can't really say what the difference is. If I have to say, my mentality is more peaceful and natural and I feel free." "Ha, I don't quite understand either. Let's wait until the ancestor wakes up and then ask him." King God said with a smile. Jupiter looked at Son Gohan without saying anything. He always felt that Son Gohan was particularly mysterious and ethereal now. It's becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Son Gohan is clearly right in front of me, yet he seems very far away. "Mr. Gohan, this is for you," King Kai said, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the sword of King Kai, and he handed it to Son Gohan. "Lord Kaioshin, have you repaired it?" Son Gohan asked in surprise after taking the sword. "Hey, why is it so light?" After holding the Kaioshin sword, it no longer felt as heavy as before. King Kai smiled and said, "While you were unleashing your potential, I had nothing to do, so I reforged the King Kai sword. I didn't expect that after the ancestor was unsealed, the entire sword became much lighter. After being reforged, the sword has been restored to its original state and is even sharper than before. Our previous bet still stands, so this sword will now be returned to Mr. Gohan." "Haha, then thank you, Lord Kaioshin." Son Gohan was not polite and put away the sword Kai. Perhaps because of their conversation, old Kai woke up slowly. He looked around blankly, then wondered, "What? I actually fell asleep. I didn't expect that after sleeping in the sword for tens of millions of years, I would still feel sleepy. My body is too weak." Kaioshin immediately said, "You were too tired just now, ancestor." Son Gohan walked up to old Kai, bowed, and said sincerely, "Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa." Gohan will always remember this kindness in his heart. Old Kai stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said, "You are only good at saying useless nice things. I am already very old and I don't have many days left to live. Alas, I have shortened my lifespan by helping you unleash your potential." As he spoke, his face was gloomy and a depressing atmosphere filled the air. Son Gohan knew that this veteran actor was just acting, but King Kai and Jeppetu believed it and became worried. The two of them kept asking the ancestor to take care of his health and not to work too hard in the future. Son Gohan grinned and whispered in old Kai's ear, "Grandpa, I was planning to give you some beauty magazines, but since your body can no longer bear the burden, it seems that I can't give you these magazines." "What? There is such a thing?" Old Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately became excited. But when he thought of his identity, his face turned stern again. I don't care about your beauty magazines. If I want to see, I can always use my magical powers to see the beauties in the world." Son Gohan spread his hands, looking very regretful. "Forget it then, I was going to give you some more discs." "This." Old Kai frowned and said in a dilemma, "Since you insist on giving it to me, I can accept it with reluctance." "Okay, give it to me," he said as he held out his hand to Son Gohan for it. "Next time." "Grandpa, to show my sincerity, I will collect the best things to give to you. The ordinary ones are definitely not presentable and are totally unsuitable for your status," Son Gohan said confidently with his hands on his hips. "You young man, hey, okay, remember to bring it next time. Respect the old and love the young, do you understand?" "I understand." "I remember." King Kai and Jupiter had absolutely no idea what high-sounding topic the old man and the young were talking about. "I only know that the ancestor is now in high spirits and very happy. I have to say that Mr. Gohan is really capable. He can even coax old people. It's so awesome that it can fly." "Grandpa, how do I channel that powerful force now?" Son Gohan asked. Old Kai looked at him and said, "Idiot, why do you even need to ask that? How do you normally transform into a Super Saiyan? Just use that trick to get some luck." "Son Gohan, if I follow that principle, wouldn't I become a Super Saiyan directly? Can this thing still be covered?" Son Gohan didn't think as I did as to why old Kai knew that he could become a Super Saiyan. I guess old Kai knew about it when he was drawing his sword. Although old Kai was sealed in the sword, he could still feel what was happening around him. "This is not surprising. The key to transforming into a Super Saiyan," Son Gohan muttered, clenching his fists, luck, anger, boom. A powerful gust of air immediately gushed out, sweeping in all directions. Wow. Old Kai was the first one to be blown away by the blast. Next came Jeppetal and Kingshin. The three of them rolled in the air and fell backwards into the grass dozens of meters away with their butts facing away, leaving behind bursts of screams. As Son Gohan exploded with anger, strong winds blew back in the sky, and for the first time in tens of millions of years, a giant tornado appeared in King Kai's realm. All of a sudden, white fog rose up and thick smoke filled the air, soon covering an area of several kilometers in radius. Son Gohan's aura spreads to all the major galaxies with King Kai's realm as its center. "Idiot, you suddenly transformed when you're so close." The old Kai was helped up by the Kai and couldn't help but curse. "Wow, what a powerful aura, this is too terrifying." Feeling the aura of Son Gohan, God Kai said in shock, Jebet also said, "It is indeed a very powerful aura, but it is completely different from the violent aura of the Super Saiyan. This aura is full of justice and is more like the aura of a god." Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. I didn't expect this kid's potential is so terrifying. He actually has such powerful energy hidden in his body, although not as strong as that guy, it's also terrifying. Old Kai said while rubbing his butt. Listening to the old King Kai's words, King Kai and Jepetu were both shocked and thought of the villain who sealed their ancestor. "Is it the terrifying senior who sealed you in the sword?" Old Kai patted his butt and said, "Nonsense." King Kai and Jepetu were confused. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Son Gohan's figure. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be filled with rays of light, yet he looked so simple and unpretentious. If the transformation of Super Saiyan is ostentatious and domineering, now this transformation is restrained, low-key, and has a taste of returning to nature. At this moment, Son Gohan looked a little more robust than usual, with his facial features becoming more tough, and he looked more mature and stable. Other than that, there is not much difference from normal. Son Gohan waved his fists, stretched his muscles, and concentrated carefully to feel the changes in his body. At this time, his state of mind was also different from when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. When transforming into a Super Saiyan, whether it is Super Saiyan 1 or Super Saiyan 2, the blood in the body is surging, the breath is violent, the emotions are excited, domineering, warlike, and cold. But it's completely different now. At this moment, he just felt peaceful and natural, free and casual. He was addicted to the feeling of being light and able to go wherever he wanted. Free to fight, free to live, free to practice. Everything is free and unrestrained. This is the so-called mysterious Gohan, Son Gohan muttered. Speaking of the name of this realm, Son Gohan felt strange. After all, this state was named by netizens, and now he has really become Gohan. Of course, calling it Mysterious Realm might be more appropriate. Ha-tilde Son Gohan shouted loudly, gathering his strength. Suddenly, silver-white flames gushed out from his body. In this way, Son Gohan had a deeper understanding of his own power. He also secretly made a comparison in his mind. This state is much stronger than Super Saiyan 2. And this state is the same as Super Saiyan 2. It is a balanced development in all aspects, not leaning towards any attribute. It can be said to be a hexagonal warrior. This state consumes even less energy than Super Saiyan 2. If you don't attack, it doesn't even consume energy. It's almost the same as normal. This is awesome. In terms of strength, it's not much different from the golden giant ape. Hiss, it's improved by about 450 times compared to the normal level, and it's an all-round improvement. Is this my potential? Although the golden giant ape's transformation can reach 500 times, its speed is only about 300 times as high, and it consumes a lot of energy. Super Saiyan 3 can only be raised to 400 times, and its endurance is extremely poor, which is a big flaw. So, if the Super Saiyan 3 transformation can't improve the defect of air leakage, I can almost give up. The mysterious state has more advantages. It can be said that it is an all-round crushing victory. Son Gohan was in a very calm mood, his mind was cool and clear, and his analysis was very logical. At this time, old Kai and the other two came over. Son Gohan came back to his senses from his thoughts, looked at the three people who looked a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Ha ha ha, sorry, I really didn't mean it. HMPH, little guy, you don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Sooner or later, my old bones will be broken by you." Ouch, it hurts so much. Old Kai said angrily. Son Gohan suppressed the terrifying aura on his body, returned to normal, and said, "Excuse me, Grandpa, can I get more magazines?" "Well, that's pretty good." Old Kai nodded with satisfaction. King Kai looked Son Gohan up and down and said, "He didn't become a Super Saiyan, and I can't see any big changes. His aura is so strong, it's incredible." Old Kai choked and said, "Humph, what's the point of transforming into a Super Saiyan? That's a crooked way. I just channeled the power in Gohan's body. This power originally belonged to him, so I could control it perfectly. Super Saiyan is different. This transformation is a crooked one. It uses techniques to enhance strength, which is very harmful to the body." King Kai was choked and said awkwardly, Okay, I see. Ahem. Son Gohan coughed and then said, "Grandpa, if you have any special skills, please teach them to me and I will help you to develop them." "Don't even think about it, no. Well, I know you do, you just don't want to teach." No, Kaioshin, Jebet, is this an illusion? Why do I feel like my ancestors are a bit childish? Okay, no. Son Gohan stopped. He turned to King Kai and said, "Lord King Kai, I have heard you mention Majin Buu many times. What kind of existence is that? Can you tell me about it?" Son Gohan knew what the consultant said. He wanted to guide the King of the Kai and wanted the King of the Kai to move the sealed egg of Majin Buu to the King of the Kai realm. That thing always feels like a time bomb on Earth. Majin Buu, King God's eyes were deep as he recalled the painful past. That was a long time ago when humans on your planet had just started to learn how to walk upright. At that time, there was an evil wizard in the depths of the universe. His name was Bibidi. One day, the evil wizard Bibidi accidentally created a horrible life, which was later known as Majin Buu. Majin Buu has absolutely no emotions, only knows how to kill and destroy. He's a monster whose purpose of survival is to create terror. In the thousands of years that followed, tens of thousands of planets became dead planets. Son Gohan actually knew all of this, so he just treated it as a review of the story. Nothing much to say. Android 17 and 18 plus version. He also knew that Majin Buu was not a life created by Bibidi at all, but a terrifying creature that had survived since ancient times. It's just that Bibidi happens to have a way to control it. But King Kai thought it was a monster created by Bibidi. I only heard the Kaioshin continue. At that time, besides me, there were West Kaioshin, North Kaioshin, South Kaioshin, and the Great Kaioshin who led us. I was the youngest at that time and followed them in everything they did. All four of them possess amazing strength, especially the Great Kai, who can kill a master like Frieza with just one finger. But later, Majin Buu invaded the Kaioshin realm, and all four of them were killed by Majin Buu. Only I, the youngest, managed to escape because I didn't dare to take action. There was a look of pain on Kaioshin's face, as if he hated his own cowardice and incompetence at that time. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, then continued. Majin Buu is so terrifying that even Bibidi, who created Majin Buu, was afraid of it, so he temporarily sealed it when Majin Buu had to rest, making it unable to move. Several years passed like this, and the ambitious Bibidi wanted to invade the Earth, so he took the sealed Majin Buu to Earth. When Bibidi was removing the seal from Majin Buu, I took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and killed this evil magician. At the time, I was worried that excessive stimulation would cause Majin Buu to wake up, so I didn't dare to destroy it. I thought that only the magician Bibidi could remove the seal of Majin Buu, so I hid it in a very secluded place on Earth. Millions of years have passed since then. The story was finally over, and Son Gohan felt that God Kai was about to collapse. A feeling of tiredness spread throughout his body. It seems that Majin Buu has indeed become the nightmare of King Kai. He can't sleep at night just thinking about it. Son Gohan gathered his thoughts and said, Lord Kaioshin, have you ever considered finding a new hiding place for Majin Buu? After all, the Earth today is no longer the Earth of millions of years ago. The human population on Earth today is much larger than before, and people are no longer as slow as before. It's no longer safe for you to hide Majin Buu there. King Kai looked at him and said, Mr. Gohan's worry is not unreasonable. But where should we put it? I'm really worried that once it is stimulated, it will be unsealed and wake up. Son Gohan smiled and said, You don't have to be so scared. I can deal with Majin Buu even if he is unsealed now. I'm just worried that it will be stolen by someone with ulterior motives at any time if it is left on Earth and no one is guarding it. If that is the case, then Lord Kaioshin will have an unshirkable responsibility. I can't stay on Earth and watch it all the time, right? King Kai frowned, thought for a while and said, Well, Mr. Gohan, do you have any ideas? Son Gohan smiled and said, That's true. I want to transfer Majin Buu to the King of God's realm. What do you think? What? Kaioshin and Jupiter's faces turned pale. Absolutely not. Son Gohan stretched out his hand to interrupt them and said, Listen to me first. It is indeed unsafe for Majin Buu's sealed egg to remain on Earth. Putting aside various unstable factors, Lord Kaioshin, have you ever thought about whether Bibidi has descendants? If his descendants secretly go to Earth and steal Majin Buu away, then Lord Kaioshin will be in big trouble. Do you think I'm right? Here's what I think. Isn't there a sealing magic circle here in the Holy Land? Yes, it's the place where old Kai was sealed before. If we put Majin Buu there, you can check it at any time so that we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Kaioshin, Jebet, what Son Gohan said was correct, but if anyone buries a landmine under the Kang, he will not sleep well at night, right? What's more, you are burying Majin Buu. King God immediately became conflicted. The main reason is that Majin Buu once invaded the King of God's realm and killed 4 King of Gods here, leaving King of God's Sin with a very painful memory. While King God was still hesitating, old Kai, who had been silent, spoke up. Okay, just do as Gohan says. Now that old King Kai has spoken, King Kai and Jepital dare not have any other opinions. I had no choice but to agree. Yes, ancestor, King God said weakly. Seeing this, Son Gohan patted his chest and assured, Don't worry too much, Lord Kaioshin. I promise here that if Majin Buu does anything unusual in the future, you can contact me at any time and I will rush back to deal with it as soon as possible. Well, that's good. King God breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's set off now without further delay, Son Gohan said. Okay, Jebitu, thank you for taking us on this trip again. King Kai looked at Jebitu and said, Jebit said, Lord Kaioshin, you are too kind. This is my duty, he said, placing his hands on Son Gohan and Kingshin's shoulders. Whoosh, Son Gohan only felt his eyes blur. Everything was renewed. The heaven and earth changed. The 3 have arrived on Earth. That's really awesome. Son Gohan's eyes were burning, and he wanted to learn Jepital's instant movement as soon as possible. This is an ice field with biting cold wind. The sky and the earth are connected, forming an endless expanse of white. Is this the ice field deep in Yunzabite Plateau? Son Gohan looked around for a moment and recognized the place. That's right, King God nodded. Where's Majin Buu's sealing ball? Son Gohan asked puzzledly. King of the Gods pointed to the place under his feet and said, It's right under your feet. Son Gohan squatted down, scraped off the ice chips on the ground, squinted his eyes, and looked down. Sure enough, under the more than 10-meter thick ice, he saw a lump of something like a walnut. I guess that must be Majin Buu's sealing ball. Son Gohan laughed and said, This kid is quite pitiful. He has been lying here for so many years, enduring the cold and hunger. This place used to be a desert. After several crustal movements, it became what it is now, Kaioshin explained. Okay, please move aside for a moment. I'll take it out right away. Son Gohan said, and a blue energy ball condensed in his hand and slapped it onto the ice surface. Ah no, King God and Geppetto were shocked, but it was too late to stop it. They never dared to think of taking the sealing ball in such a violent way. Boom, the ice surface exploded, ice cubes flew everywhere, and the whizzing sound made King God and Geppetto jump with fear. At the same time, the huge walnut flew into the air, then slammed heavily onto the ice surface, rolled a few times, and rolled to the feet of King God and Geppetto. High tilde the Kaioshin froze. Damn, it's too cold today. Jebbet also shuddered. What is this all about? They were all afraid that any big movements would wake up Majin Buu. But Son Gohan is different. An energy bomb was thrown directly down and knocked the sealing ball up. Their bodies were stiff and they were almost in tears. To be honest, I'm a little scared. Geppetto trembled and said, Go, Mr. Gohan, could you please be a little more gentle? King Kai also agreed. Yes, it will be troublesome if Majin Buu wakes up. Hey, don't worry. Son Gohan walked over, picked up Majin Buu's sealing ball in his hand, and tossed it up and down like he was playing with a ball. Geppetto and Kingshin's eyes remained on Majin Buu's sealing ball, never leaving for even a second, and they looked like they were nodding madly. Son Gohan continued, Majin Buu has been sealed in there for millions of years. If the seal could be easily broken, he would have come out long ago. First, he hasn't broken the seal spell, and second, he doesn't have enough energy, so he can't come out. Really? King Kai and Geppetto asked nervously. Of course, don't worry. Let's go, we should go back. Son Gohan urged. The Majin Buu sealing ball fell from the sky and was held steadily in his hand. Oh, okay. Jebi nodded and put his hands on the shoulders of Son Gohan and King Kai again. The three of them whooshed back to King Kai's realm again. Son Gohan put the sealing ball on the ground. Old Kai came over, walked around it, and said, Tusk, 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 it really is something full of evil energy. Let's take it and put it away. Yes, ancestor, King God responded. Immediately afterwards, Geppetto carried old Kai on his back. Son Gohan held the sealing ball in his hand, and Kai flew alone, and they returned to the place where the Kaioshin sword was sealed. Son Gohan placed the huge sealing ball on the top of the mountain, and the top of the mountain was almost full. Son Gohan clapped his hands and smiled. Okay, now we finally got it done. King God circled the sealing ball once more and made sure that there was no damage to the sealing ball, and he finally felt relieved. Then several people returned to the ground. Son Gohan said, After all, the Kaioshin realm is a holy place in the divine world. It is impossible for mortals to reach here easily. From now on, Lord Kaioshin and Geppetto should remember to conduct regular inspections to ensure safety. Kaioshin responded, We will definitely conduct spot checks on time, otherwise we won't feel at ease. Yeah. Son Gohan nodded, then looked at old Kai and said, Grandpa, how can we contact each other in the future? I can't teleport either, it's too inconvenient. I can't send you the good stuff I collected. Can you teach me the move of Geppetto? Son Gohan asked with some reluctance. Old Kai waved his hand and said, It's no use, that can't be taught. Son Gohan sighed. Well, you take this thing. Old Kai thought for a while, took out a glass bead as big as a fist from somewhere and handed it to Son Gohan. What is this? Son Gohan took the glass bead and looked at it carefully. The old Kai explained, This thing is called a communication bead. When you find something good in the future, just talk to it and we will be able to hear you. Then I will ask Jebbet to pick you up. Okay, this thing is good. Son Gohan grinned and put the communication bead into the universal storage capsule with satisfaction. Thank you, Grandpa, Son Gohan said with a smile. Well, let's go. Old Kai turned his back and waved his hand. Son Gohan turned to Geppetto and said, Geppetto, I'll have to trouble you to take me back to Earth. Okay, it's just a piece of cake, Jebber said with a wooden face, and he seemed very serious. Lord Kaioshin, goodbye and thank you for your sword. Son Gohan smiled at King Kai. King Kai also waved at him and said with a smile, Haha, Mr. Gohan, you're welcome. Come and play often in the future. Yeah, sure, Son Gohan responded with a smile. Come on, Jabbet. Well, okay, Jebbet responded, put his hand on his shoulder again, and then disappeared in an instant. The next second, the two appeared in front of the door of the Universal Capsule Company. Mr. Gohan, we've arrived, goodbye. Seeing that they had arrived at their destination, Geppetto immediately said goodbye. Hi, Son Gohan grabbed him. Eat something before you leave. I promise it's something you've never eaten before, and it's definitely delicious. Is this okay? Jebbet's Adam's apple slid and he swallowed. The food on Earth is indeed delicious. What's wrong with this? We are friends, you know. There's no need to be polite between friends. Let's go. Unable to refuse the generous offer, Jebbet reluctantly ate 15 ice creams, 10 lobster balls, 8 iceberg Edelweiss chicken legs, and a cup of bomb milk tea. Jeppeter, how does it taste? Asked Son Gohan. Mr. Gohan, it's delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious on planet Kaioshin. Jeppet said honestly, of course, these things are only available on our Earth. They are not available anywhere else. Just come here often in the future. The portions are large and you will be full. Son Gohan said with a smile, how can I feel so embarrassed? Jebbet looked innocent. Son Gohan waved his hand and said, it's nothing. It doesn't cost much. The main thing is to have a good meal. We don't need to care about this among friends. Well, thank you, Mr. Gohan, Jeppet said with a smile. I'm so full I should go back now. Wait a moment. Son Gohan waved to the waiter. The waiter immediately brought over 2 bags full of food. Son Gohan took the bag from the waiter and forced it into Jeppet's hand. You've eaten, but the Kaioshin and old Kaioshin haven't eaten yet. Take these back. Thank you, Mr. Gohan. Jeppet felt his eyes moist. Oh, Mr. Gohan is such a good man. He actually still thought about the 2 Lord Kaioshins who were far away in the Kaioshin realm. In comparison, he seemed like a newborn who was only concerned with eating. How shameful. A warm feeling flowed through Jebbet's heart. This time he was truly touched. By the way, Jeppet, I want to go to Yadrat tomorrow, Son Gohan said. Jeppet stood up straight instantly and said, then I will pick up Mr. Gohan on time tomorrow. Do you want to go in the morning or in the afternoon? Hey, you don't have to be so serious. Come in the morning, please, Son Gohan said with a smile. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning. Jebbet nodded heavily and teleported away. Son Gohan returned to the Universal Capsule Company with a bag of food and found Bulma studying the large piece of Thunderbolt steel. Trunks sensed Son Gohan's aura also running out of the gravity room. As soon as they met, Trunks started chattering about what happened the day before yesterday. After listening to his story, Son Gohan was a little surprised and asked, you said you saved a girl named Xiao Wu, right? Yeah, what's wrong? She also invited me and Sister Videl to dinner, Trunks said. Nothing, congratulations. Son Gohan patted Trunks' shoulder and continued, you stink, go take a shower quickly and then come out with me. Do you want to go out and play? Trunks' eyes lit up and he immediately ignored the first half of Son Gohan's sentence. Nonsense, do you want to go? If you want to go, do it quickly, otherwise I'll go by myself. Son Gohan said, go, I'll go. Brother Gohan, wait for me, I'll be quick. Trunks left like the wind. Bulma tilted her head and asked, Gohan, where are you going? I promised old Kai that I would buy him some local specialties. Son Gohan said with a smile. Oh, Bulma nodded. It's an old man. Is he going to buy health supplements or something? Yes, it's a health supplement. Son Gohan nodded. Health products. That's right, it's a sword-protecting product. This is the love of old Kai's life. For this reason, when he was young, old Kai traveled a lot and visited all major galaxies. He is knowledgeable and has extraordinary experience. Trunks quickly washed off the stinky sweat on his body, put on some dry clothes, and hurried out with Son Gohan. After a while, Son Gohan returned with a full load, and Trunks next to him was filled with curiosity. Because Gohan always went to some strange-looking stores, and then made him stand at the door to keep watch and didn't let him go in with them, and he went there to buy something mysteriously. While eating, Trunks couldn't help but ask, Gohan, what did you buy? Son Gohan put a finger on his lips and whispered, SHH, the secret cannot be leaked, otherwise old Kai will be angry. Old Kai. Is this something for old Kai? Of course, don't ask anymore and don't even think about going to see it secretly. Old Kai doesn't like others to know his secrets. Oh, okay, Trunks nodded seriously. This resulted in him always walking around those stores whenever he passed by them and never stopping. Trunks has always been a man who keeps his promises. However, when he recalled the things in the storage capsule, Son Gohan was shocked and dumbfounded. Perhaps it was to take revenge on the androids. Earthlings used advanced AI technology to shoot a series of photo albums for No. 18, including magazines and video albums. They even set up a special section in the store for sale, which is amazing. Column, photo album column, HD video. After feasting his eyes on it, Son Gohan put it in his pocket. Hard work pays off, and I have finally lived up to old Kai's expectations. After a short rest, Son Gohan and Trunks come to the Temple of Heaven. He wants to talk to Dandy about upgrading the Earth Dragon. The current version of the dragon is too low level. It needs to be upgraded severely. At least it can resurrect people who have been dead for more than a year but whose body and soul are still there, right? There's nothing you can do about it if you've been reincarnated, but can't those who haven't been reincarnated deal with it? It must be arranged. It's time to launch the new version of the ship. After listening to Son Gohan's request, Dendi frowned in embarrassment. Gohan, it's not that I don't want to upgrade Shenlong, it's just that the power in my body is totally insufficient. Whether it's mental power, soul power, or dragon power, each one is far behind. I can't reach that level yet. Son Gohan thought for a moment, then asked, is there any way to increase your power? Dandy said, of course, relevant training is required, and it would be best if there is a superior training environment and guidance from seniors. Then can you go to the Spirit Time Chamber? Asked Son Gohan. This is different. The gravity in the spirit time chamber is as high as 10 times, and it is mainly for physical training, so it is difficult for me to bear it. Plus, there is no one to guide me in my practice, so it will be difficult to improve my mental strength, soul strength, and dragon power. Then where are we going? Son Gohan frowned and thought hard. The problem that Dendi asked sounded very difficult. At this time, Trunks on the side suddenly said, "Brother Gohan, have you forgotten someone? He may be able to help Brother Dendi." "Who is it?" Son Gohan asked puzzledly. "Lord Kaioshin, didn't you say that his priesthood is higher than that of Den'Nai? Doesn't that mean he knows more? There should be no problem in guiding Den'Nai in his training." Trunks said, "Oh right, why did I suddenly forget about this? Lord Kaioshin may not be very reliable, but old Kaioshin is indeed something." Son Gohan's eyes lit up. He is in a state of confusion, seeing things in the fog and losing his way. However, as a bystander, Trunks suddenly thought of King God. "Haha, Trunks, you deserve the credit this time." Son Gohan laughed and patted Trunks on the shoulder. "Who, Lord Kaioshin?" Listening to their conversation, Dendi was shocked, thinking he had heard it wrong. "Yes, Lord Kaioshin, can he help you?" asked Son Gohan. Perhaps the previous Dendi didn't know who Kingshin was. However, after he inherited the position of God, he also understood the system of God. Lord Kaioshin is the greatest god in the universe, and existence countless levels higher than him. He is an extremely powerful god. Danny wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "If it's Lord Kaioshin, maybe he can help me practice." He, Son Gohan laughed. "That'll be easy." As he spoke, he took out a storage capsule and took out the communication bead from it. "Contact Old Kai immediately." After a series of shouts, Old Kai's portrait appeared on the communication bead. The Old Kai on the communication bead looked very energetic, and his squinty eyes were opened as wide as possible. He asked with some anticipation, "Gohan, what's wrong? Is there a result?" No one in the audience dared to speak. There must be some important agreement between Son Gohan and Old Kai, but it is not something they can guess. Son Gohan nodded and said, "Of course, I have always kept your matter in my heart. This time I came back, I didn't even have time to eat before I went to prepare something for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied, hee. By the way, have you eaten the food that Jabbit brought back?" Old Kai smiled and his eyes looked even smaller. "I ate it. It tasted good. I didn't expect the food on Earth to be so delicious." "Oh, of course, Grandpa, you have to take good care of the Earth in the future, otherwise the loss will be too great." I'm not just talking about food." "Okay, no problem." Old Kai patted his chest. "That thing." Son Gohan immediately smiled and said, "I'll have Jepital hand that thing over to you personally tomorrow. I guarantee it will be safe." "Well, that's good, that's good." Old Kai said with satisfaction. "Grandpa, I have a favor to ask of you." Son Gohan said, "Go ahead." Old Kai was in a good mood. "It's like this, I want the God of Earth to go to the Holy Land to study. When you are free, you can give him some guidance. Do you think this is okay?" Son Gohan patted Dendi's shoulder. Dandy, call for help." Dandy stretched his head forward with an extremely pious look on his face. "Hello, Lord Kaioshin, I am Den, the God of the Earth." The old Kai was silent over there while Dendi was swallowing his saliva frantically, feeling very nervous. After a while, the silent old Kai finally said, "Well, sure, but I have to make it clear first, I won't teach him too much. I'm very busy. Isn't this a good idea?" Son Gohan smiled and said, "No problem, you don't have to teach him anything else. Just give him some pointers on his training when you have time." "Okay, I'll let Jeppet go and get him now, and you can give that thing to Jeppet as well." Old Kai is indeed a man of temperament, and he does things in a swift and decisive manner. With such efficiency, if there were a related competition in the universe, Son Gohan decided to vote for him. "Okay, then you let Jepital come over." Son Gohan said, "Okay, Jabbit, go now." As soon as he finished speaking, Jebbit appeared above the Temple of Heaven. Son Gohan solemnly handed him the storage capsule, taught him how to use it, and repeatedly told him to make sure to hand it over to Old Kai personally. In this way, Jebbit took Dendi to the Kaioshin realm and began his journey of further study, with the guidance of Old Kai. Dendi's progress shouldn't be too slow. If the relationship is strong enough and you give him some potential to develop, he will take off right away. Son Gohan suddenly felt a little excited. Next, Son Gohan has to plan for the future of himself and Trunks. The goal is clear. They are going to the planet Yadrat, learn teleportation and many other wonderful methods. But this time, it won't be a matter of 1 or 2 days. Son Gohan remembered it clearly. It took Sun Wukong more than half a year just to learn how to teleport, and including the time spent on the road, it added up to a whole year. He and Trunks would be gone for such a long time, and he was worried about the safety of the Earth. Fortunately, most of the obstacles have been cleared in advance. Cell has been killed, and Majin Buu has moved to the King of God's realm. He dealt with these 2 important BOS says in advance. As for Zamasu, who was unknown whether he existed or not, it was impossible for him to jump out and cause trouble so early, so Son Gohan was still relieved. But to be on the safe side, the steady Son Gohan asked King Kai and King Kai to help him keep an eye on the Earth. If there is any foolish person who comes to cause trouble, Son Gohan will say, "I have Jepital in my hand, where in the vast galaxy can I not go?" He will beat you until you doubt your life. Trunks knew that Son Gohan was going to take him to another planet for training, and his face was filled with excitement. Bulma, on the other hand, was a little reluctant to leave the brothers Trunks and Son Gohan, so she gave them instructions one after another and talked to them for a long time. Gohan, since you're going to be gone for such a long time, why don't you go say goodbye to Videl? She asks me about you every day. That girl must have fallen in love with you. Bulma said. Son Gohan thought for a moment and said, forget it, I'll talk to you when I get back. Aren't you afraid that other people will be sad? Bulma looked helpless. Haha, not really. I haven't met her many times. She's just curious about me now. It's ridiculous to talk about love. It's okay. Trunks, do you want to meet Xiao Wu? Son Gohan said jokingly to Trunks. Trunks' face turned red. No. I won't go. Gohan, you should marry Videl first. Haha, you're still shy. Son Gohan pointed at him and laughed. That night, Trunks, perhaps because he was too excited, counted the Dragon Balls and couldn't sleep. But even so, Trunks got up early looking energetic. After the brothers hurriedly washed up, Bulma had already asked the robot to prepare a delicious breakfast. At this time, Jebbit happened to come to the Universal Capsule Company. At Son Gohan's cordial invitation, Jeppetl had breakfast with him somewhat embarrassedly, but his appetite was comparable to that of a Saiyan. Then, with Bulma's reluctant look, Jeppetl teleported away from the Earth with Son Gohan and Trunks. Looking at the suddenly empty house, Bulma sat on the sofa for a full hour before she listlessly went to test the time machine. Northern Milky Way, a Drat star, 3 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was Son Gohan and the other 3. Thank you for your help, Jeppetl. Son Gohan said. Trunks followed suit. Thank you, Mr. Jebbit. Jeppetl still had a blank expression on his face and said, You're welcome, Mr. Gohan. If you have anything else, please contact the ancestor. I can come and pick you up at any time. Yeah, okay. Son Gohan nodded. Goodbye then, Mr. Gohan, Mr. Trunks. Jeppetl said, waving to the 2 of them. Goodbye, goodbye. Trunks, who was called Sir for the first time, felt more favorable towards Jebbit and waved back. With a whoosh, Jebbit disappeared in an instant. Son Gohan and Trunks looked around carefully. Looking up, what catches your eye is endless skyscrapers. These skyscrapers are exquisitely and uniquely shaped, full of technology, and are not inferior to any city on Earth and may even surpass them. In comparison, Namek is like a planet inhabited by primitive humans, extremely desolate. In addition to these tall buildings, there were densely packed Yadrat people standing around. All of these Yadrat people were staring at the 2 of them as if they had been staring at them for a while. At this time, the leading Yadrat suddenly moved. He walked towards the Gohan brothers, and as he moved, the densely packed Yadrat people surrounded them. Suddenly, the sound of da-da-da footsteps was heard continuously. It is estimated that there are no less than 200 people. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Trunks became alert and whispered, Gohan, what are they going to do? Do they want to gang up on us? It's okay, just wait and see. They don't have any murderous intent. Son Gohan said, looking at these Yadrat people carefully. Son Gohan had seen the clothes these people were wearing once before. They were the same clothes that Son Goku wore when he brought them back from here more than 10 years ago. The styles were almost exactly the same. There are 2 types of Yadrat people who surrounded them. One of them has pink skin all over its body, eyes wide open like dead fish, and dense black spots on its head. It looks completely unattractive and looks very much like the alien E.T. The other type has a large green garlic head, very simple facial features, and skin that looks very much like slime. If he had to choose which one was better between the 2, Son Gohan thought the second one was more acceptable. She has a round face and simple facial features which are quite cute. The leader Yadrat was a big-headed guy, and he was also looking at Son Gohan and Trunks. Garlic Head stopped a few meters away from Son Gohan and Trunks and then said, Hello, guests from outer space. His voice is soft, just like his appearance. Hello, friends from Yadrat. We 2 brothers are from Earth. As you can see, we have no ill intentions. We came here to learn some skills from you. Son Gohan said with a smile, trying to sound gentle. Garlic Head was surprised when he heard what Son Gohan said. Huh, are you from Earth? Then do you know Sun Wukong? Wow, I actually ran into someone I know. Son Gohan was delighted. Then he started laughing and said, Hello, Son Goku is my father and my name is Son Gohan. Ah, I see. No wonder they look so similar. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Goku? The Garlic Head looked very happy, but because of its simple facial features, its expression also looked simple. Son Gohan sighed and said, Father has been dead for more than 10 years. Oh, Mr. Wukong passed away. Garlic Head was shocked. Well, just 1 year after we returned from Yadrat, my father died of a sudden viral heart attack. Son Gohan answered truthfully, That's such a pity. Please accept my condolences, Mr. Gohan, said Garlic Head. Through a conversation, Son Gohan finally understood why these Yadrat people were kind to Son Goku. That's because the Jinyu force once invaded the planet Yadrat. But halfway through, he was suddenly called back by Frieza. Son Goku defeated the Jinyu force, so the people of Yadrat were very grateful to Goku. The green Garlic Head is named Alam. He is very enthusiastic and told Son Gohan and Trunks a lot of history and interesting stories about the planet Yadrat. Looking at the densely packed heads nearby, Trunks asked curiously, Alam, is the population of your planet Yadrat large? What? No, sorry, actually I'm the only one here. Alam scratched his head and said awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the densely packed Yadrat people nearby disappeared. He was the only one left standing there with a silly look on his face. Ah, what's going on? Why did they all disappear suddenly? Trunks was shocked. Son Gohan also frowned and looked at Alam quietly. Alam said, we Yadrat people are very weak and have a small population. In order to increase our strength and avoid being looked down upon by others, we usually increase our numbers. Trunks was stunned. What did this mean? Son Gohan said, in other words, all the people we saw just now are your clones. I can actually sense the aura from each of them, and they look exactly like the real people. This is too outrageous. Haha, yes, I call it proliferation technique, said Alam. What an amazing ability. Trunks' eyes sparkled. He had never seen such an interesting move before. This move would be very effective if used in battle. It can completely achieve the purpose of making the fake look real, and even masters who are proficient in aura will find it difficult to distinguish them if they are careless. Son Gohan said, Alam, Trunks and I came here to learn these moves. Can you introduce us to your great elder? Haha, of course, come with me. Alam said with a smile, leading Son Gohan and Trunks up a staircase. Walked for a while. Alam brought the two brothers Son Gohan to a bright house. Come in, the great elder is inside. Alam opened the door. 3 people entered it. There weren't many Yadrats in the house. Alam pointed at a huge Yadrat and said, let me introduce you to this. This is our Yadrat's great elder, Lord Pabala. Sun Wukong's teleportation was taught by Elder Pabala. There were 2 guards standing next to the huge Elder Pabala, and it was unclear whether they were real people or Elder Pabala's clones. The blue-skinned Elder Pabala looked at Son Gohan and Trunks and said, yes, I taught Son Goku how to teleport. Welcome to planet Yadrat. Son Gohan looked at Elder Pabala and immediately thought of the former Great Elder of Namek. They are both great elders and are equally huge in size. However, the Great Elder of Namek was already in his twilight years. The Elder Pabala in front of him had tight skin and looked chubby like a blue slime, so it was impossible to tell his age. But I guess he is already quite old. Son Gohan smiled and responded, hello, Elder Pabala. My 2 brothers came all the way from Earth to learn the teleportation technique from you. Pabala looked at Son Gohan for a few seconds, then said, you are Son Goku's son, right? You look a bit similar. Son Gohan nodded. Yes, Son Goku is my father. Elder Pabala laughed and said, it's called a teleportation technique, but in fact it's just a way for Spirito to use it. As long as you learn to control Spirito, you will naturally be able to comprehend some magical abilities. What is Spirito? Trunks asked. Spirito in your Earth's terms, it's something called air. Angry. As Son Gohan listened to the words of Elder Pabala, a strong sense of familiarity came over him. Didn't he say the same thing when he taught Videl the aerial dance technique before? So in the final analysis, it is all about learning how to control Kai and then using it to produce all kinds of wonderful abilities. Yes, just angry, just like. Teleportation, Elder Pabala said, and with a whoosh, his body teleported to the other side. Proliferation technique. Figures flashed one after another, and a series of similar Pabala elders appeared in the room. Gigantization. Elder Pabala's body suddenly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, he went from a giant to a little over 1 meter tall. This is so cool, Trunks said excitedly. Son Gohan couldn't help but be secretly amazed. The methods of the Yadrat people were indeed extraordinary. Elder Pabala continued, these abilities are actually very simple. You only need to use Spirito to move, split, and expand them to achieve them. Any of us Yadrat can do this, so as long as you understand the structure of Spirito, you can learn the skills you want to learn. Well, that's what's called the breath structure, Elder Pabala added. Son Gohan had to admit that Yadrat's understanding and use of Kai had reached an incredible level. All along, the Saiyans or Earthlings only knew how to use their breath to fly and send out attack waves to attack their opponents. But few people can develop these amazing abilities. Utedu, who has studied martial arts all his life, once developed a magic sealing wave using his aura. That is also a magical move that can defeat the strong with the weak. But it's still too little. There is absolutely no method of using various auras like on the planet Yadrat. Son Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder, and together they bowed to Elder Pabara and said, please ask Elder Pabara to teach us how to practice. Well, okay, but as the saying goes, the master can only lead you to the door, but the practice is up to you. How much you can learn depends entirely on your comprehension, said Elder Pabala. Yes, Son Gohan and Trunks nodded heavily, then smiled at each other. In the following days, Son Gohan and Trunks began a long life of ascetic training. The Yadrat people arranged a house for the 2 brothers to live in. Then every morning they would go to Elder Pabala to ask for some knowledge about the structure of breath. If they have any questions, they can ask them in time, and Elder Pabala will answer them in detail. Just like that, a month passed quietly. Son Gohan and Trunks began to learn about the structure of Kai. 2nd month, study in depth and consolidate. 3rd month. Finally, in the 3rd month, Son Gohan successfully performed instant teleportation, but he was still very unfamiliar with it. In the 4th month, Trunks finally got the hang of it and performed teleportation for the first time. In the 5th month, Son Gohan had become proficient in instant movement, and he began to learn another ability of breath, separation, forced breath separation technique. This is an ability that can forcibly separate out the energy that has been combined or absorbed. This ability can have unexpected effects at times. 6th month, Trunks began to learn the division of Spalito. This kind of division is also called proliferation technique, which can create many clones. And in the 7th month, King Kai of the North brought some not-so-good news. The underworld, the netherworld. Lord Yama, who is as big as a small mountain, sits high up in his work position. He was wearing a pair of large, black-framed glasses, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his cheeks. The thick beard was all wet with sweat. Poor Lord Yama has been working overtime like this for more than a dozen years. Don't even mention 996. For King Yama, 007 is commonplace. After working at such a high intensity for more than 10 years, King Yama is now almost going crazy. He held a seal in his right hand and flipped through the information of the deceased with his left hand. His eyes were red and he looked helplessly at the endless undead in front of him. His job is to judge which souls should go to heaven and which souls should go to hell. But in the past 10 years, there have been too many souls. Even if Lord Yama worked overtime and did 007 every day, the backlog of work would never be completed. The souls he is dealing with now are still stocks that have been stored for several years. There's nothing we can do, there aren't enough people. There are too few available talents in the underworld. Therefore, he had to call back all the expatriate staff and temporary workers. Share the pressure together. For example, the fortune teller is maintaining order on the Soul channel at this time. The workload is getting heavier and the pressure is getting heavier. King Yama didn't even have time to cry. He felt that he had become a work machine without any emotions. Clusters of white souls were lined up in rows, and no matter how hard you looked, you could see the end. There are exceptions to everything. Some things can only be handled on a special basis. For example, those scary guys who can still maintain their human form after entering the underworld. If they were not dealt with first, the roof of the Yama Palace in the underworld would have been blown off by them long ago. Good people go to heaven. The evil ones go to hell. Well, let Lord Yama recall it carefully. The contestants who have recently joined the queue to go to hell are Bajak, Zanya, Goja, Butchin, Bidu, and androids 17 and 18. If we go back further in time, there are Vegeta, Frieza, King Cold, etc. The way to go to heaven is very simple. Just take the special train and go up there quickly. Going to hell is much more complicated in comparison. Souls that need to go to hell must first pass through a machine to wash away the evil aura on their bodies before they can enter hell to receive punishment. Some evil souls who have committed heinous crimes cannot be cleaned even after going through the machine several times. Such evil guys are usually sentenced to life imprisonment, sinking in hell forever and never being able to be reincarnated. As for the evil energy that is washed out, it will be collected in a jar and managed by a dedicated person. When those jars are full, they will be replaced with new ones. Over time, soul cleansing has become a death assembly line. Working here is dull and tedious. In hell, those extremely evil souls dominated a region during their lifetime, so naturally it was impossible for them to become someone else's dogs after death. So a situation emerged where no one was willing to give in to anyone else. So there are battles every day in hell now. This riot has been going on for more than a year. Boom, several energy bombs smashed into Huenquin, causing a loud roar. Countless yellow springs water gushed out, splashing everywhere, and it started to rain yellow springs in hell. Once these raindrops touch your body, they will corrode your soul and cause a strong stinging sensation. Countless little ghosts were drenched by the rain and let out heart-wrenching screams. On the ground, Frieza clenched his fists and looked angrily at the people fighting in the sky, his teeth chattering. Ho ho ho, damn monkey, damn Saiyan monkey, go to hell, come on, kill him. In the sky, Sun Wukong displayed his extraordinary power and fought against 5 people alone, fighting Bajak's team. There were constant rumbling sounds, energy bombs flying everywhere, and the whole hell was in turmoil. After some probing, Sun Wukong suddenly exploded with golden energy all over his body, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and turned into a Super Saiyan. Then he swept his foot across the air and kicked Bajak directly in the head. Seeing Sun Wukong's transformation, Bajak's pupils shrank rapidly, and the fear in his heart was infinitely magnified, so that he simply forgot to dodge and took Sun Wukong's kick head-on. Bang! Bajak was kicked and flew out, falling into the yellow spring with a bang, and the spring water splashed more than 10 meters high. My king, Jigaya shouted, drew the sword on his back and slashed at Sun Wukong. Zanja and Bidu also attacked Sun Wukong at the same time. Butchin stretched out his hands, trying to control Sun Wukong with magic. Your moves are useless to me. Sun Wukong laughed, and golden energy gushed out of his hands, grabbing Jigaya's sword. The other hand and foot blocked the attacks of Zanjia and Bidu at the same time. As for Bukshin's control, it was of no use to him at all. Sun Wukong shouted, and a strong aura burst out from his body, blowing all 4 of them away. The 4 of them rolled several times in the air before they managed to keep their balance. Jigaya looked at Sun Wukong in shock and asked, "You, who are you? This blonde and blue-eyed look is so familiar." Sun Wukong said, I am Sun Wukong. Bajek soared into the sky from the underworld, looking breathlessly at Sun Wukong, who looked like a golden god of war. He also asked, what is your relationship with that guy on Earth? That guy on Earth? Oh, Tilda, you're talking about Gohan, right? I know you must have been killed by him. That guy Gohan is really amazing. He has grown up to be a very powerful man now, haha. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. Gohan, that guy's called Gohan, Bajek said after a moment of surprise. Yes, that's my son, Sun Wukong said with his hands on his hips. Damn it, so that's why. No wonder he had the same golden transformation. Bajek gritted his teeth, staring at Sun Wukong with hatred in his eyes. Red-haired guy, since you have fought with Gohan, why don't you fight me again? Now in this hell, I think you should be the strongest one. Sun Wukong looked at Bajek and said, as soon as Sun Wukong said this, he immediately attracted countless anger. Frieza glared at him, his eyes full of resentment. Vegeta rushed out from nowhere and turned into a Super Saiyan with a boom. However, judging from his aura, he was only a Super Saiyan 1 beginner. Kakarot, your opponent is me, he said angrily. Vegeta, I'll fight you later. I need to fight this guy first. Sun Wukong pointed at Bajek, but damn it, Kakarot, how dare you look down on me? Veins popped out on Vegeta's forehead. His golden aura became even stronger. He was already furious. Vegeta, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to fight him first. Sun Wukong looked at him and said, bastard, Kakarot, take it. Vegeta was angry. He accelerated his body and punched Son Goku hard. Sun Wukong raised his hand and blocked it easily. At the same time, a huge explosion was heard from deep within the underworld. Then pink smoke filled the air. Everyone looked over in confusion. In just a moment, an extremely evil aura gushed out and instantly swept across the entire underworld. Vegeta, Frieza, Bajek, and others were shocked to find that their lost bodies had been condensed. What happened? Whether it was a human or a ghost, everyone was shocked. At this time in hell, all the souls that have not yet been reincarnated have regained control of their bodies. There wasn't even a death halo around their heads anymore. Some evildoers even received a boost and became even more powerful than before. The atmosphere of terror continued to spread. Soon it enveloped the entire underworld. Suddenly, yin and yang were reversed and the dead were resurrected. In just a moment, the order of the entire underworld collapsed. Frieza, Bajek, King Cold, and others cannot sense aura, but that doesn't mean they can't sense danger. There are terrifying energy fluctuations in the place filled with pink smoke. Judging from the direction, it seems to be near Yama Palace. Vegeta and Son Goku, who could sense the breath, changed their expressions at the same time, because they all sensed an extremely evil and powerful aura. This aura is getting stronger and stronger. What exactly happened? The two had no idea, but Saiyans are naturally warlike, and sensing the powerful aura, the blood of Goku and Vegeta began to burn. What a powerful energy, I want to go and take a look, Sun Wukong said excitedly. Then his eyes flashed with light, and energy suddenly burst out from his body, and he flew towards the source of the evil aura. Vegeta looked grim, but he didn't hesitate for a few seconds and followed Son Goku closely. On the ground, Frieza stretched his newly acquired body, clenched his fists, and said to Kurd beside him, Ho ho ho, father, it seems that something big has happened in the underworld. We must seize this opportunity. That's right, Frieza. We have our bodies back now, and I feel that the power within me has increased a lot. Maybe we can take advantage of the situation and find a way to return to the human world. I don't want to stay in this hell for even one more day, hahaha. Be careful, those guys are not weak. Yes, father, but I must avenge Sun Wukong, the Kurdish king. This kid is quite persistent, but he can't beat the opponent. In a dark corner, the figures of No. 17 and No. 18 appear. They stared coldly in the direction where Goku and Vegeta left. No. 18 said, hey No. 17, did something happen? Son Goku and Vegeta have all left. No. 17 said, well, that should be it. There was a big explosion over there just now. Look, the air seems to have changed color. Oh, it's true. Should we go check it out? Wait a minute, let them fight first. What's that in the sky? Stones. All colorful stones. The two Laolias shrank back into the shadows in confusion. After being arrogant on Earth for more than 10 years, they learned to be patient after experiencing a devastating defeat. In the sky, the 4 members of Bajek's team surrounded Bajek. Zangia said, my king, what should we do now? Bajek frowned and said, that guy named Sun Wukong is much weaker than his son. If we join forces to attack him, we still have a chance of winning. As for that arrogant, pointed-headed girl, she should be his mortal enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's follow her and act accordingly. Yes, my king. X4. 5 figures burst into air and flew towards the smoke-filled area. The sky of the underworld is colorful and dazzling. Purple smoke, pink gas, and thick black smoke from the explosion. Several things mixed together, covering the entire underworld. A transparent barrier appeared outside Yama's palace, isolating Yama's palace from the underworld. With the emergence of the barrier, King Yama in the Yama palace could no longer manage the power of the underworld normally. Afterwards, the order in the human world and the underworld was disrupted. That is why all the spirits regained their bodies. All the souls that had not yet been reincarnated regained their bodies and were resurrected in an alternative way. At this moment, a fat guy was sitting on the top of Yama Palace. This guy was milky white all over and was over 30 meters tall. It has a round head and a round body with several holes on its arms and chest for exhaust. It kept repeating the words evil thoughts, and looked very smart. Huge colorful stones then appeared in the sky of the underworld. These stones look beautiful and strange, as if they will explode at any time. Son Wukong and Vegeta arrived above Yama's palace one after another. The big fat man in milky white must have sensed their breath. He looked up at them with an innocent smile on his face and then shouted, evil thought wave again. Son Wukong looked at the big white fat man in surprise. He could never imagine that such a horrible evil aura could be emanating from it. Vegeta looked surprised and said, what a powerful aura. What kind of monster is this stupid thing? I don't know, but his energy is really strong. Son Wukong had a serious look on his face, staring at Zai Nianbo without even turning his head. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave, evil thought wave. The huge fat white man spoke again. Suddenly, the colorful stones in the sky fell down with a rumble and smashed towards Son Wukong and Vegeta madly. What move is this? Colorful stones rained down from the sky, and Goku and Vegeta used their skills to quickly dodge. But there were so many colorful stones that they drowned them like rain. Dong, 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 dong. There was a series of clapping sounds. Son Wukong and Vegeta were trapped under the rock and were in great pain. These colorful stones are not ordinary stones at all and can cause serious damage to them. The colorful stone rain completely submerged Son Goku and Vegeta and soon piled up into a colorful stone mountain. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. The colorful stone mountain burst out with golden light that penetrated the sky and the earth. The rocks exploded and flew in all directions. Son Wukong and Vegeta rushed out in a mess. Hoo-ho-ho, Son Goku and Vegeta were breathing heavily, with expressions of surprise and confusion on their faces. They all suffered varying degrees of injuries. Who would have thought that what attacked them were just those colorful stones? Son Wukong was fine, just a few scratches on his hands, but Vegeta was different. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at evil thoughts in disbelief. It was just a brief encounter, but they were both injured. It's incredible. Zai Nianbo also turned to look at them. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave. Evil thoughts kept shouting and then took the initiative to attack Son Goku and Vegeta. Damn it, I was underestimated. Vegeta shouted, and golden aura erupted from his body and he took the initiative to meet the evil thought wave. Son Wukong also got angry and rushed forward. They punched Zai Nianbo hard from the left and right. But the moment the fists hit Zai Nianbo, their faces suddenly changed. Then a powerful recoil force came and sent both of them flying. All the power they had just exerted was actually counterattacked back at them. Staring at the evil thought, Vegeta's face became extremely ugly. He didn't feel so aggrieved when he faced the androids back then. The guy in front of him was simply not someone he could deal with. Vegeta, let me make the first move. You just got a body and are still very weak, Son Wukong said as he clenched his fists and began to increase his aura. Vegeta's eyes kept wandering between Son Goku and Evil Doll. There are mixed feelings in my heart. With a loud shout, suddenly veins appeared on Son Wukong's forehead. His aura began to boil and his breath rose wildly. But at this moment, the voice of King Yama appeared. Wukong, find a way to break the barrier of Yama's palace first, quickly, or it will be too late. Enchantment. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at the transparent gas shield that covered the entire Yama palace. Vegeta, let's attack the barrier first, Son Wukong said, condensing an energy bomb in his hand, bypassing the evil thought wave and smashing into the barrier. You brat, you don't need to tell me, Vegeta said angrily and also swung a few energy bombs at him, but they were soon dumbfounded. After their energy bombs hit the barrier, they were absorbed by it instead, without causing any damage to it at all. Not only that, their energy bombs made the barrier's defense even stronger. Son Wukong and Vegeta didn't believe it at all and madly fired energy bombs at it. But without exception, the energy bombs were like drop in the ocean, all absorbed by the transparent barrier. How is this possible? Both of them were stunned. At this moment, Zai Nianbo, who had been left aside, also got angry. I'm such a big and cute baby, can't you see? A huge fist of evil thought appeared out of thin air beside Vegeta and Son Goku. He punched them both and sent them flying. Yes, that's right, it appeared out of nowhere. The evil thought wave was like tearing open a space channel. If he stood still and threw a punch, the fist would also hit next to Son Wukong. Son Wukong and Vegeta were suddenly hit hard and flew dozens of meters away. They fell to the ground and spurted out blood from their mouths. The two of them rolled on the spot and jumped into the air. But at this moment, the colored stones on the ground suddenly exploded and hit the two of them. What? Wow. Son Wukong quickly grabbed Vegeta, used an instant move, and instantly flashed behind Zai Nianbo, avoiding the attack of the colorful stones. After getting some distance from the evil thoughts again, Son Wukong said in a deep voice, Vegeta, the task of breaking the barrier is left to you. I will hold him back. As Son Wukong spoke, he let out a long ah and golden flames gushed out. His powerful aura rushed straight into the sky. His whole body was surrounded by lightning, and he turned into a Super Saiyan 2. What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta widened his eyes in shock as he watched Son Goku's transformation. The look of Sun Wukong at the moment of transformation was deeply engraved in his mind, but Sun Wukong had already faced the evil thought wave and no longer answered his questions. Vegeta clenched his fists until they turned white, gritted his teeth, looked at Son Goku, who was rushing towards the evil thought wave with unwillingness and helplessness, then turned around and punched the barrier again and again. At this moment, Vegeta felt depressed, aggrieved, and even very angry. Over the years, because he had no physical body and only his soul remained, he was unable to practice and become stronger. The strength you had when you died will remain the same after you get the body back, although it was suddenly strengthened by the evil energy just now. But it is obvious that his current fighting power is still far from that of Sun Wukong. The proud Saiyan prince simply could not accept that his opponent back then had surpassed him by so much strength. Damn it, Vegeta turned his anger into strength and punched the barrier with all his might. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong instantly moved next to Evil Thought and kicked him sideways. A hissing sound was heard, which was the sound of kicking the air, but something strange happened. He clearly kicked Zai Nyanbo, but his leg actually passed through Zai Nyanbo's body without any feeling of force, as if he kicked the air. Sun Wukong was greatly shocked and quickly distanced himself from Evil Thought Wave again. Kamehameha Wave, a powerful Kamehameha Wave was sent out to meet the Evil Thought Wave. The blue light that penetrated the sky and the earth instantly arrived in front of Zai Nyanbo and was about to hit him. But a strange scene appeared again. A dark crack suddenly appeared in front of Zai Nyanbo, swallowing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha Wave. The Kamehameha disappeared out of thin air. It's simply outrageous and unheard of. What kind of method is this? Sun Wukong was horrified and looked incredulous. After several rounds of fighting, he was completely unable to understand the opponent's moves and did not cause any damage at all. Even if the evil thought wave hits, the force will be rebounded and the opponent will be completely unharmed. He dealt 0 damage and was even injured by his own power. How is this played? Sun Wukong soared into the air, floating in the air, and shouted loudly to King Yama's palace. Lord Yama, what kind of monster is this guy? The voice of King Yama sounded. Wukong, it's called Evil Thought Wave. The underworld has accumulated a lot of evil energy over the years, and it hasn't had time to purify it yet. Today, a little red ghost had an accident while working. He accidentally broke the jar containing the evil energy, and then many jars storing the evil energy exploded. These evil energies took the little red ghost as a host and attached themselves to him, and then turned into the huge evil thought wave in front of you. In other words, the evil thought wave is the embodiment of the evil energy that has accumulated in the underworld over the years. I see. Does it have any weaknesses? Sun Wukong asked. King Yama said, I don't know. This is the first time something like this has happened in the underworld. Sun Wukong was speechless. Although he still has some special skills, the guy in front of him is completely difficult to understand and fight. Vegeta was still smashing the transparent barrier hard, but it was of no use. The toughness of this barrier has reached a terrifying level, and it seems impossible to destroy it. But the silly-looking evil thought wave didn't give Sun Wukong time to think. It rushed towards Sun Wukong, spitting out colorful bubbles. Sun Wukong intended to lead the evil thought wave away so that Vegeta would have more time to destroy the barrier. So he made a face at the evil thought wave that was rushing towards him and stuck out his tongue. Lulu tilde. Seeing Sun Wukong making such a strange move, Zai Nyanbo actually stopped attacking. A simple smile appeared on his face, and then he shouted, Zai Nyanbo tilde. It looked like a giant child. The childish innocence is still there. It actually works. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then turned around, raised his butt and slapped it. Come and chase me, idiot Lelel tilde evil thoughts, wow tilde evil thoughts tilde. Vegeta was completely numb. Idiot, come and chase me. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, then gas exploded from his body and he ran away. Zai Nyanbo was stunned for a moment, then shouted Zai Nyanbo and chased after him madly. Vegeta, shocked for 10,000 years. What kind of fighting style is this? Kakarot is an idiot. That stupid-looking evil thought wave is also a fool. However, considering that Sun Wukong was now risking his life to hold back evil thoughts, Vegeta quickly came to his senses and continued to attack the transparent barrier. At the same time, some reborn dead souls discovered that the passage from the underworld to the human world was actually opened. Countless souls who regained their freedom crowded into the passage, wanting to return to the human world. In just a moment, the passage was filled with undead, and it was a huge crowd. Oh no, Vegeta, hurry up, King Yan urged. Shut up. Vegeta said angrily, bastard, you sent me to hell and now you dare to urge me to do something? He simply stopped smashing it. What happened? Why did you stop? King Yama's anxious voice sounded again. Nonsense, I can't break it open. Vegeta said angrily, flying around the barrier but couldn't find any way. King Yama was going crazy. He worked overtime for so many years, but in the end he still failed to defend this underworld. Now the Yama Palace is sealed by a barrier, causing him to lose control of the underworld. Now that the dead have been reborn and the passage to the human world has been opened, countless souls who should have died have returned to the human world. Isn't he deeply sinful? All these years of hard work have gone to waste. King Yama is now like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the Yama Palace. Countless resurrected people passed through the passage and successfully returned to the human world. After observing for a while, Frieza and King Cold rushed out. But the passage was completely blocked and they couldn't get through at all. "You ants don't block my way." As he said this, an energy bomb threw over. With a loud boom, countless resurrected people were killed. Unexpectedly, no, 17 and no, 18 were mixed in the crowd. Then he got beaten up by the king for no apparent reason. "Damn it, you two lizards are tired of living, aren't you?" The two androids were not pushovers either, and they angrily fought with Frieza and King Cold. After Frieza and King Cold were reborn, their powers increased significantly. In a 1v1 situation, he actually fought fiercely with two androids. Number 18 rode on the Kurdish king's shoulders and pulled the horns on his head. No, 17 punched Frieza's head and it was crooked. At this time, Bajek and his 5 companions had already sneaked through the passage. Bajek and his 5 companions carefully passed through the passage and returned to the human world. The exit of the passage connecting the underworld and the human world is near the Flaming Mountain. When I first came out, the air around me was a little hot. But compared to the extremely bad weather in hell, this place is undoubtedly the kingdom of God in dreams. After being beaten by Son Gohan and Trunks, they have also realized that there are always people better than you. No more ridiculous dreams like destroying the universe. Death had long since smoothed over the edges of their dreams. Now they just want to keep a low profile and find a spaceship to escape from this devilish planet. Be low-key, you must be low-key, because they still don't know where Son Gohan is. What if we bump into them again and give them dust? They never wanted to go back to that hell. Looking at those little kids walking out of the passage with such a proud and arrogant look on their faces, Bajek shook his head secretly. These little devils simply don't know how to live or die. When that big blonde devil shows up, you'll all just be turned into fireworks. Go quickly. He waved his hand and flew stealthily into the dense forest with his 4 men. At this time, a loud shout blocked their way. "Hey, you guys shouldn't be here. Go back to hell." Bajek and his friends were startled and looked over. Suddenly, a green figure that almost blended into nature appeared in front of them. Namek. Bajek was knowledgeable and recognized the identity of the visitor immediately. That's right, the person who appeared was Piccolo. As the yin and yang of the underworld were reversed, the dead were reborn, the passage to the human world opened, and Piccolo also came to the human world. Staring at Piccolo, Bajek frowned and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Namek, if I'm not mistaken, you still have a halo of the dead on your head. You just came out of the underworld, right? Why are you meddling in other people's business now? Are you seriously ill?" Piccolo snorted and stood there without replying to him, but it was obvious that he was indeed here to block their way. At the same time, Heaven, the old god and Mr. Bobo stood side by side at the edge of the Temple of the Gods, looking down at the world. Bobo looked at the old god and asked, "God, what's going on? How did you come back to life?" The old god looked at the lower world with deep eyes and said, "Mr. Popo, please don't call me God anymore. I am no longer the god of Earths. I am just a Namekian who suddenly died and came back to life. In Bobo's heart, you will always be the god of the earth. This time the underworld was in turmoil, yin and yang were reversed, and I was able to be resurrected. But this is definitely not a good thing because I was already a dead person." "Don't say that." Under the Flaming Mountain, after a stalemate between the two sides for a while, the battle broke out. Piccolo has retained his physical body and has been practicing in the underworld over the years, so his strength is pretty good. But no matter how powerful he was, his overall strength was probably only that of Zangia, so he was no match for 4 hands with 2 fists and was beaten back step by Jigai and Butchin. Zanya, Bidu, and Bajek haven't made a move yet. Seeing this, Bajek sneered, "Even if you want to be a hero, you should look at your own strength, right? With your strength, how dare you stop the 5 of us? You're already dead, don't you know how to write the word death? Who said he was a human being?" At this moment, a giant man rushed out of the dense forest. It's the 16th. Number 16, who had been watching from the sidelines, knew that something was wrong with the earth and stepped in to help. "Oh, you have helpers. You are courting death. Zangia, Bidu, you go ahead. Quick and decisive, quick. Yes, your majesty." Zangia and Bidu faced No. 16, also 2 against 1. It's just that No. 16 is stronger than Piccolo, so it's not that difficult to deal with him. When Piccolo saw a big man rushing out to help him, he was stunned for a moment, took a look and found that it was not someone he knew. But in this moment of distraction, his arm was cut off by Jigaya's sword. Hell. The battle between Frieza and his son and the android siblings continues. In fact, this is not the first time they have fought each other. They fought once when No. 17 and No. 18 just arrived in hell, and it ended with Frieza and King Cold being defeated miserably. The The situation is similar now, with androids 17 and 18 beating up the father and son. Frieza and King Cold were beaten black and blue and in great pain. Vegeta watched coldly, clenched his fists, and laughed coldly. These bastards, it's best if they die together. What he didn't notice was that after he cursed, a barely perceptible crack appeared on the top of the transparent barrier. At the same time, the battle between Sun Wukong and Zai Nianbo has reached a white-hot stage. After transforming into Super 2, Sun Wukong and Evil Thought fought back and forth. It's just that the Evil Thought wave will automatically repair itself after being injured, but Sun Wukong can't. After a while, the Evil Thought wave was still intact, but Sun Wukong was covered with scars. Sun Wukong somersaulted several times in the air and jumped out of the attack range of Zai Nianbo. He looked at Zai Nianbo, who had no scars on his body, panting and frowning. At this moment, Zai Nianbo's right hand suddenly glowed, and then he raised his hand and pressed it to the ground. All of a sudden, densely packed small Evil Thought waves were created. Although they are called little evil thoughts, each one is actually over 2 meters tall. It is estimated that there are 200 to 300 of them, and each one is the same. Fortunately, Sun Wukong is not a trypophobic patient, otherwise he would have lost at this point. Evil Thought wave, Evil Thought wave. The little evil ones shouted with thoughts, their figures flashed, and they all rushed towards Sun Wukong at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard. 200 or 300 Evil Thought wave clones submerged Sun Wukong. But Sun Wukong couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Ah tilde, a long roar was heard from Sun Wukong in the mountain of flesh where evil thoughts had piled up. Immediately afterwards, a golden light flashed, and all the little evil thoughts were blown away by Sun Wukong's momentum and then exploded into smoke. A powerful aura spread out in circles, and golden flames rose more than 10 meters into the sky. Along with the violent roars, Sun Wukong's golden hair continued to grow longer, and his face was also changing. In just a few seconds, his blonde hair grew to his waist, and his eyebrows disappeared, making him look even more ferocious. As the transformation was completed, Sun Wukong's aura increased several times in an instant. The sharp aura flew everywhere, and lightning surrounded his body, which stunned Zai Nianbo. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, looked at Zai Nianbo with cold eyes, and said calmly, I am not very familiar with this transformation, so I will use you to practice first. Whoosh, Sun Wukong disappeared out of thin air, and the moment he reappeared, he punched the Evil Thought wave away. At the same time, Vegeta looked in shock in the direction where Goku and Evil Spirit were fighting. What's going on? Kakarot's energy has suddenly become stronger, and now he can suppress the evil wave's energy. What the hell is this bastard doing? After some struggle, Vegeta exploded with energy and flew towards the direction where Goku and Evil Spirit were fighting. What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta opened his mouth wide and looked at Son Goku in disbelief with a villain-like face. Super Saiyan, there are so many forms. Vegeta thought secretly in his heart, his face changing from gloomy to bright, and he cursed Son Wukong for being despicable and shameless, trying to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. After Son Goku became Super Saiyan 3, Evil Spirit was no longer his match. Son Wukong's fists were raining down, thunderously hitting Zai Nianbo's body. Zai Nianbo's fat body was beaten back repeatedly. He had no power to fight back, saliva flying everywhere. Seeing this, Vegeta was furious. Damn Kakarot, he could have transformed into this form right from the start, but it took him so long to transform. Is he sick? Amid Vegeta's dissatisfied curses, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, his whole body glowing with golden light, and 2 huge light waves appeared in his hands, pushing towards the Evil Thought wave. Before Zai Nianbo could react, he was blown into a pile of minced meat by the energy bomb. Vegeta's eyes lit up, successful. Sun Wukong stood high in the sky, like an invincible golden god of war. His eyes were extremely sharp, and the aura he exuded was too powerful. That's not right. Didn't it turn into minced meat? Why hasn't the aura disappeared? It hasn't even gotten weaker at all. At this moment, the evil thoughts that had been beaten into pieces began to wriggle, then quickly shrank and condensed. Soon, it condensed into a figure and appeared in the thick smoke. This has the Evil Thought wave evolved. Both Goku and Vegeta looked at the evil wave that appeared again in shock, but the evil thoughts now are completely different from before. If the Evil Thought wave just now looked like an innocent child, then the Evil Thought wave now is a very evil person. At this time, Zai Nianbo's body underwent earth-shaking changes. The most obvious difference is the height, which has been compressed from more than 30 meters to more than 2 meters, and the body is covered with a layer of hard flesh armor. Its body also changes from milky white to red with pink as a secondary color. Those dark golden eyes were full of evil, and the corners of his mouth were constantly sneering. You could tell at a glance that he was a villain. Feeling the change in the Evil Thought wave's aura, Vegeta said in surprise, "This guy's aura has become much stronger." Sun Wukong frowned. He knew that the evil thoughts now were no longer the same as before. Now Zai Nianbo has a perfect body shape and is more suitable for combat. With his aura having increased so much, another tough battle will be waiting for him. Always stay with me. Ha tilde Sun Wukong shouted, his aura bursting out, and he decided to attack first. He used instant teleportation and instantly appeared behind Zai Nianbo, punching out with a flash of electric sparks. The fist broke through the air, almost tearing the space apart, and hit Zai Nianbo. He tilde Zai Nianbo grinned, and his body suddenly turned into colorful particles and disappeared. Sun Wukong's attack failed and hit the air. Danger. Sun Wukong was alert and did not dare to be careless. He flashed and immediately distanced himself from the evil thoughts. But Zai Nianbo's body suddenly reorganized beside him, holding a purple-red energy ball in his hand and pressing it on Sun Wukong's chest. Boom, a loud noise. Before Sun Wukong could react, the energy ball exploded on his chest. The violent explosion blew Sun Wukong's clothes to pieces, and his upper body was covered with scars and blood. But that's not the end. Zai Nianbo opened his mouth, and a ball of energy shining with cold light gushed out and hit Sun Wukong head-on again. Boom, as a loud explosion sounded, Sun Wukong spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His body flew backwards and fell into the dust. He struggled for a while but was unable to get up. Kaka Kakarot, Vegeta shouted from the side. Zai Nianbo turned his head and looked at Vegeta with ill intentions. Vegeta thought to himself that this was not good, but he was very tough and said sarcastically, "You idiot, what are you looking at? Hee hee." Zai Nianbo sneered and smashed his fist on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a huge fist appeared where Vegeta was standing and knocked him out with one punch. While tilde Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, his hair turned from blonde back to black, and his weak body could no longer support the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, Sun Wukong shouted as he struggled to get up. He put his hands on his waist and condensed a Kamehameha wave. The strong light illuminated the world, leaving only dazzling blue between heaven and earth. Tilde Evil Thought looked at him with a sneer. His right hand suddenly stretched out dozens of meters and grabbed Vegeta's neck in one go. At this moment, Sun Wukong disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Evil Thought and blasted out with Kamehameha at the shortest distance. At such a close distance, there is no chance that Zai Nianbo could escape, but what I didn't expect was that the accident still happened. Suddenly, a space crack appeared in front of Zai Nianbo's chest, and it swallowed up Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Then the Kamehameha appeared from another place, turned at a strange angle, and rushed towards Vegeta. Sun Wukong didn't care about all these. He moved over again in an instant, picked up Vegeta, and dodged to the side. His Kamehameha wave hit the ground like this. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded, the ground cracked, and 1/3 of the entire underworld collapsed. Hoo hoo hoo, Sun Wukong's chest was heaving, his body was covered with wounds, and he was gasping for breath. Vegeta couldn't even stand straight. Damn it, how can there be such a monster? Vegeta raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth with a look of unwillingness on his face. He is too weak now. He couldn't even withstand a single attack from the evil thoughts. The disparity in strength is huge. Sun Wukong said, "Vegeta, run away quickly. I will hold him for a while." Ahem. Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, looked at Son Goku with an incredible look and said, "Escape." "You want me to escape? Kakarot, you underestimate me, don't you? Bastard." "Vegeta, listen to me. The evil thought wave is too powerful. You have no chance of winning if you stay here," said Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, do you have any tricks that you haven't used yet?" Sun Wukong smiled bitterly and said, "No more." Sun Wukong actually still has a metamorphosis fusion technique to use, but Vegeta's current strength is too weak. Not only that, both of them were seriously injured, making it impossible for them to complete the fusion. There was no way Zai Nianbo would give him the chance to complete that complicated dance. Vegeta was silent. At this moment, Zai Nianbo picked up a small stick on the ground that came from nowhere. Then the small stick quickly reassembled and turned into a red sword full of blood. Then he slashed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a sword. The pink sword energy cut through the air, creating cracks in the space. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted, and he moved to the side with Vegeta in his hand, then threw Vegeta out with force. Vegeta's cry came from far away, and no one knew where he was thrown. Evil thought waves slashed at Sun Wukong with sword energy again. Sun Wukong kept dodging, but the sword energy was too dense and he was exhausted, so he was eventually cut in the chest and bled profusely. An intense and sharp pain came over me. Sun Wukong almost fainted. He exploded again, but there was not much air left in his body. Whizzing, 2 energy bombs were thrown from his hands and hit the evil thought wave. Evil thought wave did not dodge and slashed with his sword, directly cutting the 2 energy bombs in half. But even so, the 2 energy bombs exploded around him. But now he is too powerful, and Sun Wukong is already at the end of his strength, so an explosion of this magnitude can't hurt him at all. Evil thought wave continued laughing and walked out of the thick smoke. Looking at the intact evil thought wave, Sun Wukong's heart sank to the bottom. Desperate situation, absolutely hopeless situation. Although Sun Wukong encountered many desperate situations in his battles throughout his life, he was able to survive every time. But this time, Sun Wukong couldn't think of how he could turn the situation around. This evil thought wave is like an invincible demon. There is no glimmer of hope. It is powerful and terrifying. At this moment, the energy in his body was finally exhausted, and he transformed from a Super Saiyan back to his normal black-haired self. Son Goku has just mastered Super Saiyan 3 and is not yet proficient enough. Using it forcibly will put too much strain on his body. At the foot of the flaming mountain, completely at disadvantage, Piccolo used his Sun Fist to temporarily blind Bajak's team, then reminded No. 16 and rushed towards the Temple of Heaven. He's going to find the old god to merge with him. On the road to hell, Kiki and Bull Demon King walked slowly forward. They didn't know why they were suddenly resurrected. Now all they know is to follow the main force. As they moved forward, Kiki heard someone in the team say that this was a passage leading to the human world, and she immediately became excited. I don't know how Gohan is doing now, Dad. Let's walk faster. I want to go back to see Gohan. Well, I hope Gohan is okay. I say, Kai, don't force Gohan to study anymore. Kiki's eyes dimmed as she lowered her head and murmured, in the future. I don't know if there will be a future. Then she looked up at the Bull King. Dad, do you know what Gohan wished for on his 4th birthday? No, I don't know. Gohan's wish is to become a great scholar. The Bull Demon King was silent. Let's go quickly. At this time, there were still a few people in Yama's palace who were jumping with anxiety. They are Tine Shinhan, Gyoza, Yamcha, the fortune teller, and Krillin. They were transferred here to help maintain order in Yama Palace, but were eventually sealed in Yama Palace by the evil thought waves barrier. At this moment, they were unable to break through the seal of the barrier and could only wait and watch from inside, as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Krillin scratched his head. Damn it, what should I do? Goku's energy has dropped. Is there anyone who can go and support Wukong? Vegeta is no longer able to do this. His energy is as weak as a candle flame, which will go out if you blow it. Yamcha gave a suggestion. Grandma Fortune Teller, can you go to the human world and pick up Gohan? Since he can defeat the androids, he can definitely help Goku. I can't go out now. It's over, it's all over. Sun Wukong pressed his right hand on his chest, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on Zai Nyanbo, unable to think of any solution. Vitality Bomb. No, this is hell. It is impossible to absorb vital energy. Moreover, the charging time of this skill is really too long. It takes a huge amount of energy to gather enough energy to defeat the evil wave. Neither of these two conditions allowed him to use this move. At this time, Zai Nyanbo laughed again, preparing to strike out with another sword to end Sun Wukong's life. However, the energy in the sword in its hand must have been exhausted, and it quickly decomposed into light particles and disappeared into the air. Zai Nyanbo looked at his empty hand and didn't care. He continued to laugh then stretched out his palm with 5 fingers spread out and pointed it at Sun Wukong. Suddenly, light burst out from its palm, and a huge ball of energy rushed towards Sun Wukong. Looking at the energy ball coming, Sun Wukong covered his chest, feeling hopeless. At this moment, his physical strength was exhausted and he had no breath left. He couldn't even move his body. His eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds and he could hardly open his eyes. I didn't expect to die here today. Sun Wukong felt bitter. He has died once, and although he has retained his body now, if he dies again, his soul will be shattered and he will completely disappear from this world without leaving any trace. Is this really the end? Whoosh, 0.0001 seconds. The blazing ball of energy was within reach. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the energy ball that was about to cover him, ready to die. At the juncture, a figure appeared out of nowhere and blocked Sun Wukong's way. Sun Wukong was surprised. Who is here? Boom! The man kicked out with a loud bang, directly kicking the energy ball away. The energy ball exploded in the distance, causing earth-shaking waves. Evil Thought was stunned and looked at Son Gohan, who suddenly appeared with some vigilance. The man turned his head and said, "Dad, it's my turn to protect you this time." That resolute and familiar face came into Sun Wukong's eyes. Dad. You are Gohan? After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong's pupils were focused. At this time, Gohan was tall, much taller than him, and the furry tail on his butt was shaking in the wind, and his aura was incredibly powerful. In Son Goku's memory, Son Gohan's appearance has always remained at the age of 6 or 7, so much so that he was unable to recognize him for a while. Son Gohan squatted down and said with a smile, "It's me, Dad. It's really Gohan. Why are you here?" Sun Wukong struggled a little. Son Gohan said, "It's King Kai of the North. Dad, stop talking. Let's get out of here first." As he said that, Son Gohan immediately picked up Son Goku. "Hey, this energy is Mom." Whoosh, Son Gohan took Son Goku with him and disappeared in an instant. Seeing Son Gohan and Son Goku suddenly disappear, the evil thought wave that was standing there stupidly became irritable. It swung out energy balls and bombarded the underworld frantically. The entire underworld gradually collapsed in the explosion, and the sky once again turned the dark red color of doomsday. On the other side, Son Gohan and Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of Kai and Bull King. Except for Son Gohan, everyone else was horrified. Gohan. And Goku. What's going on? Kai and Bull Demon King said in unison. And Sun Wukong said, Kiki and Uncle Bull Demon King, why are you here? By the way, Gohan, did you use teleportation just now? Did you go to Yadrat? Well, yes, I just rushed back from the planet Yadrat. Son Gohan said. Gohan, my Gohan. Kai rushed over. What happened to your hand and your tail? Son Gohan smiled and hugged Kai. Now Son Gohan is carrying Son Goku on one hand and holding Kai in the other, looking like a happy family reunited. Son Gohan patted Kai on the back and said, let's not talk about this for now. Mom and Grandpa, it's great to see you again. Don't worry, since you haven't been reincarnated yet, I will find a way to revive you. Wow, Gohan. Okay, I have to go deal with the evil thoughts. That guy has gone crazy. Son Gohan turned his head to look in the direction of the Yama Palace, where the evil thoughts were bombarding wildly. Kai slowly let go of Son Gohan and looked at him carefully, saying with tears in her eyes, Gohan, don't be so stubborn. You must come back. Yeah. Son Gohan nodded heavily. Sun Wukong, whose eyes were almost closed, said in a deep voice, Wuhan, evil thoughts are not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. If it doesn't work, just use instant movement and run away. Sun Wukong himself had never used teleportation to escape death, but now seeing his grown-up son, this sentence came out of his mouth subconsciously. I always feel that I owe my son too much. Okay, got it. Son Gohan replied. Gohan, leave Goku to me, said the Bull Demon King. Forget it. I'm worried about letting you go to Earth now. Mom, Grandpa, please hold on to me quickly. I'll send you to a safe place first and come back later. Son Gohan frowned. Oh, okay. Kai and Bull King obediently grabbed the corner of Son Gohan's clothes. Son Gohan put his index and middle fingers together and pointed them at his forehead in the shape of a sword. He sensed the breath of King Kai of the North and teleported to King Kai's planet in a flash. After putting Son Wukong down, he teleported away. Several people stared blankly at the place where Son Gohan left. Son Wukong murmured, Wuhan has grown up and can protect us. Kiki. Kai looked at Son Wukong. Tears instantly blurred her eyes. Wukong, Gohan has suffered too much these years. A lot of things happened, Tilda. You used to have many partners, but Gohan does everything alone. My heart aches. Kiki, I'm sorry, Tilda, not only the underworld, but the Earth is in chaos. So Son Gohan asked Trunks to go back to Earth first to clean up the problems on Earth. Trunks drew the brave sword on his back and felt the aggressive reincarnated undead with a clanging sword. Those who were reborn fell down like wheat being cut. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared in front of Trunks. Then they made all kinds of strange poses and movements, shouting, Lickum, guys, Bart, Guldo, Jinyu. Finally, a unified voice shouted loudly, Jinyu Force, young man, you will eventually be killed by our Jinyu Force. Captain Jinyu, who had purple skin, raised his hand and pointed at Trunks. Oh, then you are so powerful, Trunks said, took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand slashed out instantly. A flash of lightning passed by. There were a few puff sounds. The 5 bodies were broken into 6 pieces and fell into the dust. Trunks rushed to the next place without looking back. Is this the Saiyan's aura? Trunks teleported over just in time to see a large, bald Saiyan destroying a village. Bastard. Trunks put the sword back into the scabbard and decided to beat the guy to death with his fists. The bald man looked at Trunks and then saw the furry tail behind Trunks. You are a Saiyan too. Are you Kakarot's son or Vegeta's son? Asked the bald man. He is Nappa. He was once a subordinate of Vegeta, but was eventually killed by Vegeta for disobeying orders. Trunks sneered at him. Judging from your appearance, you are Vegeta's son. It seems that I can take revenge with my own hands. Vegeta, I will kill your son, ha ha ha. Nappa laughed and rushed towards Trunks. HMPH. Trunks rushed forward and beat Nappa into pieces with one punch. Trunks teleported away again. The 5 members of Bojack's team are walking on a desert beach. Suddenly, Trunks' figure appeared out of nowhere. He stood high in the air and looked down at the 5 people in the Gobi Desert. It's Bojack. They are really resurrected. Trunks muttered and turned into a Super Saiyan with a bang. Then he quickly and silently condensed a huge energy bomb. Then he yelled, Bojack, who? Bojack and the others were startled and looked up sharply towards the source of the voice. As a result, I saw a huge ball of energy directly hitting my face. Boom, energy exploded, strong light raged, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Suddenly, except for Bojack, the other 4 were seriously injured. At this point, Trunks' fighting power had already surpassed theirs, and he caught them by surprise and reaped huge rewards. HMPH die, Trunks' figure flashed and he instantly teleported into the thick smoke, and in the blink of an eye he was next to Biddu. Before Biddu could react, Trunks stabbed him in the heart with a sword, killing him instantly. Biddu, Zangia shouted when he found something wrong. As a result, as soon as she finished shouting, her head was thrown high into the air and she also lost her life. Damn it, bastard, damn golden-haired bastard. Bojack was furious. He retreated violently, then madly threw Kigong waves into the thick smoke and bombarded it. Trunks was fine, but his 2 subordinates, Goja and Butchin, were killed in the explosion. Ha ha ha, you are so cruel that you even kill your own subordinates. Trunks laughed and flew into the air, arriving in front of Bojack. Asshole, I won't forgive you. Bojack was furious and condensed an energy bomb with his hands and smashed it at Trunks. HMPH, Trunks snorted coldly, raised his hand to catch the energy bomb, and then was pushed hundreds of meters away by the energy bomb. Ha! Trunks shouted and turned sideways. The energy bomb passed by him and exploded in the distant sky with a deafening sound. Trunks stared at Bojack cautiously, not daring to be careless. He knew that this Bojack was not comparable to his four subordinates. So he exploded his aura to its peak without any hesitation. Bojack also knows how terrifying this guy is. He had suffered a loss at the hands of Son Gohan once before, and he also gave it his all. The two men wrestled in the air, their fists and legs colliding constantly, making loud rumbling sounds. The color of heaven and earth changed. In the underworld, the battle between Son Gohan and Evil Spirit Wave has already begun. In the mysterious state, Son Gohan has a sharp aura. His whole body is wrapped in silver energy, and he uses all his strength in every attack, so the damage caused should not be underestimated. What the hell are you doing? I'm going to beat you to death, you ugly thing. Ugly, disgusting, vomiting, go to hell. What are you doing? What are you looking at? Didn't you fucking eat? Give me some more force. What? You can't talk. Then go eat shit. Feiwu, you idiot. The shame of the monster world, a fighter among the garbage. Kneel down before me, you beast. The two men fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky again. But Son Gohan kept spitting foul language, which was totally unlike his usual fighting style. The battle between Yemen and Son Gohan was being projected on the huge TV in the Yama Palace. This amazing battle frightened Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and others. They were shocked by Gohan's current strength and appearance, as well as his current fighting style. They simply couldn't understand why Son Gohan insulted Yonpo like that. Several people looked at each other. Krillin swallowed and said, "Go, Gohan, is it because of too much pressure in recent years that he has become so irritable?" Yamcha said, "That's possible. After all, he was still a child when we died. It's normal for him to have mental problems when he faced those two terrifying monsters alone." "Who says it's not? It's a childhood trauma." "No, shouldn't you be marveling at Gohan's strength? He's now fighting back and forth with Zai Nengbo, and he has obviously surpassed Goku. Just now, Goku was no match for Zai Nengbo at all, and look at Gohan, he defeated Zai Nengbo." Tien Shinhan sighed. "Han is really amazing." Jiaozi said, "He even avenged us by killing those two androids." Yamcha wiped the sweat from his forehead and said anxiously, "I think after he defeats the evil thought wave, he should come to see us, right? If we defeat evil thoughts, he will definitely come." Krillin said, "Well, what I mean is, are you afraid that he will scold us like this? After all, we haven't been in touch for all these years." Ha 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 ha. Yamcha laughed awkwardly. Tien Shinhan said, "What are you afraid of? Gohan must only be like this to his enemies. I remember that he used to be a very well-behaved and sensible child with a very good temper." "Well, Tianjin is right." Jiaozi raised both hands in agreement. Krillin sighed and said helplessly, "There is nothing we can do. Lord Yama and Lord Kai have said before that we are already dead and cannot contact or interfere with anything in the human world. Otherwise, it would be a serious crime. We are helpless. We are indeed dead." All right then." Yamcha swallowed frantically. "Let's just watch the battle." Son Gohan threw an energy ball into Zai Nyanbo's chest. The evil thought wave laughed haha and turned into colorful light particles and dissipated in the wind. Then it quickly regrouped in another place, opened its mouth, and shot an energy bomb towards Son Gohan. "You bastard, you are so arrogant. You are spewing shit from your mouth. I dare not take it. It's all shit." Son Gohan cursed loudly, and in an instant he appeared behind Zai Nyanbo. A heavy punch dropped from the sky and hit Zai Nyanbo directly on the head, making Zai Nyanbo's eyes see stars. Stars appeared in Zai Nyanbo's eyes, and then they turned into colorful particles flying in the sky and disappeared. To be honest, it's annoying. This was the first time that Son Gohan encountered such an annoying opponent. He remembered clearly that being scolded would weaken evil thought wave's strength, and he just did it. But in reality, the impact is not that great. It is useful, but not much. Quickly, the evil thought wave gathered in a nearby area, and Son Gohan noticed it immediately. In a snap of his fingers, energy bombs were thrown at him like crazy. This time, the evil thought wave had not yet been completely condensed before it was broken into colorful particles and dissipated in the air. Suddenly, a circular wormhole opened behind Son Gohan, and an evil arm shot out from it like lightning and grabbed Son Gohan's neck. Son Gohan sensed the danger and quickly dodged to the side, grabbing the ground with his arm that stretched out dozens of meters. The ground cracked with a crackling sound. In the time it took Son Gohan to dodge, his evil thoughts had already condensed his body again, and those two randomly extended arms continued to attack Son Gohan. Son Gohan was like dancing on its fingertips, dodging attack after attack. On the North Kaio planet, after being given a bottle of red medicine by King Kai of the North, Sun Wukong recovered some of his strength and energy. Now he placed his hands on King Kai's shoulders and watched the fight in the underworld with his eyes closed. He sighed as he watched. Gohan is so strong. But why didn't he become a Super Saiyan? That's really strange. But even if that's the case, his current energy is no less than that of Evil Thought Wave. Can Gohan be so strong without becoming a Super Saiyan? This is too amazing. Kai on the side said, Is Gohan really that powerful now? Kiki, come and see for yourself, it's really amazing. Kaioshin realm, the two Kaioshin, Jupiter and Den, the four of them gathered around a bead as big as a basketball and were also watching the fight in the underworld. The glass beads projected the scene of the battle between Evil Mind and Son Gohan. See, this is the power after the potential is stimulated. Old Kai said proudly, "Come on, Mr. Gohan." God Kai clenched his fists and cheered from a distance. "Come on, Gohan." Dendi was not willing to be outdone. Gohan was his best friend. Vegeta woke up dazed. After being unconscious for a while, he felt better and his strength and energy were restored a lot. As soon as he woke up, he felt two extremely terrifying auras constantly colliding. Vegeta's pupils kept shrinking as he looked in the direction where Son Gohan and Evil Mind were fighting. Who is fighting with Zai Nyan Bo? His aura is on par with Zai Nyan Bo's. Why did that bastard Kakarot's energy disappear? Is he dead? Damn it, he had to go and see. Driven by curiosity, he slowly flew up and approached the place where Son Gohan and Yasuo were fighting. Suddenly, whoosh, two figures passed by him. It was Son Gohan and Evil Spirit Wave who were fighting. Vegeta was swayed by the strong wind and almost fell from the air. But damn it, who is it? This aura is so familiar, it seems to be the aura of the Saiyans. No, it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The only Saiyans left now are me, Kakarot, and Kakarot's bastard son, Son Gohan Trunks. Son Gohan, Son Gohan. Vegeta's eyes widened as he spoke. He finally remembered who this aura belonged to. Who else could this be but Kakarot's son? Has the little mushroom-headed kid from back then grown to this size now? When he saw androids 17 and 18 coming to hell, he knew that something big must have happened on Earth. It must have been Son Gohan or Trunks who killed the androids. But even so, he had never thought that Son Gohan's energy could be so strong. Vegeta was so shocked that it was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Oh, and there's Trunks. Is Trunks here too? Calculating, it seems that Trunks is 14 or 15 years old. He couldn't remember. He really couldn't remember. So many years have passed without me noticing. The other side, Son Gohan punched Zai Nyanbo in the face. The evil thought wave kicked Son Gohan in the lower abdomen. Son Gohan whipped evil thoughts with his tail, causing blood to splatter in his eyes. The two men had been fighting each other for more than half an hour in this desperate manner, with blood spurting out of their mouths. Soon they appeared near the Yama Palace. At this moment, 18 was riding on the Kurdish king and punching him in the face. 17 tore off Frieza's tail and Frieza screamed. Boom, Son Gohan was kicked away by the evil thought wave and fell into the middle of the four of them like a meteor. Zai Nyanbo stood high in the air with his arms folded across his chest, laughing hehe. Son Gohan fell to the ground with a bang, and Frieza and others were directly blown away by the aftermath. Ha, it feels so good, it feels so good. Son Gohan stood up from the thick smoke, laughed, then appeared right in front of Frieza and punched Frieza in the head with a straight punch. Frieza was stunned, his pupils dilated, and then he was hit on the head by Son Gohan's punch. Whoosh, Son Gohan disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he stomped Cold King into two pieces with one foot and fired another energy bomb at the same time, and Cold King was instantly reduced to ashes. Son Gohan, numbers 17 and 18 were horrified and turned and ran away. As a result, it didn't fly far before Son Gohan threw two energy bombs at it and exploded it into fireworks. After doing all this, Son Gohan charged up two huge energy waves with his hands and then flashed behind the evil wave. The Kigong wave was pushed out with a bang. The evil thought waves turned into colorful particles again in the explosion. Everyone watching the battle in Yama Palace could not help but stare in amazement. Son Goku on the North Kai planet was also speechless. What is this? Is this the aesthetic of combat violence? But the battle is far from over, because the evil thought wave was reborn again. It sneered and pounced on Son Gohan again. Its body flexibility reached an incredible level, and it twisted its entire body like a dough stick and rolled over. Son Gohan was caught off guard and was knocked away. "I'll fuck you, uncle." Son Gohan cursed loudly. His figure flashed in the air and he approached the evil thought wave. The two of them started fighting again in a life and death struggle. Both of them have amazing recovery and self-healing abilities. They have been fighting for almost an hour and the battle is still as intense as when they first started. It made all the spectators numb. But this time they gradually discovered something was wrong. Because as time went on, the aura of the evil thought wave began to weaken, and Son Gohan's aura became more and more fierce. Then what is that? Klin pointed to a place high in the sky on the TV screen. Everyone noticed it as well. Janky bomb, it's a janky bomb. Yamcha said with his eyes wide open. High in the sky, a bright ball of energy shines brightly. No, this is not the spirit bomb. Tyne Shinhan shook his head. The energy of the spirit bomb is pure and righteous, but this energy bomb has an evil aura. How can it be a spirit bomb? Could it be that this is the work of evil thoughts? Krillin said in shock. Gohan, be careful. Several people couldn't help but worry about Son Gohan. Son Goku on the North Kai planet also discovered this, but his opinion is completely different from those of the people in Yama Palace. This isn't a spirit bomb. This is Gohan using his evil thoughts to release his energy. He can separate the evil thought wave's energy. No wonder the evil thought wave's energy has descended. The scene changed, and Son Gohan tore off both of Evil Spirit's arms. Blazing flames burst out of Son Gohan's hands, directly burning Evil Thought's arms. This time, the evil thoughts were no longer as indifferent as before. His face became hideous and showed a painful expression. Son Gohan was secretly delighted and kicked out with lightning speed, hitting Evil Nodik directly in the chest. Zai Nyambo's chest was kicked so hard that it was dented, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. It stepped back with thumps, and Son Gohan rushed forward, punching the evil one like raindrops. The bang 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 sounds continued like muffled thunder. The evil energy ball in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. The evil thought wave retreated again and again, and the lost arm grew back again. But after all, his aura had dropped too much, and now he couldn't even use his ability to turn into colorful particles and disappear. Wow, tilted, it spat out a mouthful of blood, almost splashing on Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged to the side, quickly stretched out his left hand, and immediately grabbed its neck. Then he punched out with his right hand one after another, throwing Zai Nyambo's body up and down. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Vegeta shuddered at the sight, recalling some not-so-nice memories. Bang 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 went on for 10 minutes. Go to hell. Son Gohan swung his left hand, threw the limp evil thought wave into the sky, and then used Kamehameha to attack with his right hand. The extremely powerful and thick energy column was like a blue electrified dragon, which instantly swallowed up the evil thoughts. Zai Nyambo let out a scream, and his body quickly vaporized and dissipated, finally disappearing completely into the air. Son Gohan exhaled, looked up at the shiny evil energy bomb in the sky, clenched his right hand in the air, and then suddenly contracted his 5 fingers. Boom. The evil gas bomb exploded and was purified. Crystal clear energy was spreading all over the sky. The air in the entire underworld became fresh and cool. As the evil thought waves disappeared, the barrier set up on Yama's palace also collapsed. King Yama finally regained the power to control the underworld. He worked quickly. Those undead spirits in the human world that had not yet been destroyed drifted away with the wind and returned to the underworld. The order between the underworld and the human world was re-established, and everything became orderly again. But there are some exceptions. For example, Kai Kai and Bull Demon King on the North Kai planet did not return to the underworld, and their physical bodies did not disappear, but they had a halo on their heads. Vegeta, who was seriously doubting his life, also had a halo on his head, but his physical body was preserved. Inside the Yama Palace, King Yama smiled slightly, put away the seal, and hid his achievements and fame. Before the passage between hell and the human world was closed, Piccolo, a successful man who had successfully merged with the old god, also returned to the underworld. Son Gohan flashed and appeared in the main hall of Yama Hall. Ahead is the huge King Yama. Seeing Son Gohan, King Yama smiled and stood up to greet him. His huge body was like a small mountain, but at this moment he looked amiable. Thank you, Gohan. Without your help, the underworld would be doomed and the human world would also face disaster. This is truly a great achievement. Gohan, do you have any requests? Just ask. Son Gohan smiled slightly and said, in that case, I'll be frank. Can you count the merits this time on my mom and grandpa? Can you just let them come back to life? It's definitely not possible to bring them back to life directly. I don't have the ability to do that. But don't worry, I have already preserved their bodies. With bodies, there's actually no difference between being alive and dead. Well, thank you, Lord Yama. You're welcome. It's what I should do. King Yama said with a smile. The matter was settled, and Son Gohan began to look at King Yama with a much better liking. This King Yama is not as rigid as imagined. He knows how to act in advance before he even gives instructions. People with connections are indeed so scary. But then again, he should have been a relative long time ago. Son Gohan looked at King Yama again. Ahem, King Yan said again. By the way, Vegeta has made some contributions this time, but he has also worked hard. He delayed the evil thoughts for a long time, and Trunks cleaned up a large number of evil undead in the human world, so I also kept Vegeta's body. Oh, Son Gohan nodded. He doesn't care about this at all. Whether Vegeta keeps his physical body or not has nothing to do with him. By the way, Vegeta beat him several times when he was young, but there's no need to fight back. After all, we still have to consider the face of Aunt Bulma and Trunks. But now that he has arrived in the underworld, he plans to meet Vegeta later. The purpose is clear. Vegeta has a skill that he wants to learn, which is an artificial full moon. Son Gohan stared at King Yama and asked, Lord Yama, can I still come to the underworld in the future? King Yama quickly said, yes, of course. It is an iron rule that the dead cannot go to the human world, but there is no clear rule on whether the living can come to the underworld. As long as Gohan is not afraid of being contaminated by the spirits of the dead in the underworld, he can come anytime. Well, let's leave it this way for now. Son Gohan nodded. Then he looked at his former companions who were standing blankly not far away, those faces that look familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar. His former companions had excited expressions on their faces, but they also looked a little nervous, which Son Gohan was a little confused about. Being excited is understandable, but what does being nervous mean? Then Son Gohan also saw the fortune teller. Huh, fortune-telling lady, so you are really here? Son Gohan asked in surprise. The fortune-telling lady looked at Son Gohan and thought to herself, I don't know you either. This sudden greeting caught her off guard. Yes, what's wrong? Asked the fortune-teller. She knew that this was Sun Wukong's son, but she had never met him. Son Gohan said, it's okay now. I went to your palace twice before to look for you, but I couldn't find you. The fortune-teller suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. The underworld is too busy, so I was drafted by Lord Yama and have been helping out in the underworld for several years. By the way, is Grandpa Roshi dead? He asked. After all, the fortune-teller is Master Roshi's sister, and probably no one knows Master Roshi's whereabouts better than her. Wu Tian, no, that Guy Par and Wu Long were hiding in a submarine in the East China Sea. That's what I remember, but that was several years ago. I don't know if they've moved to another place now. Son Gohan was silent again. He thought Master Roshi was dead. I didn't expect it to be hidden. Doesn't he know yet that the android is dead? He has never shown up until now. But then again, Master Roshi doesn't seem to be able to sense auras. Not sure. If you really can't sense the breath, then it seems that there is no problem. What about the cat master? Son Gohan asked again. He asked all the questions he didn't know. Clear thoughts are good for the body. The fortune-teller sighed and said, alas, he died. It was all because of his greed. He wanted to eat fish that day, so he went to the human world and met the artificial man. As for how he died later, I'm not sure. In this way, the cat immortal is quite unlucky. I hope that the cat immortal will travel through time after his death and awaken the bloodline of the god of destruction. Son Gohan secretly gave a shout-out, then walked towards his uncle-like friends whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years. They all have the same halo on their heads, uniform and in good shape, worthy of being products produced on the assembly line of the underworld. Gohan, Piccolo greeted excitedly. He was the only one who didn't see the scene of Son Gohan cursing at Jame while fighting, so he felt the least pressure and his face showed the most sincere longing. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan had a smile on his face. Piccolo walked up, looked at Son Gohan carefully, and said with surprise on his face, Gohan, you have grown up and become stronger. I could sense your powerful aura in the human world just now. Great, really great, tilde. Uncle Piccolo is much more powerful than I remembered. This is true. Now, Piccolo gives Son Gohan the feeling that he is almost on equal terms with Bojack. This shows that Piccolo was still practicing very hard after his death. To be honest, that's because I merged with a god. Piccolo told them how he was defeated by Bojack and his gang and then ran away to merge with the old god. Oh, so that's how it is. Son Gohan nodded. No wonder. By the way, Gohan, there was a big guy with red hair who helped me during the battle, but he didn't have any aura. Do you know this guy? Piccolo asked. The big guy with red hair. Of course I know him. He should be Android 16. I knew he had good intentions, so I kept him here. I didn't expect that he would really help when the Earth was in danger. I was right about him. It's a bit unexpected, but also reasonable because no, 16 is just that kind of person. It's actually a cyborg. No wonder it has no breath. Piccolo showed a look of surprise. It's great to see you again, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan stretched out his arms and gave Piccolo a big hug. This sudden action made Piccolo's face turn green. Go, Gohan. Piccolo felt a little uncomfortable. Gohan had really grown up. He would never have dared to do such bold actions before. Haha, Uncle Piccolo is still shy. Son Gohan let go of Piccolo and laughed. No way. Piccolo would never admit it, but the embarrassment on his face could not deceive anyone. Okay, then no, haha. Son Gohan walked towards Yamcha with a smile on his face. Just go up and give me a hug. Hey, Uncle Yamcha seems to have grown stronger. It seems that the food in the underworld is not bad. Haha, is that so? Yamcha scratched his hair. Of course, come to think of it, I also had the same scar on my face as Uncle Yamcha. It was so cool, but it was later removed by Shenlong. Son Gohan let go of Yamcha and said with a little regret. Seeing Son Gohan's easygoing appearance, Yamcha secretly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Haha, this scar would only look cool if it was on someone else's face. If it was on my own body, I would want to remove it. Well, that's true. Son Gohan looked at Tien Shinhan with a smile. Tien Shinhan is always serious, but when he saw Son Gohan, whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years, he smiled as an exception. Haha, Gohan, you've become really strong now. Son Gohan also gave him a hug, then released him and said, Haha, Uncle Tien Shinhan, I rarely see you smile. I thought you looked ugly when you smiled, but I didn't expect that you look so handsome when you smile. Remember to smile more in the future. Oh, really? Haha. Tien Shinhan felt a little embarrassed by him. Of course. Son Gohan said affirmatively, then he walked to the side of Krillin. Uncle Krillin, Son Gohan simply squatted down. There's nothing we can do, the height difference is too big. Krillin's eyes were red and he wiped away his tears. Gohan. Why are you crying? Uncle Krillin, I told you in advance that my sexual orientation is normal. Damn it, I'm happy. Krillin couldn't even cry after hearing what he said and he punched Son Gohan in the chest, but I didn't really use much effort. Uncle Krillin, I'm happy to see you too. Son Gohan said with a smile. To be honest, among these uncles, Krillin is the closest to him except Piccolo, so of course he was really happy. Gohan, you must have had a hard time these years. Krillin wiped his eyes again. Son Gohan had a smile on his face. It's not hard. Yes, it's not hard. I just kept my head on the belt for more than 10 years. It's no big deal. you lied to me. How could it not be hard for a little kid like you to face two big demons alone? Gohan, you lied to me, didn't you? Sun Wufan. After hearing what Krillin said, the people behind him fell silent. Klin, you are too emotional and you are talking about things that are not related to the topic. The people nearby felt extremely bitter, but they also know that this is a problem that they cannot escape and must face. Son Gohan was silent for a few seconds, then he sighed and said slowly, "Yeah, how could it be easy? I thought you guys couldn't think of this, that I was enjoying myself in the human world, singing, dancing, and playing video games with the androids every day." Son Gohan's tone was calm. But the few people who were listening from behind felt a chill on their backs, and when they thought of the scene of him spitting foul language and violently beating up evil thoughts, they felt unwell all over. "I'm sorry, Gohan, that's because King Enma and King Kai said that we are dead and can no longer interfere in anything in the world of the living, so I'm really sorry." Krillin lowered his head, his face full of apology. "Yes, Gohan, both King Kai and King Enma said that you could definitely handle it, and sure enough, you have done it now." Piccolo followed, others echoed at the same time. "Bullshit." Son Gohan knew that in a certain timeline, someone went to a martial arts tournament with a halo and caused a big mess on Earth. Son Gohan was silent for a few seconds, then said calmly, "Uncle Piccolo, you are the smartest one among them. My father is a fool, but why are you following them and not using your brain? Yes, you are dead and can no longer interfere in anything in the world, but can I ask you to use your brains? That bastard King North Kai manages too many planets. He barely pays attention to Earth for several years. Yes, that guy actually races every day. Am I right? Did you ever think of asking that bastard King Kai to tell me to go to New Name to find the Dragon Balls to revive you? This doesn't count as interfering in the affairs of the living world, right? I just asked him to convey a message that it was Lord Kai who did the work. If this counts, then just ignore what I said." "What? Did all of you and my dad have your brains eaten by zombies? How come all these good people have turned into idiots?" Several people looked at each other, a storm rising in their hearts. "Yes, why didn't they think of that? Is there some great cosmic force at work?" We didn't expect that," Klin said nervously. "Yeah, we are also very anxious, but we never thought of doing this, alas." Yamcha walked over and wanted to pat Son Gohan on the shoulder, but he didn't dare. "Gohan, we were wrong," Piccolo said. Son Gohan stood up and scanned everyone's faces one by one. Several people felt guilty, but they did not escape this time. He looked like he was ready to be scolded by Son Gohan. Son Gohan took a deep breath and said calmly, "That's it. I've scolded you guys before, so let's call it even." He turned to the dumplings. Dumpling is even smaller than Klin, but he was always floating in the air. So Son Gohan didn't have to squat down. "Jiozi, long time no see. It's been a while, Gohan. Gohan, didn't you cut your tail off before?" Jiozi turned his head to look at the furry tail behind Son Gohan. "It grew out again and I thought it looked pretty handsome, so I didn't cut it off. I think it's pretty cool too. Good vision." Son Gohan gave him a thumbs up. He turned to look at these uncles and asked, "Are you serving under King Yama now?" Piccolo replied, "They are here to help because there are too many souls in the underworld. I am unwilling to help, so I am a free man, otherwise I would be trapped in this Yama palace just now." "I see." Son Gohan nodded and continued, "I want to ask all the uncles a question. If there is a way to revive, do you want to be resurrected?" Resurrection? A strange and ancient word. Krillin thought for a moment and said, "I wanted to do it very much at the beginning, but I don't have this obsession in recent years. Anyway, it's the same everywhere. Now you can live forever after death. You see, we are still the same as we were more than 10 years ago, but it all depends on them. If they all revive, then I can revive too." Yamcha also said, "I am the same as Krillin, ha 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 ha." Jiozi then said, "I want to see Tianjin." Son Gohan looked at Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan said, "If I can be resurrected, I would choose to be resurrected." Whereas Uncle Piccolo was silent for a moment and then said, "I want to be resurrected. There are many restrictions when you die, such as, well, anyway, I want to be resurrected. I have missed too much in these years and I can't make any more mistakes." "Well, okay." Son Gohan nodded. "If that's the case, then everyone wants to be resurrected, so you guys just wait for my good news. I believe that day won't be too far away." Looking at the eagerly awaited King Yama and the army of souls that had once again formed into countless long dragons, Son Gohan said, "Then you guys go ahead and do your work. I have someone else to meet." "Yeah, okay." Several people dispersed, only Piccolo stayed. Piccolo asked Gohan, "Do you want to go find Vegeta?" "Yeah, that's right. Uncle Piccolo is worthy of his name, extremely smart." Son Gohan smiled, looking at Piccolo, who had only 2 tentacles on his head. "Okay, go ahead then," Piccolo said. "Well, goodbye, Uncle Piccolo." "Goodbye." Son Gohan sensed Vegeta's breath and teleported over with a whoosh. Vegeta flew aimlessly in the sky of hell and became a walking corpse. Hell at this moment is empty. All the enemies who used to oppose him are now dead, which makes him feel lonely and empty. How is he going to live in the future? Whoosh, Son Gohan's figure appeared out of nowhere, right in front of him. Vegeta almost hit it. Vegeta was caught off guard and was so frightened that he retreated several meters before he saw clearly that it was Son Gohan. "Son Gohan, what are you doing here?" Vegeta asked loudly. The first rule of the Bay Palace, no matter how strong you are, I have the strongest momentum. Son Gohan crossed his arms and looked at him and said, Hey, Uncle Vegeta, why are you so hostile? What? I didn't offend you, did I? If you have something to say, just say it now. Vegeta stared at him coldly. If I give you face, I will call you uncle. If I don't give you face, forget it. I want to learn how to create an artificial full moon, said Son Gohan. Vegeta glanced sideways at his tail and said somewhat arrogantly, Why should I teach you? Son Gohan's mouth twitched. He raised his hand and opened his palm towards Vegeta, and surging energy suddenly surged in, quickly gathering into a force that could destroy the world. You might die if I don't teach you. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Looking at the energy that was about to hit his face, Vegeta felt very complicated, recalling the environment where Son Gohan grew up. Well, this character makes sense. You are so stupid, Kakarot, for giving birth to such a damn bastard. Okay, I'll teach you, Vegeta said, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan withdrew his hand with a smile on his face. The two flew and landed on a dark red piece of land. Vegeta explains to Son Gohan the principle of creating an artificial full moon. It is actually very simple to create an artificial full moon. And basically, every Saiyan who grew up on planet Vegeta knows how to do it. This is not some secret. Its principle is also very simple. By fusing its own energy ball with oxygen, it creates an artificial full moon similar to the moon. It can emit more than 1,700 W of Bruce light waves, meeting the requirements of Saiyans to transform into giant apes. Vegeta only explained it once, and Son Gohan had already grasped the key points and successfully created an artificial full moon. At this moment, a bright artificial full moon hangs high in the sky above Hell. Son Gohan looked up and his heart began to pound like a drum. Vegeta, who was standing aside, was almost scared to death. He was a person who had been chased by Son Gohan when he turned into a gorilla, and he knew that this kid would lose his mind after turning into a gorilla. Now that things are getting so big, who wouldn't be afraid? When he was about to escape, he found that Son Gohan, who was about to transform, crushed the artificial full moon in the sky. He interrupted his transformation. Well, now that he has regained his senses, Vegeta doesn't know what to say. Son Gohan, who had returned to normal, turned his head and looked at Vegeta and said, Now that you have a physical body, Uncle Vegeta should also work hard to become stronger, at least to set an example for your son. Vegeta said, Humph, you don't have to tell me. Okay then, goodbye. Son Gohan said with a smile and disappeared in an instant, leaving Vegeta in a daze. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Damn Kakarot and his son. Then he turned and flew away. He was going to exercise. Northern Kaiwang. Son Gohan appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Kiki and Bull Demon King, who were sitting on the chairs panting, and thought that the 10 times gravity was indeed too much. Although Kiki and New Moang are also martial artists, they are currently unable to move freely in an environment of 10 times gravity. Seeing Son Gohan appear, Kai barely stood up but found it difficult to walk over. Gohan, you're finally back. Yeah, I'm back, Mom. Son Gohan responded, walked quickly towards her and helped her sit down again. Sit down, standing is too tiring. Well, okay. Kiki sat down again. At this time, Sun Wukong ran out of the house. Wow, Gohan, you are so powerful now. Can we have a fight when we have time? He looked excited and seemed unable to wait. Oh, okay. Son Gohan looked at him and laughed. At this time, King Kai of the North came running out. Oh my, if you want to fight, go somewhere else. Don't fight here, please. King Kai of the North is really scared. If these two guys really started fighting on North King Kai, he might not even be able to live in his doghouse in a while. Ons Wukong, your body hasn't recovered yet. You are not allowed to fight. Kai also strongly objected, her eyes wide open with anger. After hearing what Kiki said, Sun Wukong immediately became timid. Okay, then wait until I'm better before fighting. Gohan, is it okay? He looked at Son Gohan and asked. No problem, I want to fight with Dad too. The sunny boy Son Gohan rubbed his hands together. That's great. When I recover from my injury, we'll have a good fight. It is good. Kiki and New Moang were speechless as they watched the conversation between the father and son. It's really annoying. How could a father and son want to fight each other? It can only be said that the Saiyans' brains are not normal at all. They are completely sick. At this time, King Kai took out a sword and handed it to Son Gohan. He said, Gohan, this is the sword I promised to give you. I begged King Kai for a long time before he gave it to me. Oh, thank you. Son Gohan looked uninterested. He took the sword and put it away in the storage capsule without even looking at it. A belated gift is cheaper than grass. Trunks' brave sword is far superior to this one in quality. Not to mention Son Gohan's Kaioshin sword. Just keep it as a toy for now. Maybe you can use it to cut fruit or something. Seeing that Son Gohan seemed to look down on his gift, King Kai of the North hesitated to speak, feeling a little bitter. Sun Wukong next to him couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Gohan, can't you become a Super Saiyan now? Sure, why do you ask, Dad? Because I saw you didn't become a Super Saiyan when you were fighting with Zai Nenba, but you still had strong power. Why is that? Oh, that's because my potential has been developed by old Kai. Even if I don't become a Super Saiyan, I can still burst out with great power. Son Gohan said truthfully. Old Kai, is he a very powerful person? Asked Sun Wukong. That's not a human, that's a god. He's the boss of Lord Kai. Is that so, Lord Kai? Sun Wukong looked at King Kai of the North and asked. King Kai of the North nodded hastily. He continued, yes, that's my boss's boss. I didn't expect Gohan to know Lord Kaioshin now. That's amazing. Son Gohan smiled and said, it's all just coincidence. King Kai of the North thought that the current Son Gohan was indeed extraordinary. I can actually meet someone like God Kai. Even he has never seen what Lord Kaioshin looks like. Hearing the affirmation from King Kai, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he said, wow, that's amazing. Does Lord Kai have any delicious food? Well, that's not the case. When it comes to delicious food, it has to be our Earth. The food on Earth is the most delicious. That's true. I also think the food on Earth is delicious. The food here, Lord Kai, isn't very tasty. The corners of King Kai's mouth twitched. What? You're complaining about free food and drinks. If it doesn't taste good, how can I be so fat? Son Goku continued, Gohan, can you bring me some delicious food next time you go to Earth? Sure, no problem. Son Gohan agreed immediately. I want to eat braised pork knuckle toast, the big roast goose with sesame seeds, and the beef balls that are so springy and burst when you bite them. Oh, and the sushi with seaweed is also very good. Dad, you don't know, there's a kind of roasted whole lamb now that is very good. The aroma can be smelled 10 kilometers away. Wow, it smells so good. Is that so? I heard you exaggerate. The father and son sat there arm in arm. The topic changed to the food channel, and their saliva was all over the floor. Kai Kai, Bull Demon King, and King Kai of the North could only listen and swallow their saliva. The things they talk about seem really delicious. I really want to eat them. After a while, fearing that Sun Wukong's saliva would run dry, Son Gohan sent Kai Kai and Bull Demon King to the underworld. Because the gravity environment of North King Kai, which is 10 times that of the Earth, is really not suitable for the two of them to live in. In comparison, although the underworld is a little darker, the gravity environment is similar to that of the Earth, and there are also many friends there who can take care of each other. It is a very good choice. Upon learning that Kiki and Bull Demon King were going to live in the underworld, Lord Yama immediately arranged 2 spacious rooms for them in the Yama Palace and gave them super VIP treatment. After everything was arranged, Son Gohan said hello to a few people and prepared to go to Earth, but there seems to be an invisible barrier between the underworld and the human world. It is almost impossible for ordinary breath to penetrate. Only something as powerful as the evil thought wave can penetrate this barrier and radiate out. However, there are no such restrictions between the human world and the divine world, or between the divine world and the underworld. So Son Gohan couldn't sense Trunks' breath at all in the underworld. He could only teleport to North Kaio planet first, and then sense Trunks' breath on North Kaio planet so that he could teleport back to Earth. Before you know it, North Kaio planet has become an indispensable and important transportation hub, an important transit station. Whoosh, Son Gohan appears near Trunks. At this time, Trunks was sitting cross-legged on a flat piece of grass, meditating with the sword of the brave placed across his legs. He looked like a cold and aloof swordsman, handsome and cool. Trunks, whose physical age has reached 16 years old, has purple hair and a handsome appearance, and looks almost exactly the same as when he first appeared in the original work. He frowned slightly, sensed Son Gohan's breath, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Brother Gohan, you are back after all. Trunks jumped up happily and threw the brave sword in his hand over his head. This brave sword seemed to have its own spirit. It turned twice in the air and then was steadily inserted into the scabbard behind it. So handsome, Trunks. Son Gohan clapped his hands. When it comes to swordplay, Trunks is indeed much better than him. This guy seems like a natural swordsman. He is so handsome when he wields the sword. Ha ha, it's okay. Trunks scratched his hair embarrassedly. Son Gohan came over, looked at Trunks carefully, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Trunks, you broke through. Trunks happily reported the results of the battle to Son Gohan. Yeah, Brother Gohan, I just killed a lot of undead spirits, and then I fought with that Bojek. In the process of fighting him, I broke through to Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan smiled and patted his shoulder and said, not bad, Trunks. It seems that this Bojek is our lucky general. He first helped me break through Super Saiyan 2, and then after resurrection, he helped you break through Super Saiyan 2. If this isn't a lucky general, what is it? Okay, you should thank him properly. Did you thank him later? I turned him into ashes with a Kai blast. Trunks said, that's fine. Even though he's dead, he will always live in our hearts. He's just in a different way of living. Brother Gohan, tell me about the battle in the underworld. I want to hear it. Well, okay, let's talk while we walk. The two of them took off into the air and flew towards Zidu. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry now, so I can fly home slowly and watch the scenery receding under my feet. It's a unique experience. Son Gohan quickly finished recounting his battle with Zai Nengbo. Trunks hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Gohan, have you seen my father? I saw it. Your father is still as proud as ever. Thinking of Vegeta's tsundere look, Son Gohan turned the word upside down. Yes, really, how strong is he? Trunks asked curiously. The father whom he had never met occupied a very important place in his heart. Looking at him, Son Gohan sighed and said, Trunks, your father's strength has not improved over the years because he has no physical body. Now he is not as strong as you. Oh, so that's how it is. Trunks' mood became a little lower after hearing what Son Gohan said. Son Gohan suddenly said, Trunks, do you want to see your father? I can take you there. Ah, Trunks raised his head in surprise, a little panic in his eyes. What's wrong? Don't you want to see him? Son Gohan asked. No, it's not. I'm just a little nervous and not mentally prepared yet, Trunks said. Tusk, look at your ability. What are you afraid of? Show your courage to defeat the enemy with one sword. Gohan-kun, I'll tell you when I want to see him. Yeah, that's okay. During the conversation, two people fell from the sky and came to Trunks' house. Today, the Universal Capsule Company has resumed operations and is thriving with a tendency to return to its former peak period. I was greeted along the way. After walking for a while, the two finally found Bulma, who was living in the laboratory. Mom, we're back, Trunks said. Aunt Bulma, Son Gohan also greeted. In the end, Bulma waved without even looking up. Just sit over there and don't bother me. X2, the two brothers walked to the sofa and sat down silently, not daring to breathe. It was not until half an hour later that Bulma stretched and stood up. I knew you two must be back. There were a lot of strange things reported on TV this morning, and then it was quiet again. I thought you must have dealt with it. It was you, right? Bulma came over and sat on the couch across from them. Well, I guess so. Son Gohan nodded. Is that so? Is there any difference from what I guessed? Bulma asked in surprise. Trunks said, because Gohan-ji went to the underworld to help. I handled most of the strange events on Earth. Gohan, you actually went to the underworld. How was it? Did you see them? Bulma stood up excitedly. It is easy to understand what she meant by they, of course. She was referring to Sun Wukong and others. I saw it. Son Gohan spoke slowly and told Bulma in detail what happened in the underworld. After listening, Bulma was shocked. So many things actually happened. After she regained her composure, she looked at Trunks and said, Come to think of it, Trunks seems to have grown taller again. He has become a big boy now. Yes, Mom, I'm an adult now. Trunks patted his chest loudly. Son Gohan asked curiously, Aunt Bulma, what were you busy with just now? Bulma was obviously studying something and had reached a critical moment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept them waiting for so long. Bulma said, We were just debugging the time machine. Now the time machine has entered the final debugging stage. Combined with the development of energy batteries, it is expected to be completed within half a year. Son Gohan was surprised. So fast, it is actually 2 or 3 years faster than the original timeline, which is a gratifying progress. Bulma put her hands on her hips and said proudly, Don't you see who is researching this? It's a genius, Miss Bulma. He, of course, the information you brought back from Dr. Jiro is also very important, but it makes sense if you think about it carefully. This world is no longer the same as the original timeline. Now that the androids have been eliminated, resources are abundant, and Bulma is no longer secretly conducting research alone. Coupled with the information brought back from Dr. Jiro, things should actually be able to proceed even faster. But now Bulma is studying many other things besides the time machine. The time machine, the new capsule, the thunder steel, the blues wave launcher, these few things combined have filled her schedule. Aunt Bulma is so awesome. Son Gohan gave Bulma a thumbs up. Cough, cough. Bulma coughed dryly, then sat back on the sofa, squinting her eyes and looking at Son Gohan and Trunks. Son Gohan and Trunks felt frightened by her gaze. Mom, don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared. It's like you want to eat me. Trunks said with a shiver. Stinky boy, Bulma scolded him, then said with a chuckle, You two will have great luck with women this year. What does that mean? Son Gohan was confused. Bulma continued, In the year you were away, the two girls kept coming to inquire about you. They came every few days. Wow, it's really unbelievable. By Dilly, is it Zio Wu? Son Gohan and Trunks asked almost at the same time. Bulma smiled and said, Who else could it be if not them? Gohan, it's time for you to start a family and have a few more big fat boys to expand the Saiyan race. Now that all the androids have been wiped out, it's time to make plans in this regard. Besides, you're not young anymore. Aunt Bulma, I'm only 22 now. Son Gohan said helplessly, Is 22 still young? I remember you were almost 23. You're still trying to lie about your age. You're already approaching, Gohan. No, Aunt Bulma, how can 22 years old be considered a person approaching? There must be something wrong with your math, right? You actually question a scientist's calculations. You're being too outrageous. Ha ha ha, Tilda, listening to the conversation between the two, Trunks on the side couldn't help it. Okay, Trunks, and you, hurry up too. You are 14, but including the 2 years in the spirit time chamber. You are actually 16. It's time to think about it. No, Trunks quickly covered his mouth. I dare not speak. I really dare not speak. It will bring disaster to yourself. Okay, I get it. The two brothers finally gave in. Brother Gohan, what kind of gift do you think is better for a girl? Trunks looked troubled. Well, you might as well go ask your mother. I don't understand either. I can teach you how to practice, but I really can't teach you this. Son Gohan spread his hands and said helplessly, Gohan-san, you know I'm too embarrassed to ask Mom, Trunks said. Ha ha ha. Son Gohan pointed at him and laughed. Trunks ignored Son Gohan's wild laughter and asked again, Gohan, you should go see Videl too. She's come to see you so many times, you should go see her once. Have you decided what gift to give her? Well, how about giving me a sword? Son Gohan took out the sword given to him by King Kai of the North. Trunks was silent for a few seconds. Then, with a look of disappointment, he said, Gohan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but how can you give a girl a sword? I think it would be better to give her food. You sure? The discussion is over. There is no standard answer. Then the two brothers separated. Son Gohan bought a lot of snack gift packs and stuffed them into the storage capsule. Trunks pondered for a long time and decided to go home and get the most beautiful jet capsule. Dondu Police Station, activity room of the 1st Action Team. All the police officers were out on missions, and only Captain Bidilli was left here. Videl sat in a chair, her chin supported by her hands, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, distracted. After a moment, she came back to her senses and took her phone to edit a message for Bulma. Aunt Bulma, hasn't Gohan come back yet? Information send. Half a minute, no reply. 1 minute, still no reply. 5 minutes later, Videl kept looking at her phone, then sighed and lifted her chin. My mind is full of random thoughts. Isn't Gohan-kun coming back? It's been a long time. It feels like I've been away for several years. He wouldn't have forgotten me. Her mind was so confused that she didn't even notice that Son Gohan had been standing behind her for a while. Son Gohan reached out and patted her shoulder. Biddle, who? Bidilli was startled and her forehead hit the table. Ouch, Tilda, that hurts. She rubbed her forehead, turned around, and prepared to teach the guy who scared her a lesson. Then she saw Son Gohan standing behind her with a smile on his face. Bidilli was stunned for a moment, then she screamed, ah, and then her two big eyes widened. She stood up in a panic, pulling at her clothes. Go Gohan-kun, when did you come back? Have you been standing here for a long time? She remembered that she had just sent a message to Bulma, and then she was in a daze. Could it be that Gohan saw it? Ah, how embarrassing. Videl's face turned red when she thought of this. No, I just got here. Phew, that's good. Bidilli breathed a sigh of relief. Son Gohan took out the sword and storage capsule and placed them on the table. Well, I don't know what you like, so these are for you. What's in this? Bidilli pointed at the storage capsule curiously. Oh, snacks. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a little of everything, Son Gohan said with a smile. Soon, Videl understood what Son Gohan meant by buying a little bit of this. She opened the storage capsule and took out hundreds of snack gift packs, filling up more than half of the huge office. She stared at the snack gift packs in amazement and shock. After a while, she said, Gohan-kun, I don't think I can eat so much by myself. Haha, if you can't finish it, you can share it with your colleagues. Son Gohan also scratched his head in embarrassment. Help, he would rather use the evil thought wave again. He's now so embarrassed that he almost wants to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment under his feet. How could he, who has been single for 2 lifetimes, talk about love? The memories of this life are all about studying, practicing, fighting, escaping, and killing enemies. I have no experience in getting along with girls at all. In his memory of his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage and finally finished college by working part-time. But as soon as he entered society, he was sent away by a dump truck and had 0 experience. Videl happily put away the snacks and said with a smile, Gohan-kun, you don't have to give me any gifts. I am already very happy to see you, but I have something for you too, she said as she took out the storage capsule she had been carrying and handed it to Son Gohan. I bought you a few sets of clothes, but I couldn't find you, so I couldn't give them to you, and I don't know if you like them. Son Gohan had mixed feelings as he received a gift from a girl for the first time. Well, I'll take it, thank you. Son Gohan didn't know how he left the East City Police Station. He vaguely remembered that when they parted, Videl confessed to him. Gohan-kun, I like you and I want to live with you. This sentence kept filling Son Gohan's mind, and he was still confused until he left Tauhu. Flying in the air, Son Gohan shook his head frantically, trying to get rid of these words. After a while, Son Gohan flew to the East China Sea. He remembered that the fortune teller once said that Hermit Roshi, Par, and Oolong were hiding in a submarine in the East China Sea. But in the vast East China Sea, where can we find the submarine? I couldn't sense any breath at all. The search is as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. Son Gohan circled above the East China Sea several times and then dived into the sea again. He didn't find the submarine, but he did find a heavy treasure chest. When I opened it, wow, it was full of precious treasures. Gold, silver, and jewelry, everything you need. It seems that if you are short of money in the future, getting some jewelry would be a good choice. After putting away the treasure chest, Son Gohan had no choice but to leave the East China Sea. He then went to the eastern capital, packed up several tables of delicious food at a local restaurant, and then teleported to the North Kai King's planet. The old father, who had been drooling for a long time, finished 2 tables of food by himself and was about 80% full. Son Gohan sent another table to the underworld, and naturally Kai, Bull Demon King, and others could not be left behind. Afterwards, he searched for the breath in North King Kai for a long time and finally succeeded in finding Den's breath. He teleported to King Kai's realm again. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku locked onto Son Gohan's breath and followed Son Gohan's butt to the King of God realm. The father and son arrived at the Kaioshin realm one after another, and Kaioshin and Jupiter were shocked. After seeing that it was Son Gohan, King Kai breathed a sigh of relief and greeted him with a smile. Gohan is here, this is Mr. Son Goku, right? Yes, it's my father. Son Gohan nodded. Then he looked around and found that old Kai was giving a lecture to Den not far away. Only King Kai and Geppetto were idly playing with ants. King Kai and Geppetto looked at the halo on Son Goku's head and understood. "Hello, Mr. Goku, nice to meet you." King Kai extended his hand. "Hello, are you Lord Kaishin? I've heard Gohan talk about you. I'm Son Goku." Son Goku also stretched out his hand and shook it gently. "Yes, I am King Kaishin." King Kaishin nodded with a smile on his face. "Haho, Lord Kaishin, your planet is so big and the air is so fresh, it's more comfortable than Earth." Sun Wukong laughed. "Of course, this is the holy land of God after all. It cannot be compared with the mortal world." King God said with some pride, "By the way, Mr. Goku seems to be injured. Geppetto, you come and treat him." King Kai turned around and instructed Geppetto. "Yes, Lord Kaishin." Geppetto nodded and walked forward. "Wow, Lord Kaishin is really powerful. He can even see that I have injuries." Sun Wukong said in surprise. "Well, of course, just don't move," said Geppetto. "Oh, good, good." Under Sun Wukong's curious eyes, Geppetto stretched out a hand and pressed it on his chest, and a healing spell was released instantly. Sun Wukong was enveloped in a ball of light, and he felt warm and comfortable all over. Soon, the light dissipated. Sun Wukong jumped up. "Wow, great, as light as a swallow. Gohan, let's have a fight." Everyone, King of the Gods, had a bad feeling. Should I not let Geppetto treat him? At that moment, King of the Gods felt as if he had done something wrong. "Haha, since Dad wants to fight so much, I'll have to join him." Son Gohan laughed. "Lord Kaishin, please keep these things for me for now." Son Gohan said, taking out a few capsules and handing them to Kaishin. "There's a lot of food and new clothes in here. They can't go bad." Okay." King Kai took the capsule from Son Gohan helplessly. Although he can create and repair planets, it is always a very troublesome thing. So in his heart, he still didn't want these two father and son to fight on his planet. But looking at the current situation, there is no way to stop them. I can only pray that they will be a little gentler. Seeing Lord Kaishin's worry, Son Gohan said, "Lord Kaishin, please rest assured, we will control our strength." "Look, he's a pretty nice guy." Kaishin felt relieved. Seeing that Son Gohan and Son Goku were about to fight, old Kai and Den simply stopped studying and came to watch the fight. Such battles between strong men are rare. Son Gohan and Son Goku were seen rising into the air, standing 10 meters apart in the air. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku and said, "Dad, I won't show mercy later, so don't be careless." "Okay, I won't show mercy either." Sun Wukong's eyes were burning with flames of war. The Saiyans' warlike genes are at work and the blood in their veins is already boiling. Boom, Sun Wukong turned into Super Saiyan 2. His whole body was burning with golden aura and crackling lightning surrounded him. Son Gohan grinned, instantly entering a mysterious state, and then he disappeared with a quick teleport. Sun Wukong was horrified and felt a strong danger signal coming from behind him. His hair stood on end and he wanted to quickly dodge to the side, but it was too late. Son Gohan appeared behind him in an instant and threw a heavy straight punch at him. There was a muffled bang. Sun Wukong's figure was blown away like a cannonball, falling from the air at high speed and crashing into the hard ground with a bang. The ground of Kingshan Realm cracked and a mountaintop collapsed. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky and sand flew everywhere. King God's brows twitched. "It's getting worse and worse." Aha! Sun Wukong exploded with anger, rocks flew everywhere, and then he disappeared in an instant. But how could these be hidden from Son Gohan's eyes and breath perception? "You want to use my moves to sneak attack me?" "Hey, no way." Son Gohan dodged to the side and Son Goku appeared out of nowhere. Son Gohan grinned grimly and kicked Son Goku away again. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan used another instant movement to stop Son Goku's falling direction, and then used another flying kick to kick Son Goku into the sky. His fingers suddenly opened, and a ball of energy shot up into the sky, then exploded on Sun Wukong's body with a bang, sending sparks flying. The whole operation is as smooth as flowing water, coherent and fluent, and great for viewing. Son Gohan said that he would not show mercy, but in fact he had already held back when he exerted his strength. Otherwise, Son Goku would have been more than just injured. "I told you to use all your strength, but you still dare to transform into Super Saiyan 2. How dare you?" Son Gohan did not press on to pursue the victory. "This is not really a fight of life and death. It is just a competition to a certain extent. It is impossible to kill everyone. What's more, on the other side is his father." He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Sun Wukong, who was floating in the sky, panting and looking a little embarrassed. "Dad, are you okay?" Son Gohan shouted. "Haha, it's okay, but Gohan, you hit me really hard." Sun Wukong laughed heartily as if he was not the one who was injured. "Dad, we agreed to give it our all. You'll definitely suffer a loss if you continue like this." Son Gohan said with a smile. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes were firm, and he said loudly, "Well, I'll show you my Super Saiyan 3. Halaya tilde. This time Sun Wukong did not hesitate and began to transform. A long roar was heard and the wind and clouds surged in the sky. With Sun Wukong as the center, circles of golden airwaves pushed out in all directions. There was lightning and thunder in the sky. The sound of clicking was endless. It was also the first time that Son Gohan saw Son Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3 with his own eyes, and he watched carefully. If it were any other opponent, he would definitely have taken advantage of the opportunity to do something dirty. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Son Gohan vaguely saw the shadow of a giant black ape appear behind Son Goku. Then Sun Wukong's hair began to grow longer. Soon the golden eyebrows disappeared, and a Super Saiyan 3 with a fierce look on his face and waist-length golden hair appeared. The surging air waves stirred up the wind and waves, and the clothes of several gods standing on the ground watching the battle were rustling in the strong wind. They put their hands in front of their foreheads and could hardly open their eyes. "Dad, the momentum is very good," Son Gohan exclaimed loudly, his silver aura blazing. Aha! The two men rushed towards each other at the same time, stretched out their right fists, and in the same posture the two fists suddenly collided. Bang! Son Goku flew backwards again, but Son Gohan didn't move at all. However, this time, Sun Wukong seemed much more relaxed. After flying backwards, he started to fight back. He used instant teleportation to suddenly appear and kick Son Gohan in the air. Son Gohan had already seen through his attack and stretched out his right arm to block his thundering blow. He turned his body and instantly stretched out his left arm, and both arms firmly grasped Son Goku's ankles. Ha ha ha! Son Gohan waved his arms vigorously, and Son Goku began to spin wildly like a windmill. Arara! Son Wukong screamed and felt dizzy, and his whole body was numb. Ha ha ha! Take my move, the physical shock wave. Son Gohan laughed loudly, his hands emitting light, locking Son Goku so that he could not move, and then he swung Son Goku hard and dropped him from the air. Son Wukong was like a burning meteor, whistling and crashing into the earth. With a loud boom, the earth shook. Two more mountain ranges popped open, and the earth continued to shake, causing several gods on earth to be terrified. With a whoosh, Son Gohan's figure disappeared. He appeared the next second, standing in midair above the place where Son Wukong fell. He put two fingers on his forehead, and a surge of energy burned all over his body. The aura actually changed from silver to silver purple, burning the air so hard that it twisted and the void was about to crack. It's the demonic light-killing cannon, the strongest single attack skill. Its damage is enough to fight against opponents of higher levels. "Dad, do you want to fight again?" Son Gohan shouted loudly, his aura reaching its peak. The silver-purple flames continued to burn. The surrounding space is constantly distorting. The power to destroy the world has already gathered at his fingertips. Sun Wukong crawled out from the crack in the earth with tattered clothes and looked at Son Gohan in the sky with a depressed face. He was shocked to see that Son Gohan had already charged up the magic light cannon. He put his hands on his hips, pouted his lips, and looked depressed. "No more fighting, Gohan. You are too strong now. I can't beat you at all. I will fight you after I practice." When he heard Son Goku say that he didn't want to fight anymore, Son Gohan immediately retracted his magic light cannon and his powerful aura. "Gohan, so you know this move of Piccolo? I suffered a lot from you in the past." Son Wukong said, "Hee, I learned it secretly before." Son Gohan felt extremely happy. Son Gohan faces King Kai. "Lord Kaioshin, I kept my word. I only destroyed 3 mountain ranges." King God also breathed a sigh of relief. The damage was much smaller than I had imagined, thank God. It was really the blessing of our ancestors, but Lord Kaioshin's smile was still a little forced. "Mr. Gohan here," he said, handing over a few of Son Gohan's capsules. "Thank you." Son Gohan thanked him and took the capsule. Looking at the disheveled Son Wukong, Jebet decided to help him change into new clothes, but he was unwilling to treat his injuries. He raised his hand, and Son Wukong's tattered orange martial arts uniform immediately became brand new. What an amazing magic. Son Wukong was amazed by this. Son Gohan smiled and said to King Kai, "Lord King Kai, can you teach me how to open up an alternate dimension to store things? You see, it's very inconvenient for me to store and retrieve things now. When I'm in battle, I'm always afraid that the capsule I carry with me will break." Well, King Kai hesitated for a few seconds before continuing. "It's not impossible, but it involves some magical knowledge. I wonder if Mr. Gohan has talent in this area." "Hey, you have to learn to know whether you have talent or not," Son Gohan said nonchalantly. "Okay. I will find time to explain to Mr. Gohan how to open up an alternate dimension." King Kai finally nodded in agreement. "Haha, that's great." Dendi came forward. "Gohan, long time no see." "Yeah, Dendi, how are you doing with your studies here?" Son Gohan asked, putting his arm around Dendi's shoulders. Dendi let Son Gohan put his arm around his shoulders without showing any disgust. "Old Kai has taught me a lot and helped me develop my potential. I will be able to upgrade the Dragon Balls soon." "Wow, that's great, a triple blessing." Son Gohan laughed like Frieza's voice. "Gohan, what are the 3 good things?" Dendi asked curiously. Nothing. Come on, eat something," Son Gohan said as he pulled out a capsule, pressed a button, and boom, it dropped to the ground and turned into a giant takeaway box. "Ah, do you want to eat?" Son Wukong, who had been weak just now, immediately came over in high spirits. "Yes, let's eat, but Dad, you should eat less. You've already eaten 2 tables worth of food by yourself," Son Gohan said helplessly. "Okay, but I'm not full yet." Son Wukong felt a little aggrieved. "You're dead now, so it's okay not to eat." Son Gohan looked up at the halo above Son Goku's head. "I don't want it, that's so boring." Son Wukong shook his head repeatedly to express his refusal. Son Gohan ignored him and turned to look at King Kai and Geppetto, complaining, "Do you two have any sense? Make a big table and chairs, really." Oh, yeah. They both raised their hands. One person conjured up a large table. One person conjured up 6 chairs. Gohan is so strict now. Son Wukong couldn't help but say, and then hurried over to help, putting the packed lunch boxes on the table one by one. Danny helped as well, and the 3 of them soon filled the huge table with delicious food. "Hey, Grandpa, stop reading magazines and get to the table. Hey, you bastard, look again and confiscate it. Oh, here we come." Several people sat around the table, looking at the delicious food, and their appetites were aroused. But Danny had no interest at all, because he doesn't need to eat food at all. He just needs to drink water and carry out photosynthesis. Son Gohan took out 2 bottles of special drinks and handed them to Dandy. "Dandy, try this. I guarantee it's something you've never tasted before." "Thank you." Dandy took the drink with some emotion. "It's a great feeling to be valued. This is probably what good friends are like," Dandy thought to himself, and felt that Son Gohan was really nice. While eating, Son Gohan asked King Kai, "Lord King Kai, can you help me find someone on Earth? He has hidden his energy and I can't find him. You should have a way, right?" "Of course." King God Shin nodded, but the old Kai interrupted him and said, "Just let Den find someone. He is the god of the earth, so it is easy for him to find someone. It would be a waste of your talent for a Kai to find someone." "Ah, that's right, I didn't think it through," Son Gohan said. "Then when Dandy returns to Earth, Dandy will help look for it." "Yeah, no problem." Dandy nodded in agreement. Son Wukong stuffed his mouth with food and asked curiously, "Dog Khan, are you trying to attract water?" 6 words, 1 correct. Son Gohan replied, "Looking for Grandpa came. The fortune teller said that he, Par, and Wu Long were hiding in a submarine in the East China Sea, but I went to look for it but couldn't find it. Grandpa came should have hidden his energy." "Oh, how ba." Another whole duck leg was stuffed into his mouth. The battle for food ended after half an hour. The winners are Son Goku and Son Gohan. Looking at the messy battlefield, King of the Kings raised his hand and swept away all the garbage and seats. The father and son sat on the grass to rest, patting their round bellies and sighing at the beauty of life and food. Not long after, King Kai came and said he wanted to teach Son Gohan how to open up an alternate dimension. Son Wukong was bored, so he just sat aside and listened. King God sat cross-legged opposite them, talking about magical knowledge. Speaking of opening up a different dimension, we must first talk about the most basic magical knowledge, and what we are going to talk about is the basic magical knowledge of space. Only by learning a little space magic can you open up another dimension. First, Son Wukong was listening so soundly that he felt sleepy. He had no idea what King Kai was saying. It just sounded so difficult and confusing. He didn't understand at all. Son Gohan felt much better and listened with great interest. He felt that the magical knowledge that King Kai talked about was a bit like the knowledge of the structure of air that Elder Pabala of the planet Yadrat talked about. Is it true that all things have the same origin and will eventually end up in the same place? However, Son Gohan forgot that his body was a fusion of 2 souls, and his mental strength, soul power, and comprehension were no longer comparable to before. It is quite normal to be able to understand the magic knowledge explained by King Shin. If it were in the past, he would probably just stare blankly like Son Wukong. Half a day passed quickly. King Kai finally finished explaining the basics of magic. Son Gohan frowned and pondered the key points for a few minutes. Then he stood up and instantly entered a mystical state. Then he punched the air with all his strength. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared in the void. Son Gohan's fist punched into an unknown space. The onlookers were all stunned. Son Gohan didn't think so. He squatted down and carefully observed the dark crack, wondering where this crack led to. But the cracks quickly closed. It's just that Son Gohan has a better understanding of the so-called other-dimensional space. During the break, Son Gohan asked Son Goku to teach him the fusion technique of metamorphosis. The fusion technique of Mermo Star is actually very simple. It was basically a set of fusion footwork, and Son Gohan learned it after watching it once. The second thing is to make the aura of the 2 people being merged remain consistent, which is not difficult at all. Combining the 2, the integration can be successful without any mistakes. Fusion successful, you will get a powerful warrior beyond your limits. Fusion effective time, 30 minutes. Skill difficulty, 1 star. Skill evaluation, BUG level. In the next month. Whenever Son Gohan has time, he goes to the Kaioshin realm to learn from him how to open up an alternate dimension. After studying for a whole month, Son Gohan finally mastered it and opened up an additional dimension of about 2 cubic meters. He stuffed the storage capsule and some important things into it so he could take them out at any time. It was much more convenient than before. In the second month, Son Gohan took Trunks to Hell to meet Vegeta. Vegeta still had a cold look on his face, as if he always turned his back on everyone. Even the presence of his own son Trunks could not affect his Taoist faith, and he remained extremely cold and cruel. However, Son Gohan sensed that Vegeta's physique was stronger than before, probably because he had been training so hard after obtaining his physical body. Seeing that Vegeta didn't seem to want to see him, Trunks looked a little distraught. But when he was about to leave, Vegeta said something that made Trunks happy again. Trunks, you've done a great job over the years. In the third month, Son Gohan and Trunks return to planet Yadrat. They go to learn the trick that they have not had time to learn before. Gigantic transformation. The gigantic transformation of Yadrat is different from the gigantic transformation of Namek warriors. The gigantism of Namekian warriors is more like a racial talent, which is innate and cannot be learned. But the gigantism of Yadrat is completely different. The gigantism of the planet Yadrat is a form of application of Spirito, which can be learned and replicated. The gigantic technique is divided into overall giganticity and local giganticity. For example, a fist suddenly enlarges to the size of a casserole or even a truck. The whole person can also suddenly become bigger. It's like an enhanced version of Luffy's third gear. It took them a full month to learn the art of gigantism. By the time they returned to Earth, Dandy had already been sent back by Jebbet. In the Tiantian Temple Square, there are 4 people standing. They are Son Gohan, Trunks, Dandy, and Mr. Popo. They were discussing something. Dandy said, Gohan, Trunks, now the Dragon Balls have been activated again. One of you go collect the Dragon Balls. I want to upgrade them. Son Gohan said to Trunks, who was standing beside him, Trunks, you go and do this. Trunks nodded, yes, Gohan Niai. Immediately afterwards, Trunks teleported back home, found the Dragon Ball radar, and began collecting Dragon Balls. Son Gohan walked to the edge of the Celestial Palace Square and said, Dendi, do you remember what I said last time in the Kaioshin realm? Please help me find someone. Of course I remember. Dandy walked to his side, gathered his strength, and looked towards the human world. After a while, how is it? Asked Son Gohan. Dandy frowned, looking puzzled. Strange, I found the par and oolong you mentioned, but Grandpa Kame-sensei didn't find it. Well, that's impossible. Since the fortune teller said that he is not dead yet and his soul has not gone to the underworld, then he should still be in the human world. Son Gohan said in surprise, then I don't know, we can ask Wulong and Par, maybe they know. Well, give me their address. Dandy said, put your hands on my shoulders so you can sense their location. Okay, Son Gohan nodded, wondering why it seemed like all gods were proficient in this move. He put a hand on Dandy's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan felt as if he had opened up a new god's perspective. Soon he discovered Oolong and Par hidden in a submarine in the East China Sea. Their aura is, Son Gohan frowned. Oolong and Par-Ts have no Kai. After all, they are not martial artists and do not have that kind of surging energy. There is only the breath of life. However, with Dendi's god's perspective, Son Gohan was able to quickly capture Par's life fluctuations and teleport it away. East China Sea, in a submarine submerged on the seabed. Oolong and Par looked like they had lost all hope in life. The disaster of artificial humans has been going on for more than 10 years. In the first few years, they hid from place to place with Master Roshi. Later, they found a decent submarine and they hid in it for a few more years. They would dock every once in a while to replenish supplies and then continue hiding. But until more than a year ago, Master Roshi never came back after going ashore. Only 2 pets were left in the submarine to depend on each other. They have no idea what is happening outside. Every time they replenished their supplies, they dared not go far. They would get some fresh water and some seafood and then quickly return to the submarine to hide. But what worries them now is that the submarine's energy is almost exhausted. Normally, they are afraid to turn on the radio for fear of consuming energy too quickly. But no matter how much we save, energy will eventually run out. This means that if they can't find new energy supplies, they will not be able to continue hiding in this submarine. Wulong lay on the sofa and said gloomily, Par, do you think we are going to die here? Par thought about it and decided to be bold. Wulong, why don't we go ashore and hide, change to another place, go to the mountains? But if that happens, what if Teacher Wu Tian comes back and can't find us? That's true, what should I do? Oh, as soon as Par finished speaking, Son Gohan teleported into the submarine. Suddenly, Wulong discovered that there was an extra person in the submarine. He immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered and then fainted. Par's hair all over his body stood up and he let out a scream. The voice was that of a girl and it was twice as harsh. But then Par was also frightened and fainted. What cowards! Son Gohan had no choice but to pick up Oolong and Par and teleport away. Son Gohan dropped them on the Celestial Temple Square. A bucket of water was poured on it. Ah! 2 more loud screams were heard and Son Gohan helplessly covered his ears. Stop arguing, I'm Son Gohan, open your eyes first. Son Gohan, who's Son Gohan? Silly, isn't that Goku's child? Yes, that little brat's name is Son Gohan. Wulong and Par, who were whispering, suddenly opened their eyes. They saw Son Gohan standing in front of them. From their perspective, Son Gohan is a super giant. More than 10 years have passed and Son Gohan has undergone tremendous changes in both appearance and body shape, but you can still vaguely see what it looked like back then, especially that fluffy tail. It can't fool anyone at all. Is it really that Goku kid? Oolong and Par jumped up, shook off the water droplets on their bodies, and looked at Son Gohan in confusion. Son Gohan said unhappily, no need to guess, I am the little brat you are talking about. Let me ask you, where is Grandpa Kame-sensei? After confirming Son Gohan's identity, Oolong and Par breathed a sigh of relief. There is a feeling of escaping death. Wulong shook off the water droplets on his body and said, Teacher Wu Tian went ashore to look for supplies more than a year ago and then disappeared. Par and I don't know where he went. Son Gohan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to hear such an answer. Son Gohan looked at Par again, a questioning look on his face. Par quickly agreed. What Wulong said is true. Teacher Wu Tian is missing. That's strange. Son Gohan and Dendi looked at each other. Since Master Roshi's soul did not go to the underworld, it means that he's still alive, but not on Earth now. What's going on here? Could it be possible that the old man could be wandering in the interstellar space? Or was he reborn through time travel? Simply incredible. Gohan, how are the androids now? Par asked carefully. Son Gohan didn't want to scare them, so he said truthfully, Don't worry, the android is dead. You don't have to hide anymore. Wulong and Pu-er's eyes slowly widened and then revealed shocked expressions. Dead. Yes, that's right. Trunks and I killed him. By the way, you probably don't know Trunks. Trunks is Aunt Bulma's child. You will be able to meet him in a while. Wulong and Par looked at each other and then suddenly held hands and started dancing. A strong two-dimensional painting style came over him, catching Son Gohan off guard. After a while, Par started crying again when he heard the news that Yamcha might be resurrected. The change in style is absolutely amazing. The two pets chatted for about half an hour and Trunks finally came back with 7 Dragon Balls. Trunks looked at Oolong and Pu-er curiously. Par and Oolong also looked at Trunks curiously. Oolong and Pu-er pulled Son Gohan aside and asked quietly, Why does he have a tail too? He's your brother, because Trunks' father is Vegeta. Vegeta, Wulong and Pu-er screamed in shock again. In their memory, Vegeta was a very cruel Saiyan who kept shouting that he wanted to destroy the Earth and kill Son Goku and others. Even when he was covered in blood, he did not forget to make harsh remarks. He's simply the devil second only to the androids. Bulma actually had a child with such a cruel and terrifying guy. The shock level was second only to the news that the androids had been destroyed. But then again, it seems like Miss Bulma is pretty scary too. On the other hand, Dandy has updated and upgraded the Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball version 3.0. After the upgrade, the Dragon Ball looks a whole circle bigger, but there are no other special changes. Son Gohan couldn't help but ask, Dandy, how is it? Can we revive them now? As long as the body and soul are still there should be no problem. Dandy responded with a smile. Great, then you should contact King North Kai immediately and have him inform them that we are going to revive them. Okay, all right. Dandy nodded and immediately spoke to King Kai of the North. After King Kai of the North said okay, Son Gohan began to summon Shenlong. Come out, Shenlong, and fulfill my wish. As Son Gohan shouted, the sky darkened. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a strong light, and then gathered into a thick golden electric light that shot up into the sky. Click, thunder roared in the sky. The golden electric light quickly materialized and turned into a green dragon that was 100 meters long. The dragon's head poked down from the clouds, its 2 lantern-sized eyes glowed red, and it said in a muffled voice, Human who summoned me, please tell me your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes. There seems to be a slight change in the lines. Son Gohan raised his head, looked at Shenlong in confusion and said, Shenlong, please revive the humans killed by the androids. Shenlong looked at Son Gohan and said slowly, Okay, then it's as you wish. Then Shenlong's 2 huge eyes flashed red and began to fulfill Son Gohan's wish. Northern Kaiwang, the light above Piccolo's head gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Then came Krillin, Tine Shinhan, Yamcha, Chichai, Jaiaozi, and the Bull Demon King. The halos on their heads disappeared. In other words, they have been successfully resurrected and turned into normal humans. Only Sun Wukong has a halo on his head, looking a little lonely. Hell, the halo above Vegeta's head also disappeared. But King Kai of the North forgot to inform him, and he couldn't see the top of his head. So he doesn't know yet that he has been resurrected by the dragon. Earth, Temple of Heaven. The dragon said in a muffled voice, Okay, your first wish has been fulfilled. Please tell me your second wish. After hearing Shenlong's words, Dandy immediately communicated with King Kai of the North to confirm the news that everyone had been resurrected. Then he walked to the edge of the celestial temple square and looked down at the earth, observing humans. He discovered that almost no humans on Earth had been resurrected. Seeing this result, Dandy couldn't help but sigh. After all, the time span is too long. Those humans on Earth who were killed by androids have either been reincarnated or have long since disappeared. There is no possibility of resurrection at all. As for the second wish, Son Gohan looked up at the dragon in the sky and said, Shenlong, can you revive Sun Wukong? Without any hesitation, Shenlong responded, I'm sorry, Sun Wukong died of natural causes. I can no longer revive him. Is there any other way? Son Gohan asked without giving up. So the second wish is to ask for a way to revive Sun Wukong, right? Yes, Son Gohan nodded. Okay, please wait. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and after a while, it finally spoke. There is a powerful super dragon above me. The super dragon is omnipotent. It must have a way to revive Sun Wukong. Of course, there is another way. Sun Wukong died at the end of his lifespan. If we can find an energy with strong vitality and inject it into his body, he will have a chance to be resurrected again. Is that it? Son Gohan looked at Shenlong. Yes, it is. The dragon was stunned for a moment, then said, Okay, the second wish has been fulfilled. Please tell me the third wish. Son Gohan said directly, then please give me a treasure with powerful vitality. I suspect you are making things difficult for me, Shenlong. Shenlong looked down at Son Gohan and remembered that Son Gohan had done the same to him last time. No, absolutely not. I can't let him look down on me like this. Otherwise, what dignity will there be in the future? The dragon hardened his heart and extracted a trace of life source left by the dragon god Salama from his body and poured it into an emerald jade bottle. Once a trace of its life force is extracted, the dragon will fall into a deep sleep for a year. But it doesn't matter, it will disappear and fall into sleep after you make a wish. The time stuck just right, equivalent to no injury. Anyway, just think of it as an investment in your own prestige. It's not a loss at all. The dragon's eyes flashed red. There was an emerald jade bottle in Son Gohan's hand. Son Gohan looked at the jade bottle carefully and asked, "How do I use this thing?" But the dragon in the sky did not answer his question at all, suddenly disappeared. 7 dragon balls flew in all directions and the sky became clear. Trunks asked curiously, "Why do I feel like Shenlong seems to have escaped? I guess he has to pee urgently." Son Gohan played with the jade bottle in his hand, planning to ask old Kai before using it, which would be safer. The green bottle is about 5 cm long and feels cool to the touch. Even though it was blocked by a layer of jade, one could still feel that the bottle was filled with vibrant life energy. Anyway, it feels very comfortable to touch. Son Gohan threw it into the dimension, then he teleported to North Kaio planet. On the North Kaio planet, everyone was immersed in the joy of rebirth. Sun Wukong was no exception. He was happy for the resurrection of everyone, but he forgot that he had not yet been resurrected. Son Gohan appears. "Dad, you should be able to be resurrected soon. I will send them back to Earth first." "Haha, don't worry, I don't care." Sun Wukong laughed. In fact, more than 10 years have passed, so 1 or 2 days won't make a difference. "Gohan, can Goku really be resurrected?" Kai Kai asked quietly. "Don't worry, it's okay." Son Gohan nodded. "Anyway, we can only try our best to save the situation now. If the bottle of source of life given by the dragon is useless, the worst that can happen is that I can negotiate a business deal with old Kai. If your luck is extremely bad and the negotiations fail, then try to find the super dragon balls. Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Non-existent. Kai Kai felt relieved after hearing Son Gohan's answer. "Hahaha, Goku, then we'll go first." Yamcha said heartlessly, but in fact he was wiping away tears quietly. "Goodbye, Goku. Goodbye, Lord Kai." Several people said goodbye. "Okay, everyone hold hands and hold on to me," Son Gohan said, then took Kai Kai's hand. Kai Kai held Bull King's hand, Bull King held Yamcha's hand, Yamcha held Tine Shinhan's hand, and Gyoza rode on Tine Shinhan's neck. Tine Shinhan tried to hold Piccolo's hand, but Piccolo slapped him away with his paw. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Tine Shinhan had no choice but to reach out and pull Krillin. Krillin laughed and grabbed Tine Shinhan's arm. Piccolo walked behind Son Gohan and put a hand on his shoulder. "Okay, let's go." Son Gohan smiled and put 2 fingers between his eyebrows, successfully sensed Trunks' aura and performed instant teleportation. Whoosh, everyone disappeared, and the next moment they appeared on the square of the Temple of Heaven. "Wow, this air. I haven't had any for more than 10 years. Great, I'm really back. The Earth is still the best." Trunks stared at the crowd blankly. In fact, among these people, he only knew Kai Kai and Bull King, and he heard about the others from Son Gohan. Now they are all resurrected. It's unreal. But he still came forward and greeted politely. "Master Yamcha, you are really resurrected." Par flew over with tears in his eyes. Par, a master and a servant, hugging each other. According to authoritative dragon scholars, the relationship between this master and servant is very unusual, intriguing. Everyone was a little shocked when they heard that Trunks was Vegeta and Bulma's child, but they soon came to their senses and understood. This is very much in line with Bulma's character. There's nothing much to say. Then Son Gohan pulled Trunks aside and whispered, "Trunks, I guess your father has been resurrected by the Dragon Balls, but he is in hell and may not know it yet. How about you go and bring him back?" "Ah, I'll go pick it up. What else?" "That would be a good opportunity for you and your father to improve your relationship." What Son Gohan said was true. He knew exactly what was in Trunks' mind. He just didn't know how to express it sometimes. It would be best to let Trunks pick up Vegeta. Okay, Trunks nodded and teleported away from the Earth. By the way, there's Aunt Bulma too. Son Gohan teleported Bulma to the Temple of Heaven. Bulma's eyes turned red when she saw her friends being resurrected. This scene seems like a dream. She waited for more than 10 years. Then Son Gohan said something to his companions and teleported to the North King Kai's planet. "Dad, let's go to the Kaioshin realm." "Want to go eat?" "No, to find a way to revive you." But because he couldn't sense the breath of King Kai and others, Son Gohan had to take out the communication bead to contact old King Kai again and ask Jeppet to make a trip. Soon, Son Goku and Son Gohan arrived at planet Kaioshin. Son Gohan told the whole story to old Kai, then took out the jade bottle given by Shenlong and handed it to old Kai. The old Kai took the jade bottle in astonishment, looked at it for a while and said in amazement, "Such a pure source of life. This must be the life energy of some high-level creature, right?" "I don't know about that." Son Gohan shook his head repeatedly. Old Kai continued, "Although it is only a tiny amount, it is still the source of life. This thing is like a spark. Maybe it can really revive Son Goku. So how do we use it? Asked Son Gohan. Old Kai thought for a while, then handed the jade bottle to Son Goku. Drink it. Okay. Sun Wukong took the jade bottle, pulled out the cork, tilted his head back and drank it all. Then he smacked his lips as if he was still not satisfied. Dad, how do you feel? Several pairs of eyes were fixed on Sun Wukong without blinking. Before Sun Wukong could answer, a ball of green light emerged from his body and instantly enveloped him. Sun Wukong had to sit cross-legged and close his eyes to guide the energy. The surging life energy swept out from his body, the surrounding grass grew wildly and countless flowers bloomed. Seeing this spectacle, Son Gohan's eyes lit up and he thought to himself that there was hope. Sure enough, not long after, the halo above Sun Wukong's head dimmed and then disappeared. This shows that Sun Wukong was successfully resurrected. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and looked at the suddenly changing grass and blooming buds around him in surprise. He said to Sun Wuhan, "Wuhan, I feel so hungry." "What's wrong, Dad? You are resurrected, ha ha ha." Son Gohan stepped forward, grabbed Son Goku's shoulders with both hands and shook him hard. "Really resurrected?" Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. "How can it be false? The halo above your head is gone. Wow, then I have to go back to Earth to eat. I'm so hungry. Goodbye to the two Kaishins." "Goodbye to Jepital. Gohan, Dad has to go back first." Sun Wukong waved his hands, put two fingers to his forehead and muttered something. "Picnic's energy, picnic's energy, picnic's energy. Have it." Whoosh, disappeared in an instant. X4 Son Gohan smiled awkwardly. "Haha, my dad is that kind of person. Don't be surprised. He's quite reliable most of the time." "Yeah," the two Kaishin and Jebit nodded, "but I have to go back. I will bring you some delicious food next time." Son Gohan said. Old Kai waved his hand. "Go ahead, it's time to reunite. Don't waste time. Also, it's time to update the latest issue of the magazine. The author is so slow to update. Please help me urge him." Okay, I'll go and see when I have time," Son Gohan said. He waved goodbye and teleported back to Earth. At this time, Trunks had already brought Vegeta back. But Vegeta was very unsociable. He leaned against a big tree and watched everyone silently. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, wanting to beat Kakarot up. Finally, everyone decided to have a party and have a long-awaited carnival. The next day, Eastern Ocean. A huge cruise ship is sailing slowly on the sea. Son Gohan stood on the deck, leaning on the railing with his hands, feeling the sea breeze and enjoying the rare moment of peace. Next to him stood the carefully dressed Baidiri. Vidal's eyes sparkled, with Son Gohan's shadow reflected in her pupils. The two of them quietly enjoyed the sea breeze and looked forward to the future with each other. And on the other side of the deck, Krillin, Yamcha, Tine Shinhan and others were eating barbecue, drinking ice drinks, and having a great time. Wu Long and Pu Er were chasing each other on the deck, while Trunks and Zio Wu were surfing in the sea. The two Kaishin and Jepital tasted the shrimp sushi and praised it highly. Sun Wukong roasted a whole butterfly pig. Piccolo and Dendi drank soda and talked about the past and present of Namek. Under Bulma's coercion, Vegeta changed into new clothes and lay in a rocking chair, thinking about life with a look of despair. It was unknown what Kai Kai and Bulma were discussing. They looked at Son Gohan and Vidal, then at Trunks and Zio Wu, and giggled nonstop. The Bull Demon King took on the heavy responsibility and directed the chefs to serve the food quickly. A peaceful and warm picture, everything is the best it can be. The missing Master Roshi was never found, and everyone planned to ask Shenlong about his whereabouts after a year. And until now, the true murderer who killed King South Kai remains a mystery. Even though he continued to serve with the Halo after King South Kai's death, he didn't know who had plotted against him. But all this is far away from Son Gohan. Now Son Gohan only wants to expand the house and transform the old house on Bayazi Mountain into a huge manor. Just do it. Only half a day later, Son Gohan found the best construction team in the world through Bulma, and they undertook the construction according to Son Gohan's ideas. Funds in place. The work started vigorously the next day. During the time when the house was being built, Sun Wukong, Kiki, and Bull Demon King temporarily lived in Zidu. Most of the houses there have no owners and have become ownerless. If it weren't for their special feelings for Bayazi Mountain, they actually wouldn't have to rebuild the manor. Day 3. After Son Gohan finished training, he was called over by Bulma. Bulma pointed at the completed time machine, her hands on her hips, her face blushing. "Gohan, the time machine is finished. Isn't it awesome?" Son Gohan looked at Bulma's face and smiled. "Great, but Aunt Bulma, why do I feel like you seem to be younger now and your face looks much rosier?" "Ah, yes, is there." Bulma immediately picked up the mirror on the table and took a full-scale look. "Haha, I see. Uncle Vegeta must have been resurrected. You're happy, right?" "Tusk, tusk, tusk. It's as if you've returned to that energetic look 10 years ago." "Ha cough, cough." Bulma coughed twice and continued. "Let's talk about the time machine again." Bulma said, becoming serious. "Come to think of it, actually with the current situation, there's nothing wrong with not going back to the past and sending Goku a special medicine for heart disease. Anyway, with you here, Gohan, everything will get back on track in the end. But those 10 years were so hard and difficult. Although the Earth has become better now, billions of ordinary people still lost their lives and can no longer live. So Gohan, since the time machine is already made, let's send the special medicine to your father. I don't want to see such tragic history anymore, and I don't want to see you in Trunks working so hard anymore. I never want to see it again. Yeah, Son Gohan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Here, this is a special medicine for heart disease, something that had not been invented in the past. And these 2 batteries, this is the fuel for the time machine. In case of emergency, you can take them all. Looking at the special medicine that looked like glucose, Son Gohan threw it into another space. As for the 2 tubes of time machine fuel as big as his arms, Son Gohan took a closer look. It is called a battery, but it is more like a liquid fuel, transparent blue and crystal clear like amber. Pretty nice battery. After taking 2 glances, he threw it into the other dimension as well. Aunt Bulma, how do we operate this time machine? Asked Son Gohan. Bulma opened the lid of the time machine and demonstrated it to Son Gohan. It's very simple. This is the start button and this is the return button. As for the time, I have already set it. It is 1 hour before Frieza comes to Earth to seek revenge. Back then, because Goku arrived a little late, the Z Warriors suffered a lot at the hands of Frieza. If Frieza hadn't had a revengeful and playful mentality, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others probably wouldn't have been able to wait for Son Goku. Okay, I understand. Son Gohan nodded and put away the time machine. Where's Trunks? Asked Son Gohan. Take Vegeta to the Spirit and Time Chamber in the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta was very eager to go there after he knew about it, so Trunks took him there today. Bulma responded. Well, in that case, I have no choice but to go back to the past alone, said Son Gohan. After leaving the Universal Capsule Company, Son Gohan thought about it and flew to the nearest city to purchase several boxes of dried fish with various flavors. Set off, Son Gohan restrained his breath and pressed the start button. Whoosh, the time machine took off into the air and disappeared in an instant. It was the afternoon of August 764, 8 AD, on an empty go-by desert somewhere in Dongdu. Son Gohan, riding in a time machine, appeared out of thin air and then landed steadily on the ground. He opened the lid, jumped out of the time machine, then turned the time machine into a capsule and put it away. Release your breath and sense it. Son Gohan sensed the aura of Master Cat, Master Turtle, and the Old God. He finally became convinced that he had really returned to the time and space 16 years ago. The land he is standing on now is the same land he was standing on 16 years ago. These trees, these mountains, and every grain of sand here are from 16 years ago. This feeling is really strange. It's like standing in the long river of time and witnessing the illusion of history. This year, Son Gohan had just celebrated his 7th birthday. Vegeta had not yet become a Super Saiyan in this year. At this time, Frieza was still quite far away from the Earth, and the Z Warriors had not yet sensed that the crisis was approaching them. Son Gohan took a deep breath and raised his hand to wave over his face. His face was immediately covered with a thin layer of mist, and as the mist appeared, it became difficult for others to see his true appearance. This is just one of the little tricks in using Yadrat's star energy. There is nothing surprising about it. There was a flash of light in his palm, and he took out the special medicine for heart disease and checked it, but there was no problem. Son Gohan's extra-dimensional space node is located deep in his brain. It won't be impossible to open it just because he traveled through time and space. There is still 1 hour left. What should I do? Without a doubt, I must go visit the old cat immortal first. Son Gohan put 2 fingers to his forehead, locked onto the aura of the Cat Master, and instantly teleported to the top of Kylin Tower, the home of the Cat Master. At this moment, the Cat Fairy was playing hide-and-seek with Yajirobe. Son Gohan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and Yajirobe, with gauze on his eyes, bumped into Son Gohan, covering his head and screaming in pain. Yajirobe suddenly pulled off the gauze covering his eyes, and when he saw that it was a stranger whose face he couldn't see clearly, he immediately drew the samurai sword from his waist, held it horizontally in front of him, and questioned Son Gohan loudly. The cat hermit also looked at Son Gohan warily and narrowed his eyes when he saw the furry tail behind Son Gohan. Saiyan? Asked the cat hermit. Saiyan? Is he really a Saiyan? Yajirobe also saw Son Gohan's tail and suddenly felt that the knife in his hand was not so sharp, and his voice began to tremble. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Don't panic, I'm just a Kamen rider passing by. I just wanted to ask the immortal Kylin for some senzu beans. Look, I brought gifts with me, unlike this fat guy who's just getting something for free." Son Gohan said this, raising his hand and taking out several boxes of dried fish of various flavors and stacking them on the ground. Seeing this, Cat Hermit and Yajirobe were even more shocked. The ability to create objects out of thin air is rare, but when he smelled the aroma of the dried fish, the cat immortal couldn't help swallowing a few times. "Sage Kylin, where are the senzu beans?" asked Son Gohan. The cat immortal pointed to the ochre-colored jars in the corner. "It's there, but probably not much." Son Gohan walked over, opened the lid, and finally understood why this was not much. Son Gohan poured out all the contents of the 3 earthen jars. With a few clatters, all the beans rolled onto the ground. While there are only 10 pills in total, it's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. They were all eaten by this fat guy. Son Gohan looked like he had eaten shit. Although he knew that it was the will of the world trying to eliminate the bug-like item, the senzu beans, it was just doing it with the help of Yajirobe. But this does not affect Son Gohan's resentment towards this fat guy. What a waste. If you grind it into tofu, it could last for several meals, but he ended up eating it all as snacks. The cat immortal also said helplessly, Yajirobe eats whenever he has time, there is no way to stop him. Son Gohan glared at Yajirobe and said, one senzu bean can fill your stomach for 10 days. Why don't you die of overeating after eating so many? Although he couldn't see Son Gohan's appearance clearly. Yajirobe was still frightened by him and took a few steps back. Here there are only beans here. What else can we eat if not beans? Son Gohan didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he collected all 10 senzu beans and asked the cat sage, Sage Kylan, these senzu beans are too few. Can you tell me the secret of growing senzu beans? The cat immortal hesitated. Son Gohan pointed to the boxes of dried fish piled on the ground and continued, Look, I came here with good intentions, and you should be able to sense that I'm not a bad person. If I really had any bad intentions, you wouldn't be safe now, right? Son Gohan's tone was calm, but the cat master heard a threat in his words. Well, it's not a big secret anyway. The cat immortal chose to compromise. If he can accept a guy like Yajirobe who has been taking advantage of him for free for several years but hasn't even brought him any dried fish, what else can he not accept? Moreover, the aura of Son Gohan is very pure and he doesn't look like a bad person. Son Gohan listened quietly. I only heard the cat immortal continue to say, there is no secret to growing magic beans. The key lies in the soil in which the magic beans are grown. Ordinary soil cannot allow senzu beans to take root and sprout. Only the soil in the divine realm can meet the growth conditions of senzu beans. You mean that pot of soil comes from the divine realm? Son Gohan was surprised and pointed to the pot where the senzu beans were being grown. Yes, the cat immortal nodded. I accidentally got this piece of sacred soil that year, and that's when I started to cultivate magic beans. But as time goes by, the nutrients in the sacred soil are also lost, and now the harvest of fairy beans is no longer as abundant as before. Well, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise it would be troublesome to come again. Son Gohan said and put the bottles and jars neatly in order. Ha. I'm not lying. It's just that how can the soil from the God realm be so easy to get? That's the God realm. The cat immortal said and couldn't help licking his paws. It was his old problem again. Well, you're right. Son Gohan nodded, thinking that what the cat master said made sense, but he did not agree. Then goodbye, Master Kylan. Son Gohan said and jumped down from Kylan's tower, leaving Master Cat and Yajirobe looking at each other in bewilderment. Seeing that Son Gohan had completely disappeared, Yajirobe asked, so who is he? He just said that he was a Kamen rider passing by, said the cat hermit, but he's a Saiyan. Meow, who cares? Anyway, we are still alive and well, right? Yajirobe, the cat immortal suddenly shouted in a deep voice. 2. Unboxing. The cat fairy pointed to the boxes of dried fish with various flavors. Over time, Frieza is getting closer and closer to the Earth. The Z warriors living on Earth began to sense the terrifying aura of Frieza and King Cold. After a brief shock, they began to gather together and discuss countermeasures with sad faces. But not surprisingly, their mood was extremely pessimistic. The current Frieza is simply not someone they can contend with. Not to mention that besides Frieza, there is another equally powerful aura. A strong sense of uneasiness and fear enveloped everyone. They figured out where Frieza's spaceship had landed and crept over there quietly. Soon, a huge disc-shaped spaceship appeared in the sky and slowly descended. It was the first time for many people to feel Frieza's terrifying aura at such a close distance. Their bodies became stiff, their steps became extremely heavy, and looks of fear appeared on their faces. Look at their cowardly appearance. Vegeta, who was wearing a pink shirt, laughed coldly. Hey, do you want to hear the truth? The end of the Earth is coming. Everyone was silent and no one objected. On the other side, Son Gohan had already stood on the top of a mountain and had a panoramic view of everything that was happening. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as I remembered, without any changes. Everyone is here. The huge disc-shaped spaceship approached the ground, with dozens of metallic iron claws extending from the bottom and inserted into the ground, then land smoothly. Then the hatch of the spacecraft creaked open, and more than a dozen small fry filed out and stood in a row right in front of the spacecraft. Then Frieza and King Cold also walked out of the spaceship. Frieza first uttered a series of harsh words, then waved his hand and ordered those dozen or so small fry to slaughter the humans on Earth. He threatened to make Sun Wukong suffer terribly when he returned. Son Gohan stood on the top of the mountain, stretched out his right hand, pointed it at Frieza and his crew, and prepared to use an energy shock wave to kill Frieza and his crew instantly. But that's it. A figure rose into the air from the other side of the mountain and landed in front of Frieza and the others. Okay, when he saw the person coming, Son Gohan's pupils contracted and he slowly retracted his outstretched right arm. The man had purple hair, a long sword on his back, and was wearing loose work clothes. Who else could it be but Trunks? But Son Gohan knew very well that this Trunks was definitely not the Trunks who followed him every day and called him Brother Gohan. In comparison, this Trunks looked colder, with less childishness and more maturity in his brows. That cold look was just like a cool hero in a movie. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes and observed the development of the situation, muttering involuntarily, "They actually came." Below, Trunks began to display his prowess. His sword was unsheathed with a bang, and with one sharp sword move, he instantly killed more than a dozen shouting trash. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others who were still behind the mountain were shocked and didn't know what was going on. So much energy disappeared in an instant. Then Trunks clenched his fists and a golden aura rose up, transforming into a blonde and blue-eyed Super Saiyan form. In an instant, the momentum soared to the sky. Frieza, who witnessed Trunks' transformation, was shocked and took several steps back. This reminded him of the fear he felt when he was dominated by Super Saiyan Goku a year ago. In the back mountain, the crowd also became noisy, discussing the sudden appearance of the huge aura. Feeling Trunks' breath, Son Gohan judged Trunks' current strength. Trunks' current Kai is roughly equivalent to the strength he had more than 2 years ago before he was buried. It's a very good strength. After all, he was already 21 years old at that time, and the Trunks in front of him was only 17 years old. It seems that after him died, Trunks undertook extremely hard training, which enabled him to improve his strength to its current level. But the direction of our efforts still needs to be improved. While Son Gohan was thinking, the battle between Frieza and Trunks was about to break out. Seeing Trunks transform into the Super Saiyan he hated the most, Frieza could no longer remain calm and raised his hand to blast a ball of energy at Trunks. A huge roar was heard, and suddenly thick smoke billowed in the canyon. But the law of no harm while there is smoke is an eternal truth in the Dragon Ball world. Can such an attack hurt Trunks? The answer is no. Trunks soared into the sky and landed on a high peak. However, his retreating heel almost stepped on Son Gohan, who was sitting cross-legged. Danger. Subconsciously, Trunks felt as if there was some terrifying creature crawling behind him, which could kill him with one blow. Is there someone behind? Trunks turned around suddenly and saw Son Gohan sitting cross-legged with a blurry face. Trunks, who had always been decisive, calm, and gentle, swore for the first time in his life. Grass, then he subconsciously slashed at Son Gohan with his sword. Seeing Trunks' sword slashing at him from the corner of his eye, Son Gohan instantly increased his aura, wrapped his arms with silver aura, and raised his hand to directly grasp Trunks' sword. Trunks tried to pull out the sword, but found that he couldn't pull it out. Great horror. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by greater pressure than when he faced the android. He felt that his body could not move at all under this terrible pressure. Who is this person? Trunks was so shocked that his heart almost burst. In his memory, there was no such person at all. Moreover, the opponent's momentum only erupted suddenly when he was attacking. At other times, even his breath could not be felt. Otherwise, he would not have flown to the top of this mountain and almost stepped on the opponent. Who is this person? Trunks frantically searched for the answer in his mind, but found nothing because he couldn't sense the other person's aura at all. When he was terrified, he heard Son Gohan calling out his name. "Trunks, we are not enemies. Go and get rid of Frieza and King Cold first and then finish what you need to do. This person actually knows my name." A tsunami was stirring in Trunks' heart. Facing the unknown, fear and terror became his instinct. But he quickly calmed down and said, "Okay, the opponent is so powerful that it would be too easy to kill him. It seems that this person does not want his life, so he is not an enemy for the time being." And after a few moments of contact, this mysterious man actually gave him a feeling of familiarity and intimacy. It's incredible. At this time, Frieza below saw that Trunks did not appear for a long time after the explosion, and thought that Trunks had died in the explosion, so he laughed. "Haha, you really don't know your own limitations." The King of Kurd beside him also praised Frieza. "Frieza, well done." But suddenly a loud shout came from above. Frieza and King Cold suddenly raised their heads. But then they saw a ball of energy whizzing down and exploding next to them with a boom. "Damn Saiyan monkey," Frieza cursed and flew into the air, but something happened that he could not have expected. Trunks suddenly appeared above his head and slashed down with a sword, cutting him in half in an instant. As Frieza looked shocked, Trunks swung his sword a few times and cut Frieza into several pieces. Then Trunks raised his hand, and a wave of energy hit Frieza's flesh, instantly knocking Frieza into ashes. The whole operation is smooth and seamless. The Kurdish king watched in amazement as his beloved son turned into ashes. In addition to King Cold, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and others who were hiding behind the mountain also saw what was happening in the sky and were stunned. They simply couldn't believe that such a powerful Frieza was killed in an instant. Moreover, the other person looked very young, only about 16 or 17 years old, which was simply unacceptable. They could no longer bear it and rushed over in the air. Then King Cold tried to trick Trunks into giving him his sword, thinking he had already won. In the end, he was still killed instantly by Trunks with one blow. Things unfolded just as in the original script. The Z warriors came not far from Trunks, but did not dare to talk to him. Trunks turned his head and looked towards the top of the mountain, only to find that Son Gohan had disappeared. Where did he go? Trunks wondered why he didn't see Son Gohan. At this moment, a breeze blew by and Son Gohan's voice rang in his ears. Trunks, remember, don't tell them about me. Trunks looked around but couldn't find where the sound came from. He just felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. It reminded him of the respected brother who had died many years ago. Well, as he wished, he exhaled, dispelled the Super Saiyan state, regained his mind, turned to look at Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others, smiled, and shouted, "I'm going to pick up Mr. Son Wukong. Do you want to come with me?" What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the boy to call out Wukong's name. Seeing their surprised looks, Trunks continued, "Mr. Son Goku's spaceship should land nearby. Follow me." As he spoke, he took off into the air, determined the direction, and flew out. Krillin, Vegeta, and the others hesitated for a while, struggling over whether or not to follow. But in the end, I couldn't hold back my curiosity and followed them all. 3 hours later, Son Wukong's spaceship fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang, creating a deep hole. Son Goku appears in his Yadrak costume. As the story continues, Trunks and Son Goku have a sparring match. Then he told Son Wukong about the terrible future and gave him the special heart disease medicine he had brought with him. While they were talking, Son Gohan had wiped the anger off his face and was sitting in a gourmet restaurant in Taodu. The table was filled with a variety of food and he was eating with relish. Speaking of this store, Son Gohan is quite familiar with it, because he had been there many times when he was in that world. All the furnishings in the store are the same, even the people are the same, except that the proprietress is much younger now, just a young woman in her early 20s. In his memory, the proprietress was already a charming woman in her 40s. This feeling is really very strange. Son Gohan looked at the proprietress with interest. While eating, he was thinking about the appearance of Trunks. Now it seems that the world line has split when I was reborn. In that time and space when I was already dead, Trunks fought against the androids alone and brought a cure for heart disease to the world. Everything has changed, but nothing has changed. Timeline is really the most complicated thing in the world. Son Gohan kept deducing and guessing in his mind. If he had known that Trunks would come to this world to deliver medicine, he would never have come. Eat delicious food when you have free time and practice when you are full. Isn't that great? Why bother getting involved in this muddy water? To be honest, he didn't really want to meet the familiar people in this world. He didn't bother to explain, and there is a possibility of getting into some unnecessary trouble. All in all, it's very troublesome. Now that Trunks had stepped in to solve the problem, he was content to be an idle bystander. It's comfortable. Thinking about it, not a single bit of the food on the table was wasted, and all of it found its destination. The young proprietress was amazed when she saw such a handsome guy who could eat so much for the first time. She couldn't help but look at Son Gohan a few more times. "Madam, pay the bill. Here I come, Sir Tilda." The proprietress' voice was gentle and pleasant, but her figure was a little worse than it was more than 10 years later. Son Gohan happily paid and left the food house. At this moment, he discovered that Trunks' breath had moved away from Son Goku and the others and was flying around as if looking for him. "Are you finally done?" Son Gohan thought to himself and teleported over instantly. High in the air on the top of a mountain, Trunks looked around. Strange, is that person gone? Thinking of the familiar and friendly feeling that Son Gohan gave him, Trunks especially wanted to see Son Gohan again and find out who he really was. Whoosh, Son Gohan suddenly appeared beside him. Instant teleport. Trunks was startled and took 2 steps back, then he saw Son Gohan's face clearly. After seeing Son Gohan's face clearly, Trunks' pupils quickly contracted and even his hands began to tremble. His lips trembled and he looked at Son Gohan in disbelief and said, "Go, brother Gohan, is it really you?" He rubbed his eyes hard and both of them turned red. "Yes, it's me." Son Gohan nodded. Silence. Trunks continued to look at Son Gohan and quickly shook his head in denial. "No, you're not brother Gohan. My brother Gohan isn't like this." Trunks' eyes quickly changed from excitement to dim, then from dim to confusion, and then from confusion to shock. With this ability, if he were to be reborn as an actor, it would be unreasonable for him not to win the Best Actor award. "Mr. Gohan, are you from the future as well?" Trunks is so smart that after he came to his senses, he guessed Son Gohan's origin almost exactly. Son Gohan nodded. "Yes, let's find a place to talk." "Go there," he said, pointing to a flat meadow on the hill. "Yeah, okay," Trunks responded, never taking his eyes off Son Gohan. The two landed on the top of the mountain, and Trunks restrained his aura. They sat on the grass. Trunks' eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This Mr. Gohan was taller than the big brother Gohan he remembered. His arms were intact, and even the scar on his face was gone. Especially behind it, there's actually a furry tail left. If it weren't for the friendly and familiar feeling and the face that was 80% similar, Trunks wouldn't have dared to recognize him. Thinking of the terrifying aura that had suppressed him before, Trunks could not imagine that the identity of the mysterious man was actually Son Gohan. As soon as Trunks sat down, he couldn't wait to ask, "Mr. Gohan, what's going on? Are you really from the future too?" Son Gohan nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right, Tilda. Trunks, tell me about your situation first." "Okay." Without any hesitation, Trunks told everything that happened in the future world. Just like in Son Gohan's memory, in the year 778 of the age of D, he died. Trunks dealt with androids 17 and 18 alone for several years, living in hiding. Later, Bulma successfully developed a time machine. Then Bulma asked Trunks to bring a special heart disease medicine to Son Goku in this world. A familiar story, not much different at all. This is my story, Mr. Gohan. What about you? Trunks said to Son Gohan. Son Gohan's eyes were deep as he fell into memories. In the year 778 of the Aki era, I crawled out of the grave. Trunks' eyes widened. What kind of incredible start is this? Then why didn't my brother go and crawl out? Trunks was stunned. He never expected that Mr. Gohan in front of him would have such an incredible start. He had checked carefully at that time and found that Brother Gohan had no breath at all and was indeed dead. But the Mr. Gohan in front of me is not dead. Son Gohan waved his hand and an air shield enveloped the two of them, isolating them from any sound and breath. All I heard was Son Gohan continuing, "There's nothing strange about this. Time changes rapidly and every second can create a different life. Just like in this world, who could have imagined that such a strong father would suddenly die of a heart attack? Many things happened suddenly. It could be a pulse beat, an ant bite, or the difference in soil temperature. Anyway, I woke up suddenly. The divergence between our two worlds probably began from here. Later, Trunks and I found a spaceship at the former site of the Universal Capsule Company, and your mother successfully repaired the ship. This spaceship is equipped with a gravity system, which can be used to achieve twice the result with half the effort during cultivation. Later, I happen to remember that my father mentioned that there was a wonderful spiritual time house in the Temple of the Gods when I was very young, so Trunks and I went to look for it. Fortunately, the Temple of the Gods had not been destroyed by the androids, and we successfully found the spiritual time house. Trunks couldn't help but ask, "Spirit time chamber, what is that?" It's a very suitable place for cultivation. The gravity inside is several times that of the Earth, and 1 year of cultivation inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. But unfortunately, each person can only go in there for 2 days in their lifetime. But this is enough. Trunks and I trained in there for 1.5 years. After we came out, the androids were no match for us. Trunks and I successfully killed the androids. Listening to Son Gohan's story, Trunks was very shocked. Although Mr. Gohan sounded like he was making a light statement, he knew better than anyone how terrifying androids were. Mr. Gohan must have gone through a life and death struggle before he narrowly won. So, what happened next? Trunks continued to ask. He looked at Son Gohan's intact left arm and knew there would definitely be a follow-up. Later, I contacted Lord North Kai through Mr. Popo, the guardian of the Celestial Palace, and learned the address of New Namek from Lord Kai. I went to New Namek in the spaceship that Aunt Bulma repaired. There, I successfully repaired my broken arm with the Dragon Ball. I also found a new god, Dandy, for the Earth. Dandy once again created the magical Dragon Ball and brought new peace to the Earth. That's about enough. Son Gohan decided to stop here. After listening to Son Gohan's story, Trunks sighed. I didn't expect that the two worlds would be so different. I don't know anything about what Mr. Gohan is talking about, including the spaceship, the spirit time chamber, and the new Namek. I know nothing about it. If I had known this earlier. Son Gohan looked at Trunks, thinking of the ups and downs he had experienced alone over the years, and sighed. You can try it when you go back, but I don't know if the Temple of the Gods is still there. Yes, Trunks nodded heavily, then thought for a moment and continued, Mr. Gohan, can I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Son Gohan said, can you give me some advice on how to practice? I can sense that you are very powerful now, even countless times more powerful than Mr. Goku I just met. I want to become stronger, then defeat the androids and bring peace to the Earth. Okay, but I thought you would ask me to help you kill the androids. Son Gohan couldn't help but laugh. After all that happened in my time and space, I want to solve it myself. I want to kill those 2 demons with my own hands, avenge all my friends, and avenge Brother Gohan. Trunks clenched his fists and spoke loudly. Very good, very ambitious. Son Gohan smiled and patted Trunks on the shoulder. Then he said, Trunks, you have just listened to my way of becoming stronger, so I will not tell you again. Now I want to tell you some experience of Super Saiyan. Let me ask you, Trunks, do you think the Super Saiyan can make further transformations? Further transformation? Trunks was a little surprised. He really hadn't thought about this. Can the Super Saiyan transform further? Unbelievable, Son Gohan said. From your expression, I know you definitely haven't thought about it. Then I will tell you now, the power of Saiyans has no limit, and the same is true for Super Saiyan transformation. In my opinion, Super Saiyan is not the end, but just the beginning. There is still a very long way to go, and we can continue to break through bottlenecks and become stronger. We must first break the bottleneck in our hearts. Only with this kind of thinking can we find new breakthrough methods and directions and continue to become stronger. If you think that's all there is to becoming a Super Saiyan, then your achievements in this life will probably be limited to the initial stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Remember, keep pushing yourself and surpassing your limits. Trunks nodded heavily, feeling his head itching a little, as if a new way of thinking had been opened up, a new direction. This is the benefit of having someone to guide you in your practice. If you figure things out on your own, you'll always be a step behind others, even if you have the same talent. Mr. Gohan, thank you for your advice. Trunks stood up and bowed deeply to Son Gohan. The grace of teaching is like a rebirth, and Trunks is very grateful. Although Son Gohan only spoke a few words in a casual manner, they were of great help to him. "Well, sit down." Son Gohan waved his hand and Trunks sat down again. "Trunks, you have to listen carefully to what I say next." "You say." Trunks sat up straight. Son Gohan said with a very serious expression. In fact, in addition to androids 17 and 18, Dr. Jiro's computer also created an android that is even more dangerous than them. This guy has probably woken up in your place, so you have to be more careful and beware of his sneak attacks. There is such a thing. Trunks was greatly shocked and became more eager to improve his strength. Strength is the confidence to face all difficulties. Well, and if one day you get the Kaioshin sword, remember, you must break it as soon as possible. Remember, yeah, I understand. Trunks nodded heavily, taking everything into account. He has always been a very steady person, and it is impossible for him to be careless. After talking for a while, Trunks got on the time machine, whooshed away in the sky and disappeared, returning to his own time and space. Looking at the direction where Trunks disappeared, Son Gohan was silent for a while. He knew that what he said to Trunks would definitely change some of the history of that world. But what does it matter? It's better not to have such a tragic history. Son Gohan also took out the time machine and returned to his own time and space. He told Bulma the news that another Trunks had appeared, and Bulma was stunned. It only took half a day to go back and forth. Nothing happened except that it was almost time for the next meal. The next day, Son Gohan went to Kylin Tower, planted a senzu bean in the pot where the cat hermit used to grow senzu beans, and watered it. After doing this, he went to Kaioshin planet again, planted 5 senzu beans, and asked Jupiter to water them on time. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. The new manor on Bayazi Mountain has also completed the final acceptance. Son Gohan and his family moved into a spacious new house, and it is worth mentioning that Kiki is pregnant again. It is the law of nature that after a long drought, all things grow after a rain, and this is true. On this day, after finishing his training, Son Gohan came to Kylin Tower to check the planted senzu bean seeds, but the result disappointed him. 2 months had passed and there was still no sprout. Could it be that this magic bean seed is dead? Son Gohan had an urge to dig it out and study it, but in the end I endured it. Then he came to Kaioshin planet. Looking at the 5 senzu bean seedlings breaking through the soil, Son Gohan smiled so hard that his back teeth were exposed. Pleased and satisfied, there is a strong sense of accomplishment. It's like an old father lamenting that his child has finally grown up. Since it has sprouted, it means we are halfway to success. Jepit, well done. Son Gohan gave a big thumbs up to Jepit, the great contributor, and provide tempting food rewards. A year passes quickly. Vegeta thought he had made a major breakthrough and came to challenge Son Goku with great vigor and confidence. As a result, Sun Wukong showed off his ability by transforming from normal state to Super Saiyan, and then from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. Not long after Goku and Vegeta fought, Kai successfully unloaded. He is a white and chubby boy. Kai named him Goten, Son Goten. Looking at his younger brother, who is almost 25 years younger than him, Son Gohan marvels at how his parents are still strong despite their old age. Anyway, it's pretty awesome. Trunks poked Son Gohan from the side and whispered to him that he also wanted a younger brother or sister and was very envious. Go tell your mother. Son Gohan chuckled. And in this year, they summoned the dragon and found Master Roshi. Through Master Roshi's narration, I learned that he had mistakenly entered the demon world in recent years and couldn't find the way back. Fortunately, I had the help of the dragon, otherwise I would have been trapped in the demon world forever. It was a very bizarre experience, and Master Roshi said it was too painful. The witch over there is too open-minded and the old man can't handle it. Speaking of senzu beans. After a year, the magic beans on the Kylin Tower have taken root and sprouted, and have grown to a height of more than 10 centimeters. But I don't know when it will bear fruit. As for the 5 senzu sprouts from planet Kaioshin, they are far ahead. Purple buds have already bloomed and the results are gratifying. Time flies. Another year has passed. This year, Son Gohan and Videl successfully entered the marriage hall and began their happy life as a couple. After countless nights of failing the trial, Bidili is pregnant. Check it out after a few months. Wow, she's pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. After 10 months of pregnancy, the baby was successfully delivered, a boy and a girl. Both cute kids are very good looking, with delicate features, big eyes, and long eyelashes. It is conceivable that they will both be handsome boys and beautiful girls when they grow up. The whole family was overjoyed and had a big banquet. Son Gohan was so excited that he didn't sleep for several days. I was so happy that I didn't even know how to write the word sleepy. Finally, the names of the 2 children were decided. The girl was named Xiaofeng by Bidili. The name given to the boy by Son Gohan is Sun Wu, which means Wu in martial arts. There is also a bit of nostalgia for the previous life. After becoming a father, Son Gohan felt that his responsibilities had become even greater, and he practiced diligently every day, never slacking off. The strength is also increasing day by day. One day, Kai curiously asked Son Gohan, "Gohan, don't you want to be a scholar anymore?" Son Gohan smiled and replied, "Mom, I am currently studying martial arts." Kiki smiled and didn't say anything else. Gohan has grown up now and is a father. He has his own considerations, so Kai naturally won't interfere too much. Moreover, they live a very good life now. They have no worries about food and clothing and have become a wealthy family in the eyes of others. This is much cooler than being a scholar. Just because Son Gohan provided a new idea, he invested in the Universal Capsule Group and now has a very considerable income from dividends every year. There's simply too much money to spend. Nowadays, Piccolo lives in the Temple of Heaven and spends his days either practicing martial arts or meditating. With him living there, Dandy seemed less bored. Tine Shinhan and Jaya Ozi became ascetic monks. They had to travel around the world on foot and perform arduous training. Yamcha works as a fitness coach, using his exaggerated muscles to tease young female students every day. With Baidili's strong recommendation, Klin went to work at the Dondu police station and became the captain of the second team. The Turtle Hermit and Wulong Par still live on Turtle Island. It is also very relaxing to read magazines, watch TV, and do some aerobics every day. This day, Son Gohan was teasing the babbling Son Goten. Trunks fell from the sky and came to Son Gohan's side. At this time, Trunks has truly grown up and become the true Big Trunks. Moreover, his strength is extremely powerful, and he can be said to be the third strongest person on Earth. His strength is second only to Son Gohan and Son Goku. With the full power of a Super Saiyan 2, even Vegeta would be beaten by him. Haha, Goten, call me brother, Trunks brother. Trunks lifted Goten above his head and laughed. Son Wushan danced and laughed nonstop. Screamed Goten. Trunks held up Son Goten and turned around. T-Ranks, Son Goten called out word by word and then laughed like Trunks. Son Gohan looked at the two of them and felt as if he was in another world. You have to call Trunks brother, Goten, not just Trunks. Trunks refused to give up. He also wanted to enjoy the feeling of being called brother. It's pretty cool just thinking about it, but Son Wushan just didn't shout. Finally, Trunks had no choice but to let him go and put him on the ground. Trunks said to Son Gohan in a somewhat unconvinced manner, Brother Gohan, why doesn't Goten want to call me brother? I really don't understand. Next time, remember to give him the candy first and then try again. Really? Trunks' eyes lit up, thinking it might be feasible. Hey, that goes without saying, Trunks. I'm not bragging to you, but I'm a father now, Gohan. I never tell lies. Son Gohan said proudly. Now, special news. Today, a large number of terrorists appeared all over the world. They were holding a special device that could penetrate the human body to extract energy. According to investigation, these terrorists should be from the same organization. Please be careful when traveling. If you find any suspicious whereabouts, please report it to the relevant departments in a timely manner. Below are the special tattoos of the organization's followers. Please be careful to identify them. Then several pictures appeared on the TV screen like a slideshow. The pictures show muscular men with the same black mark on their foreheads. While we were eating, a special news program suddenly came on TV. Hearing the sound of the TV broadcast, Son Gohan suddenly turned his head and looked at the TV screen. After seeing the picture, he couldn't help but frowning. This logo, familiar, too familiar. This is the special symbol of the evil wizard Babidi. Is it finally here? Just as Son Gohan was thinking, Gohan, Gohan. What's wrong? When Videl saw that Son Gohan suddenly became distracted, she called him twice. Why are you so distracted? Kiki also looked at him. At this moment, it is lunchtime. No one knew where Sun Wukong went and he never came back. Sitting at the dining table were Son Gohan, Kai Kai, Videl, Bull King, and two nanas hired to take care of the three children. Normally, a nanny is not allowed to eat at the same table with the host family, but Son Gohan's family doesn't mind this. It's just a matter of adding 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Something happened. Son Gohan pointed to the TV that was still playing the news repeatedly. This shouldn't be a big deal, right? Kiki asked. Well, it shouldn't be a big deal. Let's eat first. Son Gohan said with a smile and continued to eat. The ball is gone. What other waves does Babidi want to stir up? After dinner, Son Gohan teleported to the Temple of Heaven. When he saw Dendi, Son Gohan started talking. Dandy, help me find a guy. Sensing Son Gohan's breath, Piccolo, who was floating in the air, opened his eyes and landed. What happened? Piccolo and Dandy asked in unison. It's like this, a group of weird guys have appeared on Earth now, and they may endanger the safety of the Earth. Son Gohan repeated what he had just seen on TV news. I want to talk to their leader, but that guy must have used special means to block his aura. How could this happen? I haven't seen any alien spaceships coming to Earth in the past few days. Dandy said in disbelief, then walked to the edge of the Temple of Heaven and looked down at the world. Could it be the work of the Earthlings? Piccolo also frowned and stood there side by side with Dandy, looking down at the world. After Piccolo merged with the old god, although he was no longer the god of the Earth, his ability to observe the human world from the Temple of the God remained. There are 38 people in total, each holding a special energy collector. Thousands of ordinary people have been killed by them. Fortunately, only the energy in their bodies has been drained, and they are not dead. They should be able to recover after resting for a while. Damn it, I just didn't patrol the moral world today. Dandy clenched his fists tightly, full of regret. I secretly thought that these evil forces are really omnipresent. Just at this moment, the voice of King Kai of the North sounded in the air. Hey Gohan, are you listening? Yes, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Son Gohan guessed that what King Kai wanted to say was probably related to the magician Babidi. Otherwise, it would be impossible to contact him for no reason. Well, do you remember when King South Kai was killed? Remember, wasn't that several years ago before Bajek invaded Earth? Yes, that was the time. Now we have finally found out who the murderer is. Son Gohan had a bad feeling. The guy that King Kai is talking about is probably Babidi. I only heard the North King continue to say, there is an evil magician who has gathered a lot of evil magic warriors in recent years to collect energy everywhere in the Milky Way. He was active in the southern Milky Way a few years ago. The death of King South Kai was related to him. Son Gohan's heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be true. It was really that ugly guy Babidi who did the deed. This evil wizard is called Babidi. It is said that he is the descendant of Babidi, the evil wizard who created Majin Buu a long time ago. I guess he is collecting energy in order to revive Majin Buu. Gohan, I have to tell you some worse news. Babidi should be on Earth now. His son Gohan sighed. Then you probably guessed right. I'm asking Dendi to find his location now. At this time, whoosh, whizzing, 3 piercing sounds sounded. The 3 people arrived at the Temple of Heaven one after another. They are Son Goku, king of the world's Asin, and the servant of God, Jeppet. Son Wukong was teleported from King Kai of the North. King Kai and Jeppetu also sensed the appearance of Babidi, so they came to Earth. As soon as they met, King Kai gave Son Gohan an Advanced Awareness Award. Gohan, luckily you had the foresight to move Majin Buu's sealing ball. Now Babidi's descendants have actually appeared. Son Gohan nodded. Well, the most urgent thing now is to find Babidi and his gang. Den stepped forward, bowed to King Kai, and said, Lord King Kai, I have a question. There have been no alien spacecraft coming to Earth in the past few days. How did this Babidi suddenly appear? King Kai smiled and said, Dandy, you don't know that this Babidi is proficient in evil magic. His ability is even better than that of his father Babidi. He must have used a spell similar to teleportation to travel through space and come to Earth. Found it, said King God, his eyes lighting up. He found where Babidi was hiding. Great, as expected of Lord Kaishin, said Dendi. Son Goku on the side became excited. Gohan, do you think this Babidi is a powerful guy? Well, the old problem comes back again. Son Gohan responded, I don't know, but since he's a magician, you have to be careful of his magic. Let's stop talking for now. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, follow me, King Kai said, jumping down from the Temple of Heaven. Lord Kaishin, why don't you just teleport over there? Son Gohan couldn't help but complain, but he also caught up with Lord Kaishin. Piccolo and Son Goku also jumped down, because we still have some things to say on the way and many people still don't know anything about Babidi. King Kai explained. At this moment the air fluctuated. Trunks and Vegeta teleported over. Gohan, what's going on? I sensed your auras gathering together, and I guess there must be some special action, so I followed you. Trunks explained to Son Gohan, then caught up with the team. Vegeta snorted and turned his head to the side. Looking at the arrogant Vegeta, Son Gohan was really worried that he would get cervical spondylosis sooner or later. Since you are all here, I will tell you about this evil wizard Babidi. Turning his head to look at everyone, King Kai Shin began to talk about Babidi's past. But fortunately, Gohan had the foresight to transfer Majin Buu's sealing ball to King Kai's realm, thus avoiding a disaster. It's impossible for Babidi to find Majin Buu now. Our mission now is to kill Babidi and the evil warriors he recruited. Vegeta said coldly, then they are dead. All the strong men in this universe are gathered here. They are walking into a trap. King Kai looked at Vegeta and smiled. Haha, don't underestimate Babidi. Maybe he has gathered some terrible subordinates. HMPH, Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, disagreeing. Hee Lord Kaishin, I want to see what Majin Buu looks like. Son Wukong rubbed his hands together, his eyes almost shining. Hearing his words, King Shin was shocked. No, that's absolutely impossible. He decisively rejected Son Wukong's request. They are both Saiyans, but why is there such a big difference in their personalities? Mr. Gohan and Trunks are obviously very stable, but Son Goku and Vegeta seem a bit unruly. G-Tut, what's with the contrast of identity swapping? Who is the father? And at this moment, in a basin in the Yunzibite Highlands, a huge spaceship was buried underground with only a gap in the ground for entry and exit. The bottom level of the spacecraft, Babidi, who was short and ugly like a bug, was furious. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Where's Majin Buu? Where on earth did Majin Buu's sealing ball go? Babidi is only about 50 centimeters tall, with shit green skin that makes him look like a dung beetle. Now that he was angry, his voice was shrill and his saliva was spurting out, making him look even uglier. Next to him stood a tall and strong man with a blue cloak and pink skin. He was the king of the demon world, Dapra. Dapra lowered his head as much as possible and said, Lord Babidi, did someone do something before we arrived? Yes. That must be the case. It must be that bastard East Kaishin. He is the only one who knows where Majin Buu is. I'm so pissed off. Babidi was out of breath, with veins bulging on his forehead. He was extremely angry. Dabura consoled him. Lord Babidi, it doesn't matter if you can't find me. Don't you already have me? Even without Majin Buu, I can still roam the universe. No one can be my opponent. Babidi glanced at Dabura and snorted. Humph, you are far from being as good as Majin Buu, who's my father's most perfect work. Hearing Babidi say this, Dapper felt a little unconvinced, but he didn't dare to refute. Although he is the king of the demon world, he has been hit by Babidi's evil spell with an M mark on his forehead. He can only let Babidi control him and cannot have any rebellious thoughts. Otherwise, it will be unbearable pain. He nodded, yes, Master Babidi, what should we do now? Babidi sneered, Humph, suck all the energy of the earthlings and then destroy this planet. One day I will find Majin Buu and kill that guy East Kaioshin to avenge my father. Yes, Lord Babidi, I am looking forward to this day. Dapura said kindly, by the way, that guy is still sleeping. Babidi asked suddenly. Ah, this bastard, go wake him up. But Lord Babidi, he doesn't do anything when he gets up and he has a bad temper. I just can't stand seeing him sleeping. Go wake him up for me. Humph, he dares to disobey me? Yes, Dapper responded, turning to head towards the second floor. Son Gohan and others landed on the top of a mountain in Unbeatable Highlands. King Kai pointed to a spot on the basin and said, Babidi's spaceship is hidden there. Do you see the entrance? Yeah, several people nodded. Their eyesight is much better than that of ordinary people and they can see farther. At this moment, a burly, muscular man fell from the sky, holding a standard energy collector, and entered the entrance of the spacecraft. It seems that it has collected energy and returned. Brother Gohan, what should we do now? Trunks asked. As Trunks asked, the others also looked at Son Gohan, with a vague feeling of following his lead. I have to say that in terms of strength, Son Gohan is now no one. Even Vegeta, who had been looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, had to admire Son Gohan's current terrifying power. They have no idea what level Son Gohan is at right now. Son Gohan said, the enemy is in the light, we are in the dark, we are launching a sneak attack now. What else can we do? Well, of course we can destroy their spaceship while they are not paying attention and take as many as we can. Several people's brows were twitching. The powerful old villain is really hard to defend against. Look at me. Son Gohan grinned, raised his hand, and aimed a blue energy bomb in the direction of Babidi's spaceship. Whoosh! A strong light penetrated the sky and the earth. The energy bomb exploded when it hit the ground. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains shook, and fire shot into the sky. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the entire valley was filled with thick smoke. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and a large area of the Unbeatable Highlands was cut off. Everyone looked at the huge explosion in front of them in horror and fell silent. And at this moment, the center of the Big Bang, the wounded Babidi held up a protective shield and spat out blood in anger. But damn it, who blew up my spaceship? Asshole, you destroyed the energy I worked so hard to collect for several years, you beast. Ah, wow, tilde. He spat out blood again and his face turned pale. Dapper shook off the dust on his cloak, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and reported to Babidi, Lord Babidi, in addition to the destruction of the collected energy, Pui, Yigo, and dozens of other warriors died in the explosion. Where's that guy? Babidi asked. He was still sleeping just now, and I didn't have time to wake him up, I guess. Damn it, forget about him. Let's go and see who did this. I'm going to kill him. Yes, Lord Babidi, Dapper said respectfully. Babidi and Dabura flew into the air, and while in the air, they saw Son Gohan and the others. Damn it, it's them, Dapper. Teach them a lesson. Babidi raised his finger and pointed, shaking with anger. His years of hard work were destroyed in an instant. It's all thanks to this group of people in front of me. Unforgivable. Only by killing them can I get rid of the hatred in my heart. Babidi's mind was already darkened by anger. Yes, Dapura responded, and then dropped from the sky with Babidi in front of everyone. Who are you? You are so bold as to destroy my spaceship. You are simply courting death. Babidi hid behind Dabura, poked his head out, and was so angry that some of his few hairs fell out. Then he saw Kaioshin in the crowd. Damn it, East Kai, it's you who did this. I want you to die. Babidi hid behind Dapura, furious and uttering wild words. Dabura, kill this Kaioshin guy for me. Yes, Lord Babidi. Dabura responded loudly, took a big step forward, and looked at the 7 people in front of him with a fierce look. HMPH, it's you who's going to die here today, Babidi. East Kaioshin retorted, but the look he gave Dapura was full of vigilance. He knew Dapura's origins and explained to the people around him, this big guy is Dapura, the king of the demon world. His strength is unfathomable. You should be careful. After he said that, he immediately stepped back behind the crowd. Dapper sneered and said, Humph, now that you know my name, do you still want to struggle in vain? Big fool, what nonsense are you talking about? Let me be your opponent. Vegeta also sneered and stepped out of the crowd. Seeing that Vegeta was trying to steal the monster, Sun Wukong couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, Vegeta, I want to exercise too. Well, let's play finger guessing to decide who goes first. Okay, come on, Sun Wukong said aggressively, so Son Goku and Vegeta started the first round of fierce competition. Scissors, rock, paper, tilde, scissors, rock, paper, tilde. The scene was quite intense. Dapper and Babidi were speechless for a while. Dapper even shouted, stop fighting, just come together. Shut up, Vegeta glared at him. Dapper was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he secretly decided to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The game of rock, paper, scissors ended after 1 minute. In the end, Vegeta was the winner and he faced Dabura. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, raised his chin, clenched his fists, his black hair instantly turned golden, and his whole body was burning with golden flames. In an instant, a powerful aura swept out with him as the center, causing gusts of strong wind. Son Gohan looked at Vegeta in surprise. He was amazed that Vegeta had achieved such a feat in just a few years. Such momentum can't go wrong. Almost the same strength as when he and Trunks first emerged from the Spirit Time Chamber. In 2 or 3 years, Vegeta broke through from the initial stage of Super Saiyan to his current level. This shows that the efforts Vegeta has made in recent years are unimaginable for ordinary people. This kind of strength is much stronger than the final battle against Perfect Form Cell in the original Z Time and Space. Ha! Vegeta shouted and raised his aura to its peak. He burst into air with his feet and moved quickly, pouncing towards Dabura. HMPH, you're looking for death. Dabura sneered and clenched his right hand in the air. A big knife suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand and he slashed towards Vegeta. Vegeta moved at high speed and dodged Dabura's slash, then appeared on Dabura's right side and punched him hard in the face. There was a sound of dang. Dabura blocked Vegeta's heavy blow with his sword. The 2 men shouted and wrestled with each other, and waves of air spread out in circles, rolling in all directions. The war is about to break out. Seeing that the situation was not good, Babidi quickly retreated to the back. Boom, boom, boom. The wrestling match ended, and Vegeta and Dabura rammed each other's fists and feet countless times with a loud roar. Then the 2 men had a full-strength collision, and their fists collided fiercely. The surrounding rocks exploded and turned into powder, and the ground sank deeply with the 2 people as the center. Boom! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and his figure flew backwards, turning several times in the air before he could barely stabilize his body. After all, his strength is much weaker than Dabura's. It is difficult to get the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. But with Vegeta's personality, how could he give up just like that? He just jumped into the air, waving his hands continuously, making a da-da-da-da-da tilde sound, and energy balls hit Dapper madly. Classic tactics, Prince's tactics. But as we all know, this move seems extremely fierce, but in fact, when the opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, it is just scraping the opponent. It can be said that there is no effect at all. It can only cause damage to the earth and various light pollution. Sure enough, Dabura came out from the thick smoke and instantly appeared in front of Vegeta. The big sword fell from the sky and chopped down fiercely. But it is unlikely to defeat Vegeta in this way. Vegeta put his hands together above his head. It seemed like the skill of catching a blade with bare hands was triggered, and Dappura's broadsword was blocked immediately. Aha! Then Vegeta exploded with anger again. His hands were burning with anger, and he bent them to the side with all his strength. Dappura's sword immediately broke into 2 pieces, and it was obvious that it could no longer be used. However, Vegeta was also panting and sweating profusely on his forehead. He tilted Dappura threw the half-broken knife to the ground. A knee strike and lightning flew out, instantly hitting Vegeta's lower abdomen, kicking him up into the air. What followed was a violent flurry of punches and kicks. Vegeta was forced to defend himself and retreat again and again, suffering terribly. Dappura is stronger than him and is really hard to deal with. Ha! Vegeta burst out with his might once again, his whole body shining with brilliant light, forcing Dabura to retreat once again. At this time, Sun Wukong shouted from afar, "Vegeta, is it time for me to take the field tilde? Hoo, Kakarot, shut up." Vegeta stared at Dabura and angrily said to Son Goku, his breathing getting louder and louder. But he was really stubborn, and then he said to Dappura, "Humph, Dappura, is this all you can do? It's nothing more than that." Dabura's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and threw an energy bomb at Vegeta. Vegeta leaped high into the air, dodging Dabura's energy attack. Dappura's energy bomb flew directly towards the people watching the battle, and it's extremely fast. King God and Geppetto were horrified. However, seeing that the others were extremely calm, the 2 of them had no choice but to endure the tingling sensation on their scalps and stay there motionless to appear to be more sociable. The energy ball came whizzing and getting closer and closer. At this time, Trunks rushed forward and instantly turned into a Super Saiyan 2, knocking the flying energy ball away with one punch. An energy ball exploded in the distance, and another mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Vegeta leaped high into the sky and laughed ha 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 ha. Energy flashed between his hands as if a dazzling sun had condensed. "Ha ha ha, Dabura, do you dare to take my move?" Vegeta laughed arrogantly and began to provoke the opponent. "Vegeta, this energy will destroy the earth." King Kai and Geppetto were terrified, and King Kai shouted quickly, but how could Vegeta hear him? And even if he heard it, so what? No one can change Vegeta's determination except himself. Vegeta is such a proud man. "Take that, ultimate flash!" Vegeta shouted loudly, and a devastating blue light fell from the sky and hit Dabura. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, as if Vegeta's energy attack was the only one left in the world. The speed of the ultimate flash was so fast that it was too late for Dabura to dodge. Out of desperation, he also pushed his strength to its peak and caught Vegeta's devastating blow with both hands. "Asshole, how can I be afraid of you?" Dapper was also very stubborn. He pressed the ultimate flash with both hands, and a sizzling sound came from his palms, and wisps of white smoke came out. Hiss, the palm of my hand was severely burned by the flames. The aroma of barbecue wafted out. His feet also sank into the ground, plowing out 2 long traces and pushing them into the distance. After being pushed out for dozens of meters, Dapper screamed, "Ah!" Veins on his arms popped out, and he finally slapped the ultimate flash to the side. The extremely powerful energy dragged a long tail and whizzed past, shattering several mountains, then penetrated the atmosphere and exploded in the vast universe. In an instant, the strong light covered half of the earth. Wherever the light shone, everyone covered their eyes. The final flash seemed to have taken away Vegeta's last bit of strength. He landed on the ground, his left hand resting on his right shoulder, his breathing as heavy as a bellows. Vegeta was extremely weak at this time and was at the end of his strength. The strong light finally dissipated. Dapper kept blowing at his hands that were burned by the flames. He looked at Vegeta, who couldn't even stand steadily, and said with a sneer, "Good man, you actually managed to hurt me. Are you the strongest among them? That's such a pity," he said as he walked towards Vegeta. Vegeta's eyelids were heavy, and he saw double when he saw Dabura walking towards him. "But damn it, how could I, Vegeta, lose like this? I haven't lost yet. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that your strength is not as strong as your mouth." Dapper laughed, increased his speed, and rushed forward with a burst of energy. Is that the end? Vegeta was so unwilling. At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere and kicked Dabura, who was rushing forward to claim his life, away. Dapper rolled several times in the air and then crashed into a piece of weathered rock, which instantly exploded into rubble and flew everywhere. Dapper jumped up, a look of shock on his face. Who is it? What a powerful force. He looked up and saw a blonde boy who looked only 17 or 18 years old with a sword on his back. That kick just now made him feel the breath of death. This guy. I didn't expect he had such powerful strength. Dad, senzu beans. Trunks took out a senzu bean and threw it to Vegeta. Son Gohan gave Trunks 2 senzu beans and he carried them with him. Although the planted senzu beans were not yet ripe, there were still 4 seeds left, so Son Gohan gave 2 to Trunks. Vegeta couldn't believe that Trunks actually had senzu beans, but now was not the time to think about it, so he took it and ate it. Sun Wukong, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly became anxious. "Ah, Trunks, you broke the rules. It's my turn now." "Shut up, Kakarot. I will take care of this guy. I haven't lost yet." Vegeta, who had eaten the senzu beans and regained his strength, even becoming stronger, retorted. "Vegeta, you are cheating." Sun Wukong was very dissatisfied. Trunks also frowned and said, "Dad, let me kill him." Time had been dragged on for quite some time in order to allow Vegeta to fight 1v1. Trunks couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Trunks, you move aside too." "Trunks, forget it, he is the dad." Trunks hypnotized himself, suppressed his anger, and retreated to his original position. At this time, Vegeta suddenly became ferocious, held his head with his hands, and then knelt down. In just a moment, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and he revealed an expression of extreme pain. At this moment, Vegeta's veins were bulging and he was sweating all over. "Hey Dad, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Trunks flew over again and wanted to help Vegeta up. As a result, he was caught off guard and was punched away by Vegeta, who suddenly went berserk. Vegeta stood up trembling all over and then burst into laughter. The aura in his body expanded and continued to rise. Soon he broke through the limit of Super Saiyan 1. After a few breaths, his whole body was surrounded by puff lightning and he successfully advanced to Super Saiyan 2. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was unbridled, as if his animal nature had returned. Piccolo and Son Goku, who were watching the battle, seemed to see Vegeta when he first invaded the Earth. What's going on? What happened to Vegeta?" asked King Kai in surprise. Piccolo was also stunned and said, "Vegeta actually broke through and became a Super Saiyan 2 on the spot. Unbelievable." "No, Vegeta's aura is wrong. It's too violent." Sun Wukong frowned. As for Son Gohan, of course he knew what was going on. Vegeta was demonized by Babidi. He increased his power through demonization and forcibly broke through the limit of Super Saiyan 2. It can be said to be a blessing in disguise. This battle was not in vain. It honed our combat effectiveness and achieved a breakthrough. And Vegeta is not that easy to control. Now the M mark on Vegeta's forehead is becoming clearer and clearer, which is the sign of being demonized. At this time, a sharp voice sounded. "Vegeta, stop fighting Dabura and go kill that Kaioshin guy." It was Babidi. He had flown back and was hiding behind a piece of weathered rock. Shut up, shut up." Vegeta turned his head with difficulty and looked in the direction of Babidi. "What? How dare you disobey my orders?" Babidi found it unbelievable. It should be impossible for people who have been demonized by him to refute his orders, otherwise they will suffer splitting headaches or even severe brain hemorrhages and will be unable to move normally. "Go kill God Kai." Babidi didn't believe it and ordered Vegeta again. No tilde. Vegeta knelt down again and pounded the ground with his hands. Shut up, shut up, shut up right there. How can I possibly obey your orders? I am the noble Saiyan Prince, you lowly reptile." Vegeta suddenly stood up angrily and the aura of Super Saiyan 2 was completely released from his body. The ground broke and spread out like a spider web. Babidi was stunned. This was the first time he saw such a guy. Not far from Vegeta, Trunks looked at Vegeta with complicated eyes. Dad's self-esteem was stronger than he expected, and King Kai's pupils shrank as he said, Babidi. It was Babidi who controlled Vegeta. Sun Wukong glanced at him, meaning that even I can see it, Lord Kaioshin. Don't talk about things that everyone knows. Kill him, I'm going to kill Babidi, said King Kai. As Kaioshin said this, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Babidi. Son Gohan shouted from behind, Lord Kaioshin, be careful. Just at this moment, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura began again. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's power is greatly enhanced. Dapper was at a disadvantage for a moment and narrowly escaped death. Pooh! Dabura suddenly spat at Vegeta, and Vegeta raised his hand to stop him, and the saliva smeared on his white glove. Then, Vegeta was shocked to find that his gloves were rapidly petrifying. HMPH, dirty stuff. Vegeta quickly took off the glove and threw it to the ground. There was a click. The glove broke into pieces. On the other side, the King of Kai, who was attacking Babidi, suddenly flew back spurting blood. Ah, what's wrong, Lord Kaioshin? Jepital was shocked. He reached out to catch the King of Kings and threw a healing spell at him. King God quickly recovered, but looked in the direction where Babidi was hiding with a look of fear. Babidi has a helper. Helper, isn't there only one Dabura left among Babidi's men? Jebit asked in surprise. Really, I just sensed an unusual aura, but I didn't expect there was someone who could hide his aura. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, let's go take a look. Sun Wuhan jumped into the air. Sun Wukong and Piccolo followed closely behind. The three flew in the direction of Babidi. When Jebit saw the three of them leave, he asked King Kai, what about us? Let's just stay here and not drag them down. At this point, King God also had a clear understanding of his own strength, a commentator who was just there to make some cameo appearance. Son Gohan and the other two were flying in the air, looking down at where Babidi was hiding. But he found that Babidi was being lifted up by a man holding his neck with one hand. Babidi struggled frantically in the air. Is it Frieza? Piccolo widened his eyes and looked at the ground in disbelief. Not Frieza. Son Gohan shook his head. On the ground, Babidi's face turned blue as he was held in the air by the neck. He kicked his legs hard and looked in fear at the man in front of him who was supposed to be under his control. The man who was pinching him was about 60% similar to Frieza, but taller than Frieza. His whole body was made up of white and purple. Compared to Frieza's petite figure, he looked more powerful. This is Frieza's biological brother, Cooler, known as the most talented warrior in the Frieza family. Babidi used his tiny hands to pry open Gyula's fingers and struggled hard. Gyula, what are you doing? Let me go. Tilde, of course I'll kill you, Babidi. Trash that has no use value shouldn't exist. A cold light flashed in Gyula's eyes, and he smiled coldly, increasing the strength in his hands. Babidi was having trouble breathing. Tilde Gyula, how dare you betray me? Let me go. Not only do I dare to betray you, I also dare to kill you, Babidi. You don't really think you can control me, do you? Thinking of Vegeta just now and looking at Kula, who was sneering in front of him. Babidi was terrified. Then what did it mean that this guy was willing to be controlled by him back then? What on earth is he going to do? But Babidi no longer had the chance to think further. Go to hell. After saying that, Gyula's eyes widened. Babidi's head exploded with a loud bang, leaving a foul stench, and his body went limp with no vital signs. Dirty blood. Gyula threw away Babidi's headless body, looked up at the three people standing in the sky, and smiled strangely. With Babidi's death, the letter M on Gyula's forehead disappeared. Not only him, but Vegeta, Dabura, and those demonized Earth energy collectors all returned to normal, no longer under Babidi's control. But the battle between Vegeta and Dabura is not over yet. The fight between the two men has reached a fever pitch. Although their power was reduced due to the elimination of demonic transformation, the battle was still extremely fierce. Vegeta did not downgrade from Super Saiyan 2 just because his demonization disappeared, but now he should be considered a weakened version of Super Saiyan 2. It is roughly equivalent to the young Son Gohan in the Z-time and space period. Can fight Dabura fiercely. However, relying on his battle-hardened skills, he gradually gained the upper hand. Trunks was standing by to defend his father. How sharp Piccolo's ears are. He heard the entire conversation between Gyula and Babidi. Without even turning his head, he said to Son Gohan and Son Goku, the guy down here is called Gyula. Frick, he really looks like Frieza. Son Wukong touched his chin curiously. In short, as soon as he saw this Frick, he thought of that guy Frieza. Son Gohan frowned. There's a big problem with this guy Gyula's playing time. If he remembered correctly, according to the timeline in the movie, Fura's appearance should be around the time when Son Goku suffered from a viral heart disease. He said he came to teach Son Wukong a lesson. As a result, after torturing Son Wukong twice, Son Wukong suddenly turned into the legendary Super Saiyan, and a Kamehameha wave pushed him into the sun. But even so, Cooler still did not die completely. He later turned into a metal form and almost destroyed Namek. That time, Son Wukong and Vegeta were almost killed by him, a bit of a tough opponent. But Son Gohan found out after searching his memory. The Gyula in front of him had never been to Earth more than 10 years ago. In other words, this is his first official appearance. Could it be that he won't come because Dad died of a heart attack? Or is it because the timeline of the Z spacetime was changed by Trunks so Cooler appeared early? Anyway, there's a slight discrepancy in timing. Everyone, after watching for so long, aren't you ready to come down? Gila stretched out his palm and pointed it at the three people in the sky. The energy in his palm was surging, and he could deliver a shocking blow at any time. Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Son Goku looked at each other, then landed and stood not far from Fura. Seeing the three of them landing, Fura also put away the surging energy in his hands and looked at Son Gohan and the other two with interest. Oh, you are Sun Wukong, right? The Super Saiyan who killed my brother. Gila looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Yes, I am Sun Wukong. Who is your brother? Sun Wukong stood up and clenched his fists so hard that they made crackling sounds. It was the excitement after seeing his opponent. My stupid brother always laughs like this. Ha 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 Tilda. Ah, I see, it's Frieza. I never thought that Frieza actually has a brother, so are you here to avenge Frieza? Son Goku suddenly realized no wonder Cooler looks so much like Frieza. Ah no, it should be Frieza who looks so much like this Cooler. Humph, my stupid brother and brainless father are inferior to others in skills. Let them die, why should I avenge them? But from the looks of you, you want to kill me too, right? You Saiyans, you really are villains. Ah, I didn't mean that, I just wanted to fight with you. What if I want to kill you, Super Saiyan? Gila's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Ha ha ha, I'm not that easy to kill. Sun Wukong put his hands on his hips and laughed. Oh, is it so? After Gila finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed and he appeared in front of Sun Wukong at an incredibly fast speed and knocked Sun Wukong away with one punch. A piece of weathered stone forest was smashed to pieces by Sun Wukong's flying body. A rumbling sound broke out. Old Sun, Piccolo shouted anxiously, assuming a defensive posture. Dad is fine, he can take a beating. Son Gohan said, his brows furrowed slightly. This strength. Isn't that a bit wrong? Much stronger than Frieza. Moreover, Son Gohan also knew that the Cooler in front of him was not its final form. At least he has one more powerful transformation than Frieza. That transformation is pretty cool. Recovering his thoughts, Son Gohan stared at Cooler, who was standing next to him, and looked at him curiously and asked, Cooler, you are the one who killed King South Kai, right? Gila looked at Son Gohan, who was half a head taller than him, with a grim look on his face. Hey, who are you? I'm Son Gohan, and the man you just knocked away is my father. Humph Tilda. Son Gohan also suddenly attacked, punching Fura in the abdomen with lightning speed, knocking Fura away. The posture in which Gila flew backwards was exactly the same as that of Sun Wukong just now. Boom. Likewise, countless weathered stone forests exploded, smoke and dust filled the air, and rumbling sounds erupted. Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. But Fura quickly soared into the sky and returned to a few meters opposite Son Gohan, and Sun Wukong also flew back. The two men were each punched, but neither was seriously injured. On the contrary, I was very excited. Sun Wukong stretched his muscles, jumped up and down, and shouted, Gohan, don't attack first, let me fight him. Son Gohan spread his hands helplessly, meaning it's your treat. Cooler looked at Son Gohan, then at Son Goku, raised his chin and sneered, You don't seem to be doing well, Son Goku. I'm not a fool like Frieza. I'm not interested in fighting you like this. Ah, I was actually underestimated. Sun Wukong raised his hand and scratched his hair, saying somewhat embarrassedly, What about this? Ha tilde. Sun Wukong shouted and transformed into a Super Saiyan. His whole body was burning with golden aura and his golden hair stood upside down. Gila crossed his arms and shook his head, looking disdainful. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? It's not that great, it can only deal with a loser like my brother. Oh, what about this? Ha tilde. Sun Wukong gathered his energy and exploded his Kai once again. His aura increased rapidly and the golden aura became even stronger. Electric arcs surrounded his whole body and powerful energy burst out of his body. Super Saiyan 2. Haha, this is a bit interesting. But I haven't just been eating and sleeping for the past 10 years. Haha, come on, let me kill you, Super Saiyan Son Goku. Gila suddenly laughed out loud, then his whole body burst into purple light and pounced towards Son Gohan. When the two collided for the first time, Sun Wukong flew backwards. The current Gila is incredibly powerful. Even Goku in Super Saiyan 2 state is slightly inferior in terms of strength. Bang, bang, bang. There were flashes of light in the sky. It was two people fighting and moving quickly. Boom, another weathered rock mountain exploded. The earth is cracking. Son Gohan and Piccolo flashed away from the battlefield and watched from a distance. Piccolo felt incredible and said, This Cooler is so much stronger than Frieza. Can he compete with Goku? He immediately denied what he said. No, he's suppressing Wukong. How is this possible? Son Gohan said, It's reasonable for the elder brother to fight better than the younger brother, right? Besides, we are not the only ones who are improving. Maybe he was indeed similar to Frieza before, but more than 10 years have passed. Maybe something happened to make him stronger. Piccolo nodded. Yeah, that's right. But Goku's still hiding his strength. He hasn't used his Super Saiyan 3 yet. This Cooler is definitely no match for him. I hope so. Suddenly, a ball of energy flew towards the two of them. Grass, stray bullet. Son Gohan slapped it away with one hand. whizzing, Sun Wukong and Gyula moved quickly, but every time Gyula was one step ahead and always managed to catch up with Sun Wukong. Tilda then punches rained down. Smash it down madly. Sun Wukong was exhausted from defending. He was beaten back repeatedly and was looking for a way to break through and the other side. Vegeta has finished the fight and Dapura is shattered by a Kai blast. The aura completely disappeared, probably going straight to heaven. Therefore, Trunks and Vegeta also joined the team watching the battle. Who is that? He is able to defeat Uncle Goku, Trunks said in surprise. If compared, he believes that his Super Saiyan 2 power is not as good as Sun Wukong's. Therefore, the guy who fights against Uncle Goku must be stronger than him. How could he not be surprised? Vegeta's face didn't look very good either. Because he had just forcibly broken through to Super Saiyan 2, his strength was far inferior to Trunks. Son Gohan explained, "That's Frieza's brother, his name is Cooler." Vegeta was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that Frieza actually had a brother who had never appeared. It's okay for Trunks, he has never seen Frieza himself. Son Gohan told him some of Frieza's deeds when he was a child. While they were talking, Gyula raised his hand, put his two fingers together, and the fingertips flashed with light as he pointed out madly. Purple energy rays cut through the air and pierced towards Sun Wukong. This move is a bit like Frieza's death ray. Bix suffered greatly. Back then on Namek, the second stage, Frieza used this move to beat Piccolo to the point where he doubted his life and had no power to fight back. Sun Wukong dodged quickly and swam wildly in the rays. However, the death rays were too dense and he was finally injured. His arms were scratched and bleeding. Even my face was scratched and it was burning painful. This really forced Sun Wukong into a corner. He found an opportunity, moved away instantly, and created some space. Then clench your fists. Tilda, a long roar cut through the sky. The breath began to grow wildly and the hair also grew longer and thicker. Oh my, the sinister Saiyan actually hides his strength. Gyula crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Thunder came from the sky and the whole earth shook. Waves of energy spread out in circles and the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was completed. Waist-length golden hair, disappearing eyebrows and pupils as green as emerald. Sun Wukong's face actually looks a bit evil and crazy. Villain face, Sun Wukong. Sure enough, you are more like a villain than me now. Gyula sneered. HMPH, come on, let's start the next round. Sun Wukong snorted coldly and his face looked extremely grim. His figure flashed and disappeared into the air. The next moment, he appeared behind Gyula and hit Gyula's neck hard with an elbow. Precise strike at weak points. Gyula was knocked away before he could react. Sun Wukong's strength increased dramatically from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. Looking at Gyula flying backwards, Sun Wukong moved over in an instant and his fists fell like raindrops, hitting Gyula's body with a bang. Take this move from me. Sun Wukong pushed his hands downward and a ball of energy pressed on Gyula's chest. The next moment, Gyula was pushed into the ground by the energy ball. The energy ball exploded and the earth shook. Several kilometers in radius were raised to the ground and Mr. Earth was seriously injured. The huge mushroom cloud that rose into the sky submerged everyone. Several people quickly moved away and flew to the side, only then were their vision restored. At this time, Gyula's loud laughter of ha-ha-ha came from the center of the explosion. His aura also began to surge wildly. He also hid his strength. Piccolo was stunned. Damn it, Vegeta clenched his fists until they turned white. Suddenly, a purple wave of air rushed up into the sky, blowing away the thick smoke nearby. Gyula slowly rose into the air. His appearance also changed at this time. Compared to before, he now looks a lot stronger. His arms and thighs are thicker and stronger, and even his height has increased a lot. Not only that, his upper body seemed to be covered with a suit of milky white armor, protecting important parts. Starting from the head, 4 horns extended backwards, and even the face was covered with armor. The eyes turned red, the pupils disappeared, and there was a murderous aura. The other 2 shoulders protruded like chest protectors, and 2 long horns grew from the back. He also grew blade-like things on his arms and in steps, making it easier to attack enemies. Behind him was a thick tail that was emitting purple light. The long and pointed tail was shining with cold light and looked extremely sharp. Gyula's entire body was wrapped in purple aura, with flames dancing on his skin. The rich aura seemed to be about to materialize, and his momentum was extremely powerful. Everyone was surprised at the change in Gyula's appearance. But what surprised them even more was Gyula's aura. At this time, Gyula's aura once again surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku, reaching a very terrifying level. Sun Wukong's face turned cold. He knew that he had met a strong enemy this time. Ha, it's my turn, Sun Wukong. Gyula smiled and his body turned into purple lightning, rushing towards Sun Wukong at an incredible speed. Ha. Gyula laughed and kicked across the air, causing a popping sound. Sun Wukong quickly raised his arms to block, but was immediately kicked away. The heavy force even made Sun Wukong's throat sweet, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This is an extremely powerful force. Gyula did not intend to let Sun Wukong go. He quickly put his hands together, and a huge energy ball with alternating purple and black light flew out of his hands and quickly flew towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong finally managed to steady himself and looked up to see a purple-black energy ball coming towards him. He had no choice but to shout loudly, pushing the combat power of Super Saiyan 3 to its peak, and using both hands to the fullest strength to meet the attack. I am Gyula, the most talented warrior in the family. Speaking of my family, since I was old enough to understand, there are actually only 3 people left. Me, my foolish brother Frieza, and our father, King Kurd. 3 people form a family, isn't that cool? Well, stone cold cool. Remember, I'm not telling a joke, because our names are as cold as our personalities. Because my younger brother's control over his strength is not very mature, in order to avoid the loss of strength, he developed several transformations of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He usually appears to be so stupid, which is quite funny. But I am different. I was born with perfect control of strength, 100% of the power. So there is no need for me to do that kind of meaningless degenerate transformation. I am much cooler now than him. And I'll tell you a secret, even Frieza probably doesn't know this. In fact, I can transform once more on this basis, and my combat effectiveness will increase several times. I will always have one more transformation than Frieza. After all, as an older brother, he needs to be stronger to protect his younger brother. But my younger brother gradually grew up, and I was very happy about that. Seeing that he was doing well in the Northern Galaxy, in order not to steal his limelight, I left my hometown and went to the Southern Galaxy to develop my career. It is worth mentioning that I am also a galactic overlord here, and one of the best in the Southern Galaxy. In a very short time, I formed the prestigious Gyula Legion. Among them, the Gyula Mecha team is my trusted confidant, and they lead the entire Gyula Legion. For more than 20 years, our Gyula Corps has roamed the southern Milky Way and rarely encountered any rivals. Life is truly lonely and like the snow, until one day I received a battle report from the Northern Galaxy. What? My good-for-nothing brother was defeated by a Saiyan. And later, in order to seek revenge, he and his father were beaten to death. I'm the only one left in our family from now on, right? Damn it. I seldom swear unless I really can't help it. Saiyan monkey, good on you, Saiyan. I remember it clearly. Among the Saiyans, a combat power of just over 10,000 was their combat power ceiling. What's going on? Does this mean that Frieza, who had a combat power of 2 million, was bitten to death by ants? This is simply a fantasy, outrageous, so ridiculous that it is flying to the edge of the Milky Way and the end of the universe. Oh, then I found out that it was because a guy named Son Goku transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. He was the one who killed Frieza and his father. What on earth is this Super Saiyan that my father used to talk about so often? Is it really that scary? In just over 10 years, you can start from just over 10,000 empty gold coins and become a billionaire. Fuck you, it's outrageous doing this. Okay, this is how you play, right? You can mutate from an ant and bite an elephant to death, so why can't I, an elephant, mutate? Are you allowed to do something outrageous? I don't fucking believe you, you die. But how can we become stronger? Dad never told us. But then again, why would one want to become even stronger if one's strength is already invincible? But now something has gone wrong, something unexpected has happened. I am much stronger than Frieza though. But there is no guarantee that the Super Saiyan named Son Goku will not be human again, and it is hard to say whether he will become stronger again. After all, there are examples before. Frieza and my father were both killed by him, and I might be killed as well. So I'm the only one left in our family. I have to be more calm and restore the family's glory. We need to let those damn Saiyans know that our cold-blooded family is not so easy to mess with. But how can we become stronger? I thought hard about it for a long time. Until one day, an evil magician came to the South Galaxy. This guy is doing all sorts of things. I really want to kill him. But the big guy next to him doesn't look simple. This guy named Dappara is as strong as me. I also found an interesting problem. People who were demonized by the magician Babidi will become stronger. I was just feeling sleepy and someone sent me a pillow. That's great. Good man. Later I let myself be controlled by him on purpose. But the stupid reptile didn't realize it at all and looked very smug. Let him be arrogant for a while. Sure enough, after being demonized, my power has been enhanced. This is good. Not only that, there are many things I can learn from this ugly guy. For example, I really need a method to block the breath. It looks very good. I learned it. Over the past few years, this guy took me everywhere, killing people and taking their energy. It is said that he wants to revive the guy called Majin Buu. This obsession is too strong. I don't understand it, but sometimes I admire his perseverance. But such an ugly guy should die. But later I found that his demonization could not always enhance my strength. My strength stagnated again. Damn ugly thing. I really want to kill this ugly guy. He also wants me to kill that South Kai King. Hey, well actually, after so many years in Enion, I also wanted to kill this guy. Useless old thing, why keep it alive? Just stay on that broken planet day after day, resting and recuperating, right? Retirement, racing, listening to music. It's shit, just kill him. That bastard Babidi used his power to send me to South Kaio planet, but I want to secretly observe what this so-called god is doing. I just stay on this broken planet day after day and don't care about the affairs of the world. Oh yes, it would be better if he didn't care. Otherwise, the Gila Legion would not have been able to grow and develop so smoothly in the past. Oh, this big guy is quite arrogant and has some strange superpowers. Why are you always arguing on the phone with that guy called North Kai King? It's so noisy. Oh, can you become stronger by practicing? Exercise, right? Just exercise. Can you become stronger by doing this? And showing off the Super Saiyan called Son Goku, that guy became stronger through practice. Didn't it suddenly mutate from an ant into an elephant? Okay, I think I found the secret. Why are we going to invite these guys to go to King Kai's planet for a competition? What is a competition? Speak clearly, you bastard. You're talking so vaguely that I'm really going to fucking kill you. Damn North Kai King and South Kai King. Okay, kill him. I cut off South Kai King's head with a single blow of my hand. Useless guy doesn't deserve to exist in this world and is a waste of resources. Seeing that I had indeed killed the South King, that ugly Babidi seemed very happy. Okay, I won't kill you for now. I need to first study what this cultivation practice is. Just like that damn North King said, is it really just a workout? But then again, exercising and such sounds like a hassle. Give it a try first. Just exercise 1 or 2 days a month. While my fighting ability has actually become stronger. Wow, very good. It seems that the Super Saiyan named Son Goku must have trained for several months, otherwise how could he have defeated Frieza? Regarding the rapid improvement of Cooler and Frieza's strength, this book makes the following settings and analysis. 1. They have excellent bloodlines and make rapid progress in their cultivation. 2. Mental torture is also a kind of practice, similar to accumulating strength over time, which can quickly improve your strength. 3. They have huge potential, similar to the release of potential. After cultivation, the release of potential will be accelerated, but this is limited. After the potential is developed, their cultivation progress will slow down and return to normal mode. Son Wukong was constantly pushed back by the dark red energy balls. He held the energy ball tightly with both palms. His feet plowed 2 deep grooves in the ground as he kept moving backwards. Damn it, Gila has become so strong. Son Wukong swallowed the blood that had already rushed to his throat and fought back desperately. HMPH. Gila snorted coldly and pushed with both hands violently. The energy of the energy ball instantly became more turbulent. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. Veins on Son Wukong's arms appeared, his face became ferocious, his breath began to decline, and the battle situation took a turn for the worse. If there was no reinforcement, he would probably be swallowed by this energy ball. At this moment, seeing that the situation was not good, Son Gohan flashed and rushed into the battlefield. Dad, let me take your turn. Son Gohan said, holding up the energy ball with both hands, and Son Goku's pressure was immediately reduced. Son Gohan didn't say anything more and instantly entered a mysterious state of full energy. Go, Gohan, come on and defeat him. Son Goku covered his chest with his right hand, sweat dripping from his forehead, and looked at his son breathlessly. Yes, I will. Son Gohan nodded, then shouted Ha tilde, and silver-white energy surged throughout his body. He pushed Gila's energy ball with both hands and started running on the ground. Oh, Son Gohan is here. Fura said meaningfully, looking at Son Gohan, who was running on the ground pushing the energy ball. Son Goku panted and transformed from the Super Saiyan 3 form back to his normal form, then slowly flew towards Piccolo and others. Old son, Piccolo wanted to help Son Wukong. Son Wukong waved his hands and said with a wry smile, Piccolo, no need, I can still hold on. On the battlefield, Son Gohan ran faster and faster, then kicked the energy ball up into the air and the energy ball whizzed towards Kula. Whoosh. Gila almost couldn't dodge in time. The energy ball passed by him, leaving a deep scar on his shoulder. Then the energy ball flew into the deep space and exploded somewhere unknown. But Son Gohan doesn't care about that. He moved in an instant and appeared beside Gila, and in an instant he launched hundreds of crazy punches at Gila. Under such intensive attacks, Gila retreated again and again, exhausted from parrying. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan kicked Cooler away. Gila's body was like a meteorite that was hit and flew away, rubbing against the air and producing sparks. Son Gohan raised his hand and threw out an energy ball, which exploded on Cooler's body, but Gila quickly opened the energy shield. The loud explosion shattered the energy shield that Gila had just stretched out, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But even so, Gila did not suffer 2 serious injuries, which shows that his defense is truly amazing. But Son Gohan's attack seemed to have locked onto him. Energy balls rumbled over and all hit him accurately, making him suffer terribly. Compared to the prince's tactics, which were full of ineffective attacks, Son Gohan's tactics were more like a lock on the body. Gohan is so awesome. Piccolo couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I was being beaten by Fura just now, and now it's Gohan's turn to beat Fura. Son Wukong also said with a smile. After resting for a while, Son Wukong felt much better. Trunks' eyes were shining, as if he was the one fighting and was very excited. Vegeta also said, Son Gohan has been very talented since he was a child. I am not surprised at all that I have achieved now. Several people looked at Vegeta in surprise. They didn't expect to hear Vegeta praising others. On the other side, Cooler was already on fire from being locked by Son Gohan, and his body was covered in blood. Fura was extremely angry and let out a loud roar. The purple aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Circles of purple energy rippled out and pushed Son Gohan's attacks in all directions. All of a sudden, energy balls flew everywhere, and there were rumbling sounds of explosions. The ground cracked as if it had experienced a powerful nuclear explosion. Mr. Earth was once again seriously wronged. Ha, Son Gohan, I was not mistaken. You are indeed the strongest among these people. Gyula didn't care about the blood that kept flowing from the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly. Take this move of mine, supernova explosion. He raised his hands to the sky. A huge golden energy ball covered the sky and fluttered in the wind, and its diameter expanded to several hundred meters in an instant. Son Gohan doesn't like to talk when he's fighting. He condensed the Kamehameha wave at the fastest speed. The hands clasped at the waist burst into an extremely dazzling light. What? Gyula shouted loudly and pushed the giant supernova in the sky out, but he didn't push Son Gohan but smashed him to the ground. Fuck you, Son Gohan cursed loudly and flashed to the ground as fast as he could. He then pushed the surging Kamehameha wave in his hand towards the sky. Blue meets gold. There are only two colors left between heaven and earth, dividing the sky. Veins popped out all over Fura's body, and the muscles on Son Gohan's arms were throbbing. Son Gohan suddenly exploded with anger, and the Kamehameha wave suddenly increased by more than twice, pushed back the golden energy ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters in the sky. I can't hold on any longer. Gyula screamed, and his arms went limp. Run quickly, otherwise it will be over. He rushed to the side as fast as he could, but the supernova he condensed himself was too huge. Although his speed was as fast as lightning, the huge energy ball still melted half of his thick tail. The severe pain made his face look hideous. Blood gushed out from the severed tail, spilling into the sky. He is now in a rather disheveled state, gasping for breath, and his injuries are much more serious than those of Sun Wukong just now. Boom, the supernova energy ball and the Kamehameha wave collided in the sky and then suddenly exploded. The powerful light and energy aftermath instantly swept across half the earth, and the ground began to shake slightly, as if a minor earthquake was occurring everywhere. Fortunately, such a huge energy explosion did not occur on the ground. Otherwise, the entire planet would face a catastrophic disaster, turning into ashes and turning into brilliant fireworks in the universe. Fura's chest heaved up and down. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Son Gohan on the ground. At this moment, Son Gohan raised his hand and pointed a few fingers, and beams of energy rose into the air and swept towards Fura. What a tricky guy. Gyula dodged quickly, but his legs were pierced by the energy again. But instead of feeling scared, he started shaking all over and burst into laughter. Ha, Son Gohan, I'm going to kill you today. Aha, he shouted loudly, and a strong wave of air suddenly exploded from his body. Son Gohan gathered 2 fingers at his brows, and a magic light-killing cannon was gradually taking shape. Magic light-killing cannon, Son Gohan shouted loudly, and a thick beam of energy wrapped in purple and gold roared out, pointing directly at Gyula. But at this time, the energy emanating from Gyula was so strong that it made the surrounding air turbid and distorted. The magic light-piercing cannon seemed to have hit a wall of air, and its speed suddenly slowed down by 1/3. Just at this moment, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, piercing through the heaven and earth. Son Gohan's purple and gold magic light cannon was actually blown away by the strong air wave. The crosshairs deviated, the trajectory changed, and it shot into the distance. Feeling the strong air wave from Gyula, the onlookers were all shocked. Piccolo opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. What kind of horrible aura is this? Gyula's energy has increased again. This aura is distorting the surrounding space. Such a powerful energy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta clenched their fists and their bodies trembled slightly. But it's certainly not fear. It's a feeling of excitement when meeting a strong person. Although they are not their opponents, pure-blooded Saiyans have such unyielding and warlike genes. What flows in my veins is always boiling courage. Uncle Goku, eat this senzu bean. It looks like Brother Gohan may need our help. Trunks frowned and took out the only senzu bean and handed it to Son Goku. But at this moment, Jepital and Kingshin flew in. Let me help heal Sun Wukong, Jebit said, and cast a healing spell on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's condition instantly returned to its peak. Trunks silently took back the senzu beans. They just thought that King Kai and Jepit had run back to King Kai's realm. Son Gohan frowned deeply. He threw energy bombs with both hands at Gyula, who was bursting with brilliant light. But his seemingly terrifying energy was like a drop in the ocean and did not really hurt Gyula, the person at the center of the storm. Gyula's aura was still getting stronger, breaking through the original limit and continuing to rise, reach an unprecedented level. No wonder your defense is so strong, just like an indestructible cockroach. It turns out you have reached that level. No wonder. Son Gohan looked at the direction of the boiling golden light, and a strong fighting spirit burst out of his eyes. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Gyula's figure was exposed to everyone's sight, gold, a golden color. At this time, Gyula's skin color changed drastically, and his body seemed to be made of gold. And he became a golden god of war. This is his new form, Golden Gyula. Gyula burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Son Gohan, I have to admit that you are really strong. You can actually force me into this form. You know, I can't believe that I can become so powerful. Son Gohan said, so now he is called Rich King Gola. Let's call him Golden Gyula. How about that? Are you surprised by my invincible attitude? It's a bit surprising, but it's also within my expectations, said Son Gohan. Oh, that's really shameless. Fura snorted coldly, and suddenly 2 purple rays of light shot out from his eyes, sweeping towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged sideways, but at this moment the hairs on my back stood up. Subconsciously feel the danger coming. Oops, Gyula appeared behind him without him knowing and kicked him hard on the back. After suffering a heavy blow, Son Gohan's spine on his back cracked and broke into 2 pieces, and his body was kicked out. The intense stinging sensation frightened Son Gohan. Gyula is moving too fast now. Fortunately, the body's powerful self-healing ability quickly repaired the injury and the spine was reconnected. Whoosh, Son Gohan flew backwards and disappeared in the air in a flash and appeared next to Fura the next moment. Gyula sneered and slashed with his knife. Son Gohan, who appeared, was immediately chopped into 2 pieces. But the next second, Son Gohan appeared again. This time 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16. 16 figures surrounded Gyula, each holding a glowing energy bullet in their hands and pressing it against Gyula's body, causing a loud roar. What kind of move is this? Vegeta was stunned. Trunks explained, this is the proliferation technique of Yadrat. Proliferation technique. Vegeta was puzzled. It's a bit like tying Shinhan's 4-body fist. Sun Wukong stroked his chin in thought. Haha, just a mere trifle. Gyula, who was at the center of the explosion, laughed. A golden wave of air burst out from his body and 15 figures exploded and turned into powder. However, Son Gohan's real body had already flown above Cooler's head. Really? What about this? Sun Fist. When Fura was laughing and looking up at Son Gohan with a mocking expression, Son Gohan suddenly shouted, and it seemed as if a sun exploded in the sky. There was only a blinding white light left between heaven and earth. Ah, my eyes, Tilda, Gyula shouted loudly, and he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, which made him temporarily blind, and his face was covered with tears. Boom, 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 endless energy exploded in his body, and the aftermath of the explosion caused gusts of wind and waves, and the earth began to shake. Ah, Gyula was at the center of the explosion. Not only did his eyes hurt, but he also felt a burning pain on his skin. He was injured, although it was a minor injury, but he was indeed injured. He was in golden condition, but got injured. With such a huge difference in combat power, how could he get hurt? Outrageous. Damn, Son Gohan, he used such a sinister move. As the energy bombs hit Gyula's face and continued to explode, Son Gohan quickly distanced himself and changed into a highly stretchable combat suit in seconds. Then he raised his hand to the sky, and a ball of energy as round as a full moon rose into the sky. Then his 5 fingers suddenly contracted. Blow it up, there was a loud bang in the sky. A bright full moon hangs high in the sky. Gyula barely regained his sight, looked at the sun and moon shining in the sky, rubbed his eyes and asked curiously, "What did you do?" Son Gohan looked at the artificial moon in the sky. His body suddenly returned to normal, and then his heartbeat began to sound. "Let me show you my transformation, dare you?" The pounding heart made Son Gohan's speech a little unclear. Transformation. Gyula was confused, but stood there with his arms folded. He was so conceited that he disdained to do things like Son Gohan did, which was a sneak attack. Among the people watching, Vegeta was stunned again. Artificial full moon? What is Son Gohan going to do? What's the point of him turning into a giant ape? His fighting power is far inferior to that strange form he just had. Is Gohan going to turn into a gorilla? Sun Wukong also asked in confusion. Trunks resisted the urge to look at the full moon in the sky and explained, Gohan-kun can transform into a Super Saiyan after he turns into a giant ape. Vegeta and Son Goku were stunned at the same time. However, King Kai and Geppetto had seen Son Gohan in the form of a golden giant ape and did not find anything strange about it. But when Fura discovered that Son Gohan was actually going to transform into a giant ape, he crossed his arms over his chest and burst into laughter. Stupid, what's the point of you turning into that ugly giant ape? Not only will your combat power decrease, but your speed will also decrease. Fine, I'll let you complete the transformation, so what? Fura looked at Son Gohan, who was rapidly expanding and turning into a giant ape with disdain, and looked down on the stupid transformation from the bottom of his heart. Boom, boom, boom under the Emperor engine, the eyes received the blue light waves from the artificial full moon, and the tail began to react. Son Gohan soon turned into a giant black ape 25 meters tall. His pair of blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent and animality, and his aura became extremely violent and bloodthirsty. Aha! A loud roar came from the giant ape's bloody mouth. A golden flame rose up. The giant ape, which was originally covered in black hair, was instantly painted into a brilliant golden color. The hair on the giant ape's head also became fluffy and stood up, which was obviously the hairstyle of a Super Saiyan. This is the Super Giant Ape in Super Saiyan state, a state in which the Super Saiyan power is endured in the giant ape state. The combat power is increased by 10 times that of the gigantic ape and 50 times that of the Super Saiyan for a total increase of 500 times. In this state, Son Gohan's aura has surpassed his previous mysterious state. It's just not as flexible. Super Saiyan Giant Ape, its combat power is tilted towards strength and defense. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at this scene in surprise. What was happening before their eyes continued to impact their understanding of the Saiyans, but even so, the current Son Gohan is still far behind Cooler in terms of combat power. But the transformation is not over yet. Boom. Thunder exploded in the sky. Blue electric sparks flickered on the surface of the golden giant ape. The giant ape Son Gohan successfully breaks through into the Super Saiyan 2 form. His golden fur looked like golden steel needles. This is a transformation that Son Gohan had attempted before but failed, but now it succeeded. His current normal combat power is much stronger than a few years ago. His unremitting practice every day makes him stronger every day. A violent aura raged, and lightning and thunder continued in the sky. Gusts of wind blew, making a whistling sound. The gigantic ape form is multiplied by 10 times, and the Super Saiyan 100 is multiplied by 1,000 times, so the total increase in combat power reaches times. Oh, interesting, but still far behind me. Although Cooler was a little surprised by Son Gohan's strange transformation, he was fully confident in his own strength. "Boy, are you okay?" he said impatiently. "What's the hurry? Are you afraid of me?" HMPH. "Would I be afraid of you?" Gyula showed a disdainful expression. After mocking Gyula, the golden giant ape slapped his chest twice, clenched his two huge fists tightly, and his muscles suddenly swelled up, turning into a muscular golden giant ape. The wind waves that had calmed down somewhat began to roar again. The breath rose rapidly again. The hair on the giant ape's head grew wildly and continued to grow longer. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong was shocked and said, This Super Saiyan 3. When did Gohan achieve Super Saiyan 3? In fact, 2 years ago, Son Gohan had already developed the Super Saiyan 3 form. However, compared to his unique mysterious realm, Super Saiyan 3 has too many disadvantages, so Son Gohan has never used this form. So much so that everyone thought that Son Gohan could not go to Super Saiyan 3. The terrifying aura continued to spread, and the entire sky darkened. There were constant lightning and thunder in the sky. The entire earth was shaking as if it could not withstand this powerful air wave. Gyula's expression also began to become serious. The Super Saiyan 3 form. The combat power is increased by 10 times and 400 times that of Super Saiyan. A full 4,000-fold increase. It was at this moment that Son Gohan, who had transformed into a golden giant ape, suddenly had a very strange feeling in his heart. The world is silent, unfettered, and free. Click, a flash of light flashed through my mind. Son Gohan's blood-red pupils contracted violently. My heart started beating faster again. The 25-meter-tall golden giant ape quickly shrank. In an instant, golden light broke through the clouds. Golden air waves rippled out in circles, and the dark, cloudy sky cleared up. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've become like this, so I'm still a little uncomfortable. Son Gohan's voice came from the center of the golden light. Everyone gradually saw Son Gohan's appearance clearly. At this time, Son Gohan's height increased from 186 cm to 210 cm. He had grown a lot bigger and looked stronger and more powerful. A thick, messy black hair fell on her shoulders, with a black bang hanging in front of her forehead. His eyes were deep, and his blood-red eyes became distinct whites of the eyes. His golden pupils emitted a strange light, and the deep dark red eyeliner was full of indescribable charm. At this time, Son Gohan's upper body was covered with dark red hair, and his arms were also covered with dark red hair, full of wildness, and he wore a gray wrist guard on each wrist. While in the lower body, he wore a pair of loose black work trousers and gray combat boots, looking very heroic. The furry dark red tail fluttered in the wind behind him. Son Gohan carefully felt the powerful fighting power in his body. Combat power increased 4,000 times, same as Super Saiyan 3 in gigantic ape form. But now he carries the power of the giant ape of Super Saiyan 3 in human form. Therefore, all the shortcomings of Super Gigantic Ape and Super Saiyan 3 are eliminated. Now, whether it is physical strength, speed, power, defense, endurance, or power consumption, everything is perfect. A proper hexagonal warrior, now the consumption has reached an extremely low level. However, this form has a combat power multiplier of more than 4,000 times. It's so scary. At this time, Son Gohan finally figured out why Vegeta and GT could skip Super Saiyan 3 and directly transform into Super Saiyan 4. Because this so-called Super Saiyan 4 is actually a human body enduring the giant ape Super Saiyan 3 form. So it is both Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. Although he doesn't know if it's right or not, this is how Son Gohan understands it for now. Looking at the arrogant Son Gohan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone, including Trunks, was stunned. Didn't we agree to transform into golden giant apes together? But why has Brother Gohan become so handsome again? Piccolo was stunned. What kind of transformation is this? Is this still Gohan? It's incredible that Gohan's energy can be so strong and even his appearance has changed. Son Goku also sighed. Son Gohan is always able to give us surprises. Vegeta's eyes lit up. He saw a new path. Maybe he couldn't complete such an evolution, but he believed that Trunks could and his son could. King Kai clenched his fists and was very happy. Mr. Gohan's aura is now comparable to that cooler. He should be able to win, right? Of course. Jebbit was also full of confidence. Yes, Brother Gohan will definitely win. Trunks clenched his fists tightly. He was more excited than anyone else. Brother Gohan, you are so awesome. As Cooler looked at Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 4 form, his fighting spirit surged and his blood boiled. Come on, Son Gohan, you've kept me waiting for so long. I hope you won't let me down too much. He shouted loudly. The golden flame on his body burned fiercely and the space around him kept distorting. HMPH, come on, let's see who can kill whom. Son Gohan's fighting spirit was also unprecedentedly high. At this moment, it seemed that what was flowing in his veins was no longer blood, but boiling magma. Note, the storyline of this book is a unique blend of GT time and space and Super time and space, so basically all characters from Super time and space and GT time and space may appear in it, so this is a new independent story. The author will try his best to integrate them to make the combat system and story more reasonable. Things like a 50-50 fight between Super Saiyan Blue and Master Roshi Krillin won't happen here. Son Gohan's future path is Super 4, God's Breath Super 4 Breakthrough. Then Beast, we'll talk about the next level later. There's a high probability that Goku and Vegeta here will still go astray. Stop blasting me, thanks.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.